hero, the rock star god, and this is your reward. Once a year, the world's top game developers come together to give us a look at the gaming beasts they are prepared to unleash. G4 is giving you an all-access backstage pass to E3 before anyone else, with an eye-scorching sneak preview of all the explosive action here at Gaming Ground Zero. These doors are closed to the public, but G4 is gonna blow them wide open, giving you an early taste of all the earth-shaking announcements, live first-look demos of games, and FaceTime with the geniuses who make them. It's a one-of-a-kind, brain-gorging glimpse at the future of gaming before it's revealed to the rest of the world. G4's exclusive preview of the billion-dollar multi-console gaming monster that is E3 starts now.
Presented by Wendy's. I'm Adam Sessler. Here with me are Morgan Webb, Olivia Munn, and Kevin Pereira. Together, we'll be bringing you all the excitement of E3 live.
Yes, all of the biggest names in gaming are at E3 showing off all of their new and upcoming projects, and G4 is the only place for exclusive inside information and every major announcement.
That's right. Now, this show doesn't officially start until tomorrow, but that doesn't matter because we've got all the good stuff today, and we're not going to waste your time with some trailers and some gossip.
Nope.
No. We've got the games that you want right now.
Today, we are opening the floodgates with behind-the-scenes action, interviews with the biggest names in gaming, and live demos of every single major title. Coming up this hour, we'll go hands-on with Fable 2, Peter Molyneux's ambitious action RPG that lets you decide if you're the hero or the villain.
Plus, Silent Hill is back. We've got an exclusive demo of the game's latest chapter, Homecoming.
And make sure you don't get slimed. You guys are going to be among the first to see Ghostbusters, the video game, which features all of the film's original cast.
But let's hit the ground running and, get right to it on the very first day of our E3 08 coverage. This is a game that everyone can't wait to see, Fable 2, and Morgan has the exclusive hands-on demo.
To lead us on our quest and help us choose the path of good or evil are our guides, Fable 2 Senior Design Director Josh Atkins and Lead Level Designer Ian Wright. Thank you guys so much for dropping by.
Yeah, thank you.
Good. All right, show us what you got here.
All right, so we're going to run through. Ian's just joined my co-op game, and I am the shirtless wonder here.
And I'm the beautiful woman.
And our dog is leading us up the path here because he thinks something's going on. So we're gonna chase ahead. He is. He's very wise. There he is, barking. And I'm gonna hold down the lift trigger, which is the left trigger. And there's a bunch of hobs down there. So we're gonna go down, quickly dispatch with those guys.
I'm gonna switch to the fireball, then I'll stay back here and I'll come in from range. And Josh will use his melee skills to pull some havoc.
Yeah, and they tend to get scared and run away. As you can see, once they're lit on fire, which is actually pretty funny. That's actually one of the more humorous moments in the game.
That's a nice trick you got there, the fireball.
Exactly. They get quite scared, so they're easy to pick off with a ranged attack. Yeah, there you go. So I got all those guys, and grab my orbs, because I'm an experienced junkie. And we'll run up the hill here. This is a sunken town, or a sunken village. And so there's a lot of undead and creepy crawly creatures here.
Hollow Men.
Yeah.
There's one.
These guys are called Hollow Men, and they're basically magical wisps that can reanimate corpses. So these particular ones are actually villagers, but they could be soldiers, they could be magic users.
Right.
You never really know what you're going to get.
Yeah. No, we've leveled our characters quite a bit here, so we're no match for these guys. Which is kind of cool. It's my favorite part of an RPG, when you just kind of over level and you can burn through guys, but we'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah, but players of the original game might recognise certain parts of this region. Obviously, this game's set 500 years after the first one, but there's a few landmarks in here that players should recognise.
Yeah. More Hollow Men, yeah, so they really don't want us going this way. And I'm casting my Radial Force Push spell, which knocks them back since we got surrounded there, and I'll knock a few of them into the wall. It does quite a bit of damage, both when you hit them with it and then when you knock them into something. So it's pretty effective spell. You have to position yourself the right way in order to use it most effectively.
Yeah, and if you do find yourself surrounded, you can use a surround spell that will hit everyone at once, and you can, by tapping the same button, you'll use the same spell but a ranged version, so you can actually throw that surround spell at enemy.
Yeah. It's quite accessible. And that was the whole goal. That was Peter's big goal for us, was to make it the most accessible kind of combat game. But it's important to switch between combat styles. So, you know, switching between melee to range to magic has meaning in the game, but it's also really easy and anybody can do it. But to be really good at it, you have to learn to do it at the right time. And when an enemy's about to attack, if you shoot him in the head, you'll get extra experience, do more damage. So it's quite layered, but it's also very approachable. And here's sort of our iconic moment for those who are big Fable fans.
Yeah, this is the Oak Vale Bridge, but things have changed in this region quite significantly.
Yeah,
it's a little run down there.
Yeah, 500 years is a long time for a wooden bridge.
Yeah.
And it's Oakvale, for those who don't know, is the town you grew up in Fable 1.
Yeah.
And our dog is actually leading us down the path here. He's quite excited about something. Let's see what he's found. He's found a treasure chest. So
oh, look at that. He's earning his keep.
That's right. That's right. Those dog biscuits I gave him earlier are paying off. And
hopefully we'll get some good stuff out of this chest that will help us.
This is a scary area, and he's gotten us a rubber ball.
Yeah, that's great.
Well, that's more for him, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. He's
absolutely no use to us at all.
But he's also given us a live forever potion.
Okay, that is good.
Yeah, exactly. So that'll get us through, although we'll see how effective it is. Oh,
right
here, actually, Balverines. These are nasty creatures. One just knocked me straight to the ground.
Oh, mate.
They're fast.
These are fast and they're tricky.
Yeah, exactly.
And even when you corner them, they've got like a leaping attack. They can get out, they can get behind you.
We've made them some of the more difficult enemies of the game, actually.
They're furry, so they work well with fire.
Yeah. They light on fire. And that becomes part of the strategy of how you defeat them. Is lighting them on fire does long-term damage to them. We'll get this guy with a big flourish here. Yeah, it's a big attack. Try to get him. Try to get him. Let's let him get out of the area. And there we go. He fell for it. He fell right between us.
Sucker.
Exactly. So we'll run down the path here. And it's really the aesthetic that I think the artists have captured is really quite powerful. I mean, it's really eerie. And yet Fable's such a stylized game. They've really done an amazing job bringing this unbelievable universe to life and so much variety.
Something bad's happening.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I'm actually going to switch my spell to, I think, the Sword of Damocles spell, which are these flying swords, which are very useful against these guys. There we go.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, exactly.
And customizing your magic is something else you can do this time. So even if you know two players are both will users, they're very likely to have different spells powered up to different levels, triggered in different orders.
Exactly.
So you can really tailor the game to be the way you want it. And mixing up the styles it works really well. You can get some good strategies in co-op.
It's actually really fun to be playing co-op. We've been playing a lot of single player. I'm starting to play a lot of co-op just for fun in the office, and it's pretty exciting. The game really handles it well. You know, you can earn more experience if you do things together. Oh, there's the soldier. He's got spells.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
So they don't really. I mean, people tend not to think co-op when they think RPG.
Exactly. That's actually one of the big things for us that's quite important, and we think quite a big selling point of the game is that it's co-op over live. There's the orbs functionality in a way as a unique way to meet people. And then, you know, like I said, when you fight in this game, if we did this perfectly, which is quite challenging to do, if I knock a guy up in the air and Ian hits him with a spell, it'll give extra experience. And these are techniques that expert players can do, but you don't have to do it.
Right.
You know, the game will work even if you don't do that. You can be successful. We're not requiring you to do it, but it gives you something to practice.
You can do some really sort of pretty looking stuff. You can throw people in the air with a vortex spell, and then while they're all spinning around in a whirlwind, you can set them on fire and it gives you more experience and so on. So yeah, there's a lot there.
Yeah, well, we can't wait to check it out and play it for ourselves and throw people up in the air with our own vortex spells. Josh and Ian, thank you so much for this look at the game. We really appreciate you stopping by.
Pleasure.
Now here's Adam and Kevin with a look at what else is on Microsoft's lineup.
Thank you, Morgan. It really does. And guess what? We're going to be playing it in October. We found that out because Microsoft got the E3 ball rolling early yesterday with the announcement of an immediate price cut on the 20 gig 360 and a new 60 gig model due out in August.
Yeah, and at this afternoon's media briefing, they actually started with demos from a bunch of highly anticipated games. We got to look at Fallout 3, which looks absolutely stunning. And word that the 360 and the PC versions will have exclusive content. Only those two SKUs. And we also saw the first playable demo for Resident Evil 5, which demonstrated the game's online co-op mode. And then, of course, Gears of War 2 with its new 5-player co-op horde mode.
Now, next up, Microsoft then announced a huge new system update coming to the 360 this fall. This introduces avatars to the console, which promise to interact with several upcoming games and community features. The biggest was the addition of Netflix, and this fall, users can watch films from their 360 at no extra charge. And of course, there were a ton of Xbox Live game announcements, including Portal, Still Alive, Galaga Legions, and Uno Rush.
The music games then took the stage, though, and that's when everything shifted, because we learned that Metallica's next album will be released as downloadable content for Guitar Hero 3 and Guitar Hero World Tour at the same time that the album is released in stores.
Which is showing how powerful that game is.
Absolutely. And Rock Band 2 will feature over 80 songs in-game, including tracks by Guns N' Roses, Bob Dylan, and AC/DC, which was the most requested band by so many music fans. And then Microsoft announced the launch of Lips, which is a vocal game that lets you import songs from your Zune or from your iPod, thankfully.
Yes.
You can get it, whatever you have. You guys can import tracks from it.
But it wasn't over yet. Finally, Square Enix capped off the event with release dates for their upcoming RPGs, along with word that, I still can't believe this, Final Fantasy 13 will be coming to the 360 day and date with the PS3 version. That's right, Final Fantasy 13 is no longer exclusive to the PS3. Square Enix didn't really show any new footage for the game, but we'll see if more comes out over the rest of E3.
Yeah, all in all, we had a ton of rumors confirmed, and we had a shocker there at the finale. I don't think anybody was expecting to see that franchise on the 360.
I think some kudos needs to go out to Microsoft. That didn't leak.
Yeah,
something that
absolutely.
big and really didn't
a secret was actually kept for once.
It's absolutely amazing.
Something that they didn't even mention in their own press conference, which I thought was interesting. Major Nelson posted on his blog that there's a feature now for the Xbox and the system update that's going to come that will allow you to rip your games potentially to the hard drive so you can play them without needing to load from a disk. So games could load a lot faster.
Exactly. Now you would still need the disk. Obviously, it's probably for anti-piracy.
Right.
It's unclear if the entire game always loads to the hard drive. Hopefully, we'll hear more. But that's a big change from Microsoft.
Right.
Now, if you missed out this morning, you can re-watch the Microsoft press conference in its entirety on our website. Go to g4tv.com/E3 for details.
And guys, remember, we'll be at Sony and Nintendo's media briefings with live coverage starting tomorrow at noon.
And like today, both events will be brought to you commercial-free. But right now, let's go over to Olivia, who's got a burning question.
Burning. But first, I want to just thank our audience for showing up. You missed the first part of the show. If you guys don't miss the first part of the show, you already missed a lot, but don't worry. We've got a lot going on, so do not move from your couches. Now, I have a question. One of Microsoft's biggest upcoming titles is Halo Wars, but instead of a first-person shooter, this title is a real-time strategy game. So we want to know, what other gaming franchise should have an RTS title? The choices are Gears of War, Resistance, or Grand Theft Auto.
All right, we've got lots more E3 exclusives ahead, including hands-on time with Halo Wars, Silent Hill Homecoming, and the new Ghostbusters game, and then there's Fallout 3.
And then there's more. Yes, we'll be talking to more of the greats that make the games that you want. We'll get a visit from Silicon Knights president Dennis Dyack. Is going to walk us through his epic Loot Fest 2 Human.
Yes, and as I just said, Bethesda's Todd Howard will be coming by to take us inside the vault with Fallout 3. All that and tons more as G4's preview coverage of the biggest annual gaming event continues.
Get up to the second E308 news, exclusive videos, screenshots, photos, even more at g4tv.com/E3. We'll be right back, everybody.
We have a lot more headed your way, so stay plugged in, because coming up, we let our inner Egon out to play with the highly anticipated Ghostbusters game. Plus, we begin the battle against the Covenant with Halo Wars. And did we mention an exclusive first-look demo with the futuristic action RPG, Fallout 3? It's all new and all live, only on G4.
You behind the closed doors, through the ropes, and past the security guards.
Yeah, there's so much stuff. We really need a head start.
Yes.
Even with 3 days of exclusive live coverage from the floor of E3, we don't want to risk missing a single game.
We do not. That would be awful. But let's hear what you at home think with a video viewer mail.
I was wondering, what do you think was going to be the biggest game reveal of this year's E3?
Wow. That's a loaded question and a half. I mean, we've only really scratched the surface of a few of the games so far.
Final Fantasy 13 was a big reveal, being available for the Xbox 360. That was huge. You could hear like the gasps in the audience were palpable.
Yeah, and it's tough because I mean, there's so many established games, from anything from Spore to A Little Big Planet to Gears of War to, we've seen these games. It's the games that we haven't seen, like the Final Fantasy 13s, that make it impossible to answer a question like that so early on in the game. But I don't know. I'm a Gears fanboy through and through, and after seeing a little bit more footage of it, seeing that Unreal Engine push so many enemies on screen to be mowed down with a minigun, it brings a tear to my eye.
That was actually an impressive demo, and that's probably what I was the most impressed with, like at the show. The part where I was like, yay! So
avatars? Or no, we're still talking about.
No.
You know you're going to make an avatar.
I'm going to because I have to, not because I want to.
You'll upgrade the clothing too, I guarantee it.
All right, let's go over to Olivia.
All right, you guys, it is time once again to visit the home of our old pal Pyramid Head and say hi to all those hot yet horrifying nurses. Adam's got a hands-on look at the next chapter in the Silent Hill series. Get ready for Homecoming.
Konami's Silent Hill Homecoming is the 6th installment in the ultra-eerie franchise. This time, you slowly creep in the shoes of returning war veteran Alex Shepard, who's in search of his missing brother and father, and somehow finds his way to Silent Hill. PlayStation 3 and 360 title will feature a new combat system, a plethora of weaponry, an upgraded enemy AI, and of course, enough scares to keep you up for days.
Joining us today for this hands-on exclusive, lead combat designer from Double Helix, David Verfaillie. Thanks so much for dropping by and showing us Silent Hill Homecoming.
Thanks, man. It's my pleasure to be here.
Now, obviously, you guys haven't worked on a Silent Hill game before. What's it like trying to approach something that's a fairly established world and franchise?
Well, it's a big challenge for us. We wanted to be very careful and be true to the spirit and feeling of Silent Hill, and I think we've accomplished that. But we've also tried to sort of make the game more accessible to the larger public, and I think we've achieved that also.
Now, where does this fall into the overall storyline of Silent Hill?
It's a separate story, but it takes place largely in Silent Hill also.
Now, looking at the game right now, have you done anything with the controls, obviously, in an effort to make it more accessible to more players?
Absolutely. There's a lot of enhancements that have been made. One of the big ones that people will notice right away is the camera system. It's a free-form controlled camera system that you control with the right analog stick. Likewise, the navigation has been updated. It's an 8-way strafe navigation, so whichever direction you move the stick is the direction your character will move. Another neat thing we've done in terms of controls is we've given the player the ability to go into first-person look. So that's an ability to sort of examine your environment in a more detailed and close way.
Now, inside of the game here, where are we inside of Silent Hill Homecoming right now, and what's about to happen or what has happened?
Okay, so Silent Hill Homecoming is the story of Alex Shepard, who returns home from the war. He's been having some disturbing nightmares, so he returns home, and when he returns home, he finds the town in sort of a state of disarray and his brother missing. So the story is his quest for searches for answers for those. And right now we're in the hotel, which is sort of the earlier part of the game still. We've traveled throughout 4 floors of the hotel and have gotten sort of to the end of this level. And right now our objective is to search out the greenhouse and find information there.
Now, obviously, when you go searching things inside of Silent Hill, there's usually something very creepy and unpleasant that's waiting for you. Are we going to see the revisiting of some of those, like Pyramid Head and stuff, from the older Silent Hill games?
There are definitely some characters that make return visits. I think fans of the series are going to be quite happy. Right now what's going on is one of our real-time transitions to a hell state. What's really cool about this one is it happens all in real time. You can move around during it. It dynamically happens in front of your eyes. So.
Now, what is this hell state? Is it a state that the character's in, or has the environment actually changed?
So the environments completely change, and a lot of environments you'll visit first sort of in a normal state, and then it'll transform in before your eyes, and it'll be a whole different environment. So you get to experience things in sort of a before and after state.
Now, right here we actually have an individual. Is he in the hell state? Is he real? I mean, usually when you run into someone in Silent Hill, it's a little bit dubious.
Yeah, well, so we don't want to talk too much about that, but this is the character called the Mayor, which you meet earlier in the game. Here you meet him, and this is an example of a dialogue tree in which you sort of have different options to steer the dialogue in different directions. Some of the dialogue trees, the options just allow you to get more information. For the real hardcore players that want to find out more about the history and lore of Silent Hill, they can branch into those dialogues. Other ones have real options that affect the outcome of the game, so it's a neat addition to the game.
So this is a game that you can probably play through 2 or 3 times and do get something different each time.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of replay value in this game.
Now, some other elements of the Silent Hill series that really is indicative of Silent Hill. Number one, the radio. Is it back or will be used in the exact same way?
Absolutely. The radio and the flashlight are both back. The radio is very eerie. When you turn around a corner and you hear the static crackling of the radio, it really gets the senses heightened. And the flashlight is back. It is amazing. It affects gameplay. It creates some beautiful visuals. So I think people will really enjoy it.
Now, obviously, I asked about some of the older monsters that are in Silent Hill 5. What are some of the new ones that we can be looking for? And are they, well, what are they like?
There's an amazing breadth to the monsters in Silent Hill. There's some slow characters that have ranged attacks, like the Smog creature. There's fast characters that like to get in and close, like the feral dog. And there's also a whole set of boss characters. And in fact, we're starting to see an introduction to one of the bosses here. This boss's name is called Sepulchre. All the bosses play very tightly wound stories. And here you're seeing the introduction of this boss. We spent a lot of time on the boss fights trying to make them large, dramatic moments. They're multi-stage events, and there's a lot of strategy involved in them. They're almost like little puzzles. There's different ways to defeat each stage, and it's sort of like you have to figure out the best way for your play style.
Now, obviously, you as the collective, obviously Shiny's also part of the new Double Helix. You've done Buffy games and stuff, but nothing that's like full-on horror. What are the challenges in trying to make a horror game that, you know, keep people scared throughout all of its duration?
Yeah, so some of the big challenges, we're trying to get the atmosphere right. That's one of the big things about Silent Hill. So trying to keep it creepy and disturbing and to create that level of tension. And I think we've been able to do that through some pretty amazing storytelling and, you know, some action sequences such as these.
Yeah, which we're watching right here. Well, I don't know if it's fair to me to ask, but about how many of these boss battles can we look forward to inside of Silent Hill Homecoming?
There are multiple boss fights in Silent Hill Homecoming, and each as large as this. So you can see he's just destroyed the last of the meat sacks, and we're now going into phase 2.
Whoa.
This is a whole separate stage, and I think this is where we want to stop it and leave a little bit for the players to figure out how this stage works in the game.
Wow, that's very impressive. David, thank you so much for stopping by and showing us Silent Hill Homecoming. When can we hope to play it?
Fall of this year.
Awesome, awesome. Well, once again, thank you so much. And with that, let's head it back over to you.
Thanks, Adam. You know, it's nice to see the game will probably put us back on our meds.
Good. Yeah.
So you guys, expect to make that appointment to your therapist later this fall.
Of course, we're all obsessed with E3, but let's take a moment to open a window into the outside world. Here is Layla Cayley with the only news you need to know.
Nintendo here in Hollywood.
The Feed with Layla Cayley.
Alright guys, here are your top non-gaming stories for the 14th of July. Well, despite the meltdown of the servers and a lot of bad press, Apple has emerged victorious. They've already sold over 1 million iPhones since the launch on Friday, and of course an iPhone isn't an iPhone without some fabulous applications. The App Store did a brisk business over the weekend. iPhone and iPod Touch users have already downloaded more than 10 million applications, and it doesn't look like things are going to slow down anytime soon. Now, sometimes the most exciting rumors in technology are just that, rumors. Amid all the iPhone excitement last week, a Hollywood Reporter story said Google's founders talked about working on its own Google-branded mobile phone to compete with the iPhone. Immediately, bloggers started speculating on a potential G phone running Google's mobile Android program. Unfortunately, the rumors were just that, rumors. The Hollywood Reporter misheard Google's founders, who actually said they were not producing their own phone. Seems like a fairly important distinction. All right, and finally, Hellboy beat up the Golden Army and the box office this weekend, taking in more than $35 million. The comic book sequel beat Will Smith's Hancock, which also did well with $33 million. Brendan Fraser's Journey to the Center of the Earth opened in third and took home more than $20 million. There was one epic fail, though, this weekend as moviegoers failed to meet Dave at theaters. The Eddie Murphy comedy cost $55 million to make, but made just $5.3 million. All right, guys, that's all for today, but don't worry, the feed doesn't stop here. Stay tuned to G4 all day and look for the feed ticker at the bottom of your screen. We'll have all the news you need to know as it happens. I'm Layla Cayley, and you've just been fed.
Thanks, Layla. Now, everybody here loves games. I know they'll all admit to that, that's right. But the real question is, are you guys out here and you at home, any good at them?
I have a feeling they are, but you guys get ready for someone to be owned when Championship Gaming Series comes to G4, the world's best professional gamers battle for global supremacy, over $1 million in prizes, and the highly coveted title of world champion.
Do not miss CGS starting this Wednesday night at 9, right after our E308 live coverage. Visit g4tv.com/CGS for details.
Now, where do you see that? Where do you guys think you're going?
They are not going anywhere.
You're sitting back down. You're going to stay right there because we have got more demos coming up right after the break. I think it's the most demos we've ever watched.
Yes, when our E308 preview show returns, we will play Halo Wars live on our stage. You guys do not want to miss it.
Someone's excited.
I am. Welcome back to G4's E308 preview show presented by Wendy's. We are live with all the best games, guests, and exclusive features.
Now, over the next 3 days, G4 will be covering all the big surprises and shocking announcements of E308. We'll have all the breaking news as soon as it comes straight from the mouths of the companies and creators.
How about we go over to Kevin and Olivia, who are ready to give you your Spartan fix and then some.
That's right. Thanks, Morgan. Now, if you want to whack people with gravity hammers, then keep playing Halo 3. That's fine. If you want something a little more strategic, then Halo Wars is the answer.
That's right. The new installment in the series takes place at the beginning of the conflict we've come to know and features a whole new style of play. Get ready for an exclusive hands-on demo.
What do you do after completing one of the most successful video game trilogies of all time? You turn back the clock for an earlier look at the Halo universe. Ensemble Studios' Halo Wars is the prequel to Combat Evolved, where the first battles with the Covenant take place. The epic real-time strategy game features new units and vehicles, cooperative gameplay, and Xbox Live online multiplayer.
All right, everybody. Dave Pottinger, lead designer for Ensemble Studios, is here. And our assault. Thanks for dropping by, sir. And bringing us Halo Wars. Everyone is so excited about this. But I want to get into the storyline for Halo Wars, and I want to know where does it fall and where does it come up in the Halo universe?
So the cool thing that we got to do is actually the best part of all superhero stories is how they got to be superheroes. So we get to wind the clock back. And it's a prequel.
Baby Master Chief.
Well, not quite that. No, we do get to give you something good there. We're 20 years before the events of Halo 1, and the cool thing is we get to give you multiple Spartans. It's back when the Spartans were a true force and a bigger army, and Master Chief, he's cool and all that. He's doing some stuff in the other part of the galaxy.
Managing just one unit on the field and trying to charge a base would be a little interesting too. I think you need more than one for an RTS.
Yes, exactly.
Why go the RTS route exactly? I mean, everybody knows Halo as the first-person shooter, even though it originally was supposed to be this RTS. Why take it there?
I think from a studio passion, Ensemble Studios, we've done RTS games forever, and we wanted to bring that gameplay to the console. Halo was a perfect match for that endeavor. We love Halo. We're super huge fans, and bringing that and marrying that with our gameplay has just been excellent.
Real-time strategies have had a hard time translating over to consoles. So how does the control scheme work in Halo Wars?
Yeah, what are we seeing here, Dave? Because I'm seeing some very synchronized Warthog driving here.
So one of our senior designers, Justin Rouse, is driving the Warthogs around. The controls were completely rethought for the 360 and the gameplay too. Selection, given that we've got large armies and whatnot, selection is huge. So we spend a lot of time streamlining that. You select with A, you command to do your primary attack with X, and we have these really cool special abilities like running over guys with a Warthog or hucking grenades at people. You do those with Y. Justin will probably train a Spartan here pretty soon. And Spartans have the best special ability in the game. They can jack enemy vehicles. So we'll show that off here in a little bit as we train that. You can see the base is there, which is the center of operations on the planet for the UNSC.
Now, so like that group select there, real quickly, there was no click and drag or press and drag of the button. So how do you go between single unit, multiple unit, entire screen
It's real simple. You move the crosshair over a single unit, you press A, you get that one. You press down on A and you get a paintbrush, and anything that unit touches, or that paintbrush touches, will be selected.
Okay.
Then we have a couple of really handy buttons. The left bumper and right bumper do all army and local army on the screen.
Do you believe this will finally silence all the naysayers who say you can't have an RTS game with a console controller?
I think so. And to do that, it's not a port.
Right.
We built it from the ground up for the 360. It's customized for that. We've streamlined the gameplay and boiled it down really to the essentials of RTS.
Now, one of the essentials of any real-time strategy game, of course, resource management. What do you
do in Halo? Yeah, what resources?
Well, so it's an ensemble game. We've done all the Age of Empires games, so the balance between guns and butter, economy and military is always an important thing.
We always choose butter, by the way.
Well, who doesn't love butter?
Delicious.
And bacon.
Yes.
Turkey bacon's the best.
So the resources are streamlined down. There's one resource in the game, but that continual investment in economy is there throughout the game. But the big focus is on combat. It's Halo. People want to blow stuff up.
Exactly.
We want to show off big, large army, epic combat, and that's really where you want to spend your time.
Now, I want to ask about the campaign. Will the Covenant be playable in single-player mode?
Not in the campaign, but we did just announce that Covenant are playable in the game in skirmish mode. So you'll be able to get your evil side on as you play.
Very nice. Very cool. And what about the UNSC Marines and the Covenant? Are they the only two factions that we'll be seeing in the game?
Those are the only two playable ones. Justin's jacking a couple of wraiths here. That's pretty cool to watch.
Nice.
So we do have those playable. The campaign follows the story of this ensemble crew of the Spirit of Fire as they battle the evil Covenant. And then in skirmish mode, you can play UNSC or Covenant.
Now, what are these units we're seeing on the screen right now?
So Justin's driving a couple of big, nasty Scorpions. We've got some Marines there. You see, we've got the Wraith that we jacked, has the Spartan head over it, so there's a Spartan inside of it. And now we've engaged in this huge, big battle, and Justin will probably call on the Spirit of Fire to help us out here.
And that Spartan helmet above the unit, that signifies that, hey, this is now a vehicle under your control. Color scheme changes.
That has a Spartan in it. I mean, Spartans are great combat units, but they drastically buff the abilities of all the vehicles that they're in.
Now, how much freedom do you guys have as the developers when it comes to developing new unit types and new vehicles? I mean, are you beholden to
there's a lot of new ones, right?
Right. I mean, when you sit down and look at the game, you'd expect from the first-person shooter side, the Covenant would be really well fleshed out, and they are. They're actually pretty easy. The UNSC, as it happens, was the harder one to do.
Right.
Bungie's been great. We work with them closely, but it is our game. We are fleshing out the units that we need. We've added a couple melee units to the game to really give it that RTS vibe.
Now, I'm right to say that a lot of these locations look pretty familiar from the previous Halos?
Yeah, certainly. Halo is a pretty vibrant FPS, right?
Yeah.
And we wanted to capture that. It's actually one of the things that Ensemble Studios games are known for too. So, Bruce Shelley has a saying: "The sun always shines in Age of Empires," and in Halo Wars too.
Very nice.
Well, what about the characters? I mean, so it looks like similar locations, and do you have all the returning characters? Did you add any more?
Well, remember, we're a prequel, so we don't have too many of the existing characters people know. But
do we have the man cannons at least? I mean, I know that was sort of a Halo 3 kind of thing, but am I going to be shooting any of my units across the screen?
Not with an actual man cannon, but they can get shot across the screen.
20 years ago, they didn't have that.
I'm sorry. I just thought, maybe there's a beta prototype man cannon lying around the base or something. All right.
So, it's Halo, and I think the story that Graham Devine, who's our lead writer, wrote, is going to make every Halo fan really, really happy.
You know what? That's such a great line. It's Halo. Like, people love it no matter what.
Right. Relax. It's still Halo.
It's going to be great.
You mentioned skirmish mode, playable Covenant. We've talked about single player. What about some co-op?
Yeah, so the campaign is playable in co-op, which is pretty cool.
That's incredible.
It's been designed with that in mind. And then obviously skirmish play, you can team up with a buddy locally or over live.
Now, how is the co-op going to work? Are we sharing resources as a single team, or is it two different entities both playing together?
It depends. You can play actually true co-op where you do share things, but you can play just on the same team as well. And have different economies and whatnot.
That's great.
Now, when can fans start sleeping outside their local Best Buys and GameStop?
Yes. Well, they can do that tomorrow, but it'll be a long wait. Probably spring next year.
Nice.
Spring of next year.
Very exciting.
Very cool. Fantastic game. Thank you guys for showing it off.
Yes,
well, thanks.
It's an honor to have it here playable, and I can't wait to get my hands on it and see how the controls work.
We can't wait to hear it too.
All right, thanks again for coming on.
Thank you.
Really appreciate
Very
it.
exciting. Thank you.
All right, guys, it's now time to see what the masses think about this new take on the series. Adam and Morgan, please take it away.
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, guys. Now, despite the fact that you hardcore fans may be stuck at home for E3, that doesn't mean we have forgotten about you.
Oh, today we're seeing what our viewers think about Halo Wars and more. It's the virtual audience powered by StickCam. All right, joining us first tonight is Brent from Florida. What is on your mind, Brent?
Yeah, most Halo fans are fans of first-person shooters, but how easily will Halo Wars make the transition to the RTS genre?
I actually really like this because I'm a big fan of real-time strategy games, and it's always been hard to get fans of first-person shooters to recognize that they're a really vital and interesting and strategic type of game. So I hope it gets a lot of first-person shooter fans to at least check out an RTS. Try it. You might like it.
I think there's definitely a good chance with that because there's enough of it that's recognizable from Halo, so you're not trying to learn everything all over again. And wow, did that control scheme look like it's going to work on a console? So I think all the pieces are there. So guess what? Try yourself a strategy game.
All right, next let's talk to Joseph from Gladboro. Go ahead, Joseph.
Microsoft shocked us all when they announced Final Fantasy 13 for the 360. Is there any chance we'll see Halo Wars for the PlayStation 3?
No. Halo is a franchise that's incredibly associated with Microsoft.
Yes.
It just wouldn't even make any sense. I don't think that my brain would comprehend such a crossover.
Right, and it's also it's published by Microsoft,
Right,
which and that's the thing. Remember, Final Fantasy is published by an independent third party, which is Square Enix. They have a little more latitude about how to make those decisions. If that ever were to happen,
my brain would scramble.
I was in
wouldn't understand
Bizarro
it.
World, and I'd be all scared because it's bizarre out there. All right, finally we have Mike from Texas. What's your question, Mike?
Well, Halo Wars looks great, but what about the other Halo game that was supposed to be announced? Was that just a rumor?
Okay, we actually have no announcements at this very second.
Yeah.
About what's going on.
Which means it's a rumor.
Which means it is a rumor. We have no new information for you. We have no new rumors
Yeah.
that people haven't heard already. But there is that special thing. People love countdown clocks, don't they?
Exactly. Of course, people like seeding things out there to get the minds going. But
Right, so there's a countdown clock on Bungie.net. It ends Wednesday night, so we'll be able to tell you everything at that point.
Yes.
All right, virtual audience, thank you so much for coming by. We'll be checking in with you guys throughout the week. Now let's go back to Kevin and Olivia.
Hey guys.
Hey guys.
Thanks for coming back to us. Coming up.
Can I just say, you guys are so much nicer to virtual audience than
I know,
we are.
you
You're gonna
barely
take a segment
made
from us.
fun of anybody. Come on.
They were so
They were actually all
They were
great.
good questions.
No.
You got to make up the rumors, by the way. Just make them up.
yeah, it's everything's Halo from here on out.
They have it. Everything Halo. Coming up, we'll be talking to Silicon Knights President Dennis Dyack about his upcoming action RPG epic, Too Human. Come on.
Plus, you guys, we attempt to do as we're told and not cross the streams as we go hands-on for a world premiere demo of the new Ghostbusters game.
And later on, we experience the apocalypse with Bethesda's Todd Howard. We bring you the exclusive world premiere. Adam, are you still giddy with excitement?
Yes, I'm still giddy with excitement.
We got a hands-on demo of Fallout 3, and you will see more than you did at the E3 press conference right here, folks.
And everyone at home, keep your iPod or Zune fed with the latest E3 08 videos. Download G4 special E3 podcast. Check out the X-Play feed at g4tv.com/podcast.
You won't regret it.
That's right. Stay right there, everybody. G4's E3 08 preview show continues right after this.
E308 Live is brought to you by Wendy's. It's way better than fast food. It's Wendy's.
I love your disheveled tie.
Does it look like I forgot how to tie it? Everybody, welcome back.
Very special day.
It's G4's E3 08 preview show presented by Wendy's.
How much do you love Wendy's? Let's just
dipping a
take
fry
second.
and a Frosty is just a
And
dream come true.
Their junior bacon cheeseburgers, how do they get them into squares?
Square patties. Square cows?
amazing.
Who knows? Today, we're skipping the hype and getting right into it. We've got a hands-on demo pretty much of every hot game this year.
That's right. I think we have more demos than we've ever had for any E3. And all this week, you guys, we will be coming to you live from E3 with even more demos, like I said, and interviews, and pretty much anything else we can get our hands on.
So far, we've actually had a chance to play Halo Wars. We saw some Fable 2, Silent Hill Homecoming, but nothing yet that really drips with 80s nostalgia. I think it's missing.
Or slime, if that's what you're getting at. Is that what you're getting at? Some slime, some green
maybe that's what
slime.
I'm getting at.
Now, our next game answers a very important question. What do you do when someone asks you if you're a god?
Admit it. You say yes! You know, most movie tie-ins are rushed to meet a release date and the quality suffers, but in an odd turn of events, Ghostbusters the video game is really the closest thing that you're getting to an actual new movie, and Morgan has the world premiere demo.
The return of the Ectomobile, Proton Packs, and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man can only mean one thing: the next chapter in one of the biggest science fiction comedies of all time. Sierra's Ghostbusters the video game puts you in the role of a new recruit who joins the fearless foursome. Written by Dan Aykroyd and Harold Ramis, the game features voice acting by the original cast, new ghost hunting weapons, big boss battles, multiplayer action, and our favorite floating green goo, Slimer.
Joining us today for the world premiere hands-on demo of Ghostbusters, the video game, associate producer Mr. Ryan French. Thank you so much for dropping by and bringing us the game.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so we're going to take a look at this on the PS3, but it's not only going to be available for the PS3.
Right, PS3, 360 PC for this version, and then there's a stylized version for the Wii and PS2, and then a third version for the DS.
So everybody's going to be able to get this in some form or another. All right, you have Dan Aykroyd and Harold Ramis. He's writing the script. They're both writing the script for that. How is that working with them?
Great. They helped us a lot with bringing the original Ghostbusters authenticity to the game and keeping the new story in line with the story that came out in the movies.
I mean, were you surprised at all how excited they were to work on this project? I mean, video games, and a lot of celebrities, a lot of people think, oh, video games, it's just throwaway, it's for kids.
They both really got into it. But in addition, we also got Ernie Hudson and Bill Murray and a lot of the other talent from the original movies. So we've got the whole ensemble back together. And we also really appreciate that Sony Pictures Consumer Products were willing to share the IP with everyone.
That doesn't always happen, which is key. So what was it like working with Bill Murray?
Well, his VO is the most recent to come in, and he brings a lot of the comedy to the Ghostbusters team, and having him stuff come in really pulls the whole ensemble together.
Okay, so what are we looking at here? Who are you? Who are you playing?
You play as the rookie Ghostbuster, the 5th Ghostbuster, the experimental equipment technician. And basically that means you're the guinea pig for all the dangerous new stuff. Ray and Egon don't need to wear the dangerous stuff anymore, so they've got it on you, and they just kind of send you in first to go clean up.
But see, that means you get all the best toys.
Yeah, you get all the best toys, and you're right in the action at all times.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the gameplay mechanic. How's basic gameplay going to work?
It's a third-person action adventure, so you're controlling the rookie with dual stick control, and there's obviously combat where you are blasting at ghosts and capturing them with the capture beam and the proton beam and trapping them. But then, like you see here, you're also using the PK meter and the paragoggles to hunt through the environments and find the other ghosts that are hiding from you. Some are going to jump out and attack you, try to turn you into a ghost yourself, but a lot of the others are kind of hiding and you need to track them down.
Let's talk a little bit about the money system.
Well, you may notice as he's playing through that you get money for catching ghosts, and you're also docked money for destroying objects in the world. The whole world is very destructible, and you're going to cause thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of damage as you're going through. But luckily, you get to upgrade your equipment as you go with the money you earn, but the city is footing the bill for everything you destroy.
Right, so maybe you'll earn $100 after you bill them for $100,000.
Exactly.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the physics engine you're going to be using. I mean, you can see these destructible environments here.
Yeah, well, the physics engine is proprietary to Terminal Reality, the guys making the game down in Dallas, Texas. They've been working on this engine for years, and this is the first next-gen version. It's called the Infernal Engine, and the physics portion of it is called Velocity, which is an apt name because all these physics objects are flying all over the place all the time, as you can see.
So what kind of environments are we going to see? Are we going to see some environments from the movies, or are we going to see environments that are sort of all new?
You're going to see revisits to a lot of familiar environments, but there's going to be a lot of new stuff too.
All right, let's talk about some of the new weapons that are in the game.
Well, an interesting thing is that we are calling it all equipment, not weapons, because these guys are scientists, not soldiers. And so you have the neutrino wand and the proton pack and the PKE meter and the paragoggles, but we're also adding a bunch of new equipment types. So we've got the dark matter generator, the Meson collider, the slime blower, slime tether, and the boson dart.
So what does the slime tether do?
Slime tether sticks ghosts and physics objects to each other or to any surface in the world.
That sounds exciting. I'm imagining the possibilities you can do with that.
Oh yeah, you can. Well, it helps a lot when you're fighting ghosts to stick them to things to kind of slow them down, and then you can also use it in puzzles. So
you're on a team. Is it that you give your team orders, or are you kind of along for the ride?
Well, you're the rookie Ghostbuster, so you're the greenhorn, and they're telling you what to do. So they're chattering back and forth on the radio the whole time, and so they're strategizing as they go how they're going to approach each situation. And so you just kind of need to play off their lead.
You're not escorting them anywhere.
Right. Yeah, they're kind of escorting you.
Okay.
But then once they get, when things go crazy, they send you in first. That looks dangerous. Send the new guy.
Who is the character modeled after?
Me.
You?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. They needed a standard.
Awesome.
They needed a standard corn-fed Midwest average-looking dude.
Have to pay.
Yep. Actor that they didn't have to pay.
All right. Now, can you tell us a little bit about the multiplayer?
Well, the big reveal for multiplayer is going to be coming up at Comic-Con. We're going to have a panel with a lot of the Ghostbusters talent, so you'll be able to find out a lot there. But right now I can tell you that we're going to have different versions of multiplayer on the different SKUs, and that you're going to be able to play online on Xbox Live and PSN.
That was a big, fantastic, I'll tell you later. But fortunately, actually, G4 is going to be at Comic-Con, so we'll be covering all of that. When is Ghostbusters, the video game, going to be hitting store shelves?
This fall.
This fall? Well, we cannot wait. Ryan, thank you so much for stopping by and bringing us Ghostbusters, the video game. Now, for even more Ghostbusters, be sure to head to g4tv.com/E3. And right now, let's head back over to Kevin.
Thanks, Morgan. Now, earlier, we asked viewers what other gaming franchise should have an RTS title. Well, we've totaled up the responses, and our viewers said that they would love to see a Gears of War real-time strategy. They're taking actually 51% of the vote. Pretty impressive. I would love to see little chainsaw bayonet soldiers
That's not
chopping each other up.
surprising. It's not a surprising
It's
percentage.
sweet.
You guys stay with us because G4's E3 08 preview show is really far from over. We've got a whole other hour coming up. We've got all of 2008's biggest titles here, ready to be shown for the very first time.
That's right. Coming up, we go inside Too Human with Dennis Dyack and get the latest on the game that's been a decade in the making. You have to see it. E3 2008 preview special presented by Wendy's. Now, so far, E3 is shaping up to be ridiculously good, if what we've seen so far is any indication.
I think it's an indication. Now, this is only just a taste of what's coming over the next 3 days. Once E3 08 is in full swing, we'll be there covering it all for you, playing the games and hoarding all the free stuff we can get our hands on.
And then putting it on Craigslist. That's because we are G4 and we are here for you. And of course, we're here for ourselves. Coming up this hour, the man behind some of your favorite games, Silicon Knights' Dennis Dyack is here with the inside scoop on Too Human.
Plus, Vin Diesel is coming back to video games with fast cars and over-the-top chases. It's The Wheelman.
Yes, and Bethesda's Todd Howard takes us into the post-apocalyptic world of his newest game, Fallout 3. But right now, let's go over to Olivia, who's got something for all of you dreamers.
Thanks, guys. Now, you can't walk around E3 without bumping into someone who has a job creating the games that you love. To work in this industry, it takes plenty of hard work, lots of technical know-how, and a metric ton of Red Bull. And if your guys are coming up short on all fronts, there is another field you should consider entering.
Peter, I think, is one of the least known icons in the industry. Not only did he contribute to the motion in the game, but he also contributed to the storyline, and so few people know about him.
The first time I saw his work, it just made me weep. You know, this guy could capture motion in a way to where all you had to see was of his data points, and you understood the pathos of humanity.
Without me, it would just be motion. Motionless, minus the capturing. Just motion. And nobody wants that.
He's actually a pretty exciting guy to watch because when he tries to get into character ahead of time, he really immerses himself in that character for not just hours, not just days, but sometimes weeks at a time.
I've played robots, I've played, super fans, Gollum in the Lord of the Rings video games.
Yes, my precious.
It's really sad to see now a character as just so creative, with such creative potential, has just been, abused by our industry. It's just heartbreaking.
There's nothing wrong with doing a hot coffee mod. We ready to go? All right, let's do this. Oh, girl, you should be getting paid for this. I actually played both characters. I was the guy and the girl. I f***ed myself. Was that good? You guys want another take on that one?
He's redefined what motion capture means in America and really all over the world.
It's a struggle, but if you believe in what you're doing, it'll pay off. Because there's one motion they can't capture. That's emotion. Oh, and hands. Hands are really hard.
Hey guys, remember, if you can't write code, there's still hope. It's a sad, desperate hope, but it's hope. Right now, let's go back over to Kevin and Morgan for a look at that other big convention coming up very, very soon.
Yes, thank you, Olivia. E3 is sorely lacking in cosplay as of late, but don't worry, that's no problem because G4's Stay Out of the Sun Summer continues with another huge event, Comic-Con 08 Live.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're taking you inside San Diego's pop culture phenomenon with an unprecedented having 6 hours of colossal live coverage.
That's right. No one else has G4's access to the events, the comics, the movies, and of course, the stars.
Yes.
The fanboys are back, and this time it's serious, so do not miss Comic-Con 08 Live. That's July 24th and 25th. You guys can check out g4tv.com/Comic-Con if you want more info.
It's convenient like that.
Yeah.
Well, after the break, Dennis Dyack will be here to talk about his latest project, Too Human.
Later on, we're going to lock ourselves up for a couple hundred years or so with Todd Howard and Fallout 3. So get ready for our exclusive world premiere demo.
Now get up to this at E308 News exclusive video, screenshots, photos, and more at g4tv.com/E3, and we will be right back.
Presented by Wendy's. And we're cracking E3 open early and picking all the tender tidbits inside.
The ones that everybody loves. And you guys, we are feeding those tidbits to you like a mama bird just feeding her little chicks. You know, if Kevin was here, he would do this. But that's gross. But also informative if you think about it. And
Yeah, knowledge is power. My power sucks.
I know you're not used to me, and I'm sorry, Adam.
Coming up, we'll talk with Bethesda's Todd Howard about Fallout 3 and then bring you the exclusive world premiere demo of this open world end of times epic.
But first, it's time to find out what you guys think about this year's E3 show with our next X-Poll question. 2008 will be the year of what? Will it be A, fighter, B, RPG, or C, shooter? Tell us what you guys think at g4tv.com/E3 or text E3 to G4TXT. That's 44898 on your mobile phone to vote. You guys, we will be back later with the results in this show. But right now, we want to go over to Kevin and Morgan, who are feeling very social. And Kevin knows what I'm talking about, right? Kev? No?
Huh? Yeah, E3! It's cheering. It's just
okay, I got
dude
it.
cheering.
It's kind of like the jazz hands of cheering. All right, I gotcha. All right, now we have covered a lot so far today, and we want to hear your take on the latest news and everything else coming up at E3.
All right, for that, we're joined, of course, by the virtual audience powered by Stickcam. All right, joining us right now in the virtual audience is Chris, all the way from California. What's your question, Chris?
Hi, now that the Microsoft press conference is over, what do you think Sony and Nintendo have to bring to the party to match or even beat Microsoft this year?
You know, I don't think Microsoft brought anything that massive that we hadn't seen before. I know there's fanboys saying Final Fantasy 13, and I'm saying,
but it was a well-rounded press conference. They brought a little something for everybody.
It was well-rounded. It was well thought out. They put a lot of planning into it. They basically said that they're the juggernaut. They have every game. They have everything you want to play. If you're looking for a console, you need to buy an Xbox 360. And I think Sony, of course, needs to bring the games.
Yeah, Sony's got to bring some exclusives. They have to answer back. Microsoft said, hey, look, we are going to beat Sony in units sold this generation or this year. So Sony has to answer back with something. And I think Nintendo has to prove that third-party developers and publishers are the Wii is a viable platform for them. Because Microsoft came out and said, look at all the money that third-party developers are making. And so far, I hear that third-party developers on the Wii, they're still struggling a bit.
Well, I mean, Sony does love statistics, and they've always loved their statistics.
Right. They love their PowerPoint.
Microsoft didn't have any of that stuff. They had like one slide with a couple numbers on it. So we're going to see how Sony really responds to that, if they bring the numbers or if they bring something that's more accessible. But next, let's hear from Anthony in New York. What's your question, Anthony?
Hey, I was wondering, does it kind of seem like Microsoft is copying the best stuff from Nintendo and Sony with their fall updates?
I'm going to counter with copying the worst stuff.
You really hate these avatars, don't you?
I hate them.
What if when you're playing Gears of War, you beat it on the ridiculously insane difficulty and you get a sweet Horde or Locust T-shirt for your avatar? Okay, I guess not. No, look, did Microsoft perhaps copy the Mii's and the home avatars for them? Maybe they did, but you know what? Microsoft always innovated first on the online space. Everybody else has copied them, and they're the first to really bring like the interactive game shows and to bring like a partnership with Netflix. So they're doing some really innovative stuff, along with copying your favorite parts.
Well, it's not like Nintendo invented the avatar.
Right.
So we shouldn't really give them too much credit for that.
But they made it cute and customizable like that. No? Okay. All right. You really hate those avatars. Finally, we have Joey from Oregon. Go ahead, Joey.
Hey, what game from the floor of E3 are you guys looking to get your hands on?
You know, we're getting our hands on a lot of games right here on our very own floor.
Yeah, I was excited to interview the Halo Wars guys. I want to play it because it looks like it's easy to control with an actual Xbox controller, which is still confusing to me as a PC gamer to know that you could play an RTS on the console. But I'm excited. I want to embarrass myself at the Lips booth. I'm shaking that motion-sensitive controller, and I'm taking...
You are not.
What was that girl's name? Duffy?
Not.
Hillary Duffy? Or Huffy? What was her name?
Just Duffy.
Duffy. Well, just Duffy is going down when I get my hands on that Ritz controller.
You are going to plug your Zune into your Xbox, and then you are just going to rock out.
That is it.
All right, virtual audience, thank you so much for coming by. Now let's go over to Adam, who's with one of gaming's biggest names.
Now, Too Human has been in development for around 10 years. It was once a PS1 title, then a GameCube title, but now it's finally on its way as an Xbox 360 exclusive. And here with the latest on the game is Denis Dyack, the man behind the Cyberpunk Norse epic.
Silicon Knights, developers of Legacy of Kain and Eternal Darkness, are set to release their highly anticipated RPG action title, Too Human. The game features 2-player co-op, online multiplayer, and enough loot to keep you happy for days. With Too Human set to debut this August, who better to talk about it than the man in charge, president and founder of Silicon Knights, Denis Dyack.
Thank you so much for joining us, Denis.
Oh, my pleasure. Glad to be here.
So, the moment is almost upon us.
It is.
I mean, you've really been at this a long time. I think the first thing is, a lot of people say 10 years in the making, 10 years in the making. What was that game? Like its original inception back when it could have been on the PlayStation 1?
It's totally different. And I think, you know, we went through some development on the PS1, but when we became a second party of Nintendo and we worked with them, we really didn't do a lot of development on it. And then when we moved away from Nintendo and started working with Microsoft, that's really where the gestation started. And we really started working towards the incarnation that Too Human is now, with the hunting and gathering, the live play, and it's really been a regular development cycle.
Now, when did Too Human really become like that was the primary thing that you were working on? Was it always in the background while you were working on games like Eternal Darkness or working on the Metal Gear Solid game?
Yeah, Silicon Knights always has a lot of ideas in the back burner, and if it's a good idea, it just survives. So we've really we've always loved Too Human, and we've always wanted to get to it. And so after we finished, you know, Eternal Darkness and moved on to Metal Gear, we had our sights set on Too Human, and we just went for it after we finished. So.
Now, obviously, even from that point, it has been a fairly long development cycle for you. What is that like? I mean, obviously, it's tough even to try to do a game in 2 years, so much less, 3 or even more than that. How do you stay with it and stay focused?
It's just the love for the game, and we really do have a lot of passion for the things that we create, and I think everyone at Silicon Knights wants to make the best possible experience that we can with every game, and each time there's something different with it, and I think Too Human really stands out on its own from the previous games that we've made, and really sort of takes Silicon Knights in a new direction from our previous one, so we're pretty happy with it.
Yes, it definitely is. Now, was it always going to be the cyberpunk telling of Norse mythology, or were there other iterations of how you're going to try to tell this story in your mind?
Well, that's a pretty funny event occurred. Ken McCulloch and myself, we've been working together for about 16 years, and when we're thinking about, after we finished Metal Gear, or maybe just near the end of Metal Gear, we were talking about what we wanted to do with Too Human, and we always had Norse mythology in there. We always sort of cater a lot of research into what we do with all of our games. But then we were kicking back and forth what we could do to make it really stand out and be different. And he said jokingly one day, he goes, why don't we just retell Norse mythology? Because he was frustrated because we were trying to work out ideas. And I looked at him and he just went, no. And I go, yes. And then we started working towards it, and that's how it came to be.
Be careful what you say at work, because it'll turn out to be a reality or a virtual reality or something like that.
Exactly.
Now the game, you yourself have described it that it has similarities to Diablo. I have to say, after playing it, I find it a little bit more complex like that. What do you think is the best way to describe how you play the game in terms of its combat?
It's really deceptive by watching it until you play it yourself. So it's got the hunting and gathering and all the upgrades that you can see, and you can really change your character. But games, let's say like Diablo, World of Warcraft, you essentially attack an enemy, wear it down, and then move on to the next one. There's some strategy, but in Too Human, it's very strategic. You almost have to assess the battlefield and say, okay, I've got a missile guy over here, I've got a troll over here, I've got a leader over here, and you've got to pick and choose how you're going to beat them. If you see a guy with a shield, you have to juggle him in the air and do a fierce. And if you don't do that, you're going to die a lot.
Yes, and I gotta say, I've been having so much fun playing this early build of the game. I just wanted to, just let you know that yourself. And once again, for our viewers, when will the game be coming out?
August 19th. We just released a demo today.
That's right.
So you can play the demo.
Demo!
We have a new website up, And we just released a trailer exclusively to you guys, and it aired a few days ago, so we're excited. I hope everyone likes what they see.
Yes, I do already. I think a lot of people out there will. Dennis, so good to see you.
Thank you.
Congratulations on finally getting to you and me.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, well, let's send things back over to Morgan and Kevin.
It is so great to have you on set. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Now, I know. All of this E3 excitement might be a bit overwhelming, maybe even making you a little queasy. But if that's the case, watch out for Hurl, G4's new original series.
Yes, inspired by the outrageousness found on the viral web. Yes, the viral web, not the regular web. Hurl combines competitive speed eating and intense physical challenges, all designed to shake up the competitors.
So just relax, let go, and hurl. It all starts tomorrow night at 9, right after E3 08 Live, only on G4. For details and to play the Hurl game, log on to g4tv.com/hurl.
All right, we've got to take a very quick break. Coming up, we will run down everything that was just announced at the Electronic Arts media briefing.
Plus, Vin Diesel is back in a brand new game, and this one is set in a world I know he's very familiar with. We'll go hands-on with the Wheelman. Stay with us.
Teaser trailers and the hype and decided just to get to the games, right, Adam?
Just the games. Today's show was full of exclusive live hands-on demos, and it's only the beginning. Just multiply everything you see today by, I don't know, a gabillion, which is a lot.
Yeah, that's
just so
a lot.
you know. And then you'll have some idea of what's coming in the days ahead.
Now, Microsoft wasn't the only company to have a big press event today. Electronic Arts wrapped up theirs earlier in the evening.
Yes, that's right, Olivia. They don't have a new console to show, but plenty of software for the year ahead. First up was a demo of the first-person shooter, really it's a third-person shooter, Dead Space. In the new demo, the player battles a polymorphic species named the Necromorphs. This clever enemy adapts with new stances, different tactics, and even sprouts new limbs based on where it was wounded. The player must find its weak points if they want to survive. Now, Dead Space is available on October 21st on the Xbox 360, the PS3, and the PC.
Next up was another first-person shooter called Mirror's Edge. This game was first announced by EA last summer, if you guys remember. Now, Mirror's Edge has a realistic, brightly colored style set in a dystopia world that is heavily monitored by a totalitarian government. A network of runners, including the main character, Faith, are used to transmit messages while evading capture. In-game, certain items turn to red to help players find the right path for their character to take. EA calls it Runner's Vision. Mirror's Edge will be released simultaneously on Xbox, PS3, and the PC by the end of this year.
And if you're curious, that game does not make you puke. Finally, the crowd was treated to Spore, and creator Will Wright. Yes. He was back to show it off. This time, he focused on the creature creator and cited some impressive statistics. Since the creator was released, it took users 24 hours to create, get this, 100,000 creatures. That's in 24 hours. And the total has now grown to about 2 million creatures. Since Spore will finally be available for the Mac and Windows on September 7th. And we're going to have more on Spore later in the week. Now, don't forget, you can watch the EA press conference in its entirety on our website. Go to g4tv.com. Actually, just go to g4tv.com for details. There's no slash or anything. I would say
just leave it blank. You guys stick around because later in the week we'll have demos of Dead Space, Mirror's Edge, and many others. But right now, let's send it back over to Kevin.
What's after the slash? There's got to be something. Just because Vin Diesel is a movie star, that doesn't mean that he can't be a nerd, right? I mean, besides being a D&D fanatic, he's also a huge gamer and was actively involved in the Chronicles of Riddick video game. Well, Vin has a new game on the way, and it's called The Wheelman. And as you can guess, this one involves a lot of cars and probably a whole lot of explosions. Here's Wheelman's executive producer, Sean Hemmerich. He's gonna punch the pedal for us. Sean, thanks for stopping by. The girls were waiting outside with posters. They're huge fans. When you got out of the limo, they were just chanting the name. And
yeah, it's weird. Just hanging out with Vin gives you that kind of notoriety.
Yeah, I bet it does. Your MySpace is blowing up, right?
Yeah, I need to learn how to do D&D now, but
you do. Just roll, say Magic Missile a lot, and really enjoy Mountain Dew. Awesome. There's nothing to it. Let's talk about the Wheelman here, because this property. I mean, first of all, what are we driving? Why are we driving so fast? Can't we just obey the speed limits, click it or ticket kind of stuff?
Yeah, the whole thing is we really want to give that like Hollywood feel to it. So, you know, all the driving games have the over-the-top speed, but we put a lot of like cinematic aspects to everything. So, as you're watching the game, you can see like, well, different camera angles, a lot of different cutaways, but things that the player's in control of.
Right.
wanting to give them the chance to have those moves. So when you pull off like a move like the Cyclone with Vehicle Melee, it's the player doing that move. They're the one pulling it off, causing that to happen.
I want to get to those moves in a second, but first I want to talk about the inspiration for this game, because you said you wanted that Hollywood feel. So you watching Ronin?
Yeah, all the Ronin, all the Bourne
Transporter,
identities.
Bourne Identity.
Yeah, you know, see him flying around the world in like a taxi cab and mini cars. You know, we totally have that. You know, it's more about you having the driving skill, not having that like, well, if I don't get the Ferrari, I can't possibly beat this game.
Right, exactly. Well, and how does the plot of the game relate to the movie that's coming out?
Well, all I know at this point, because we're so heads down in the game, is they're not copies. They're sequential. The one thing where the game tells one part of the story and the movie tells another part of it. You have to talk to the Tygon guys and some of the movie people.
Sure.
I know they're in the script.
But it's nice that you're not beholden to something else that's going on. You don't have to try to mirror another property. You guys can focus on making the game as fun as you want.
Yeah, with the game's scoring and script and stuff, we spent about 3 months with Vin's guys. It's actually a little more like probably 6 once we got down to it, getting them together, linked up and synced, and like, okay, this is going to be the canon for the game, and this is how we're going to get it to go forward.
And how is it working with Vin exactly? Because I hear like the guy is the real deal. He's super into the games. He cares about the properties, and he can have discussions on a creative level as well as on a player level.
You can. The kind of two things we've had with Vin is, one, he is a gamer, so he knows what he's doing. Like one of the first times our creative director met with him, they sat and played some fighting games for like a couple hours, talking about different things. And that actually gave us a lot of ideas on how to get back into the game and things we wanted to carry into the game. He's like, you know, it'd be really cool if we could have this be a more attack-oriented, more like a punch, things like that.
And his traps are so huge that no one can say no to him. So he ultimately, no one's ever going to bother.
Yeah, agreed.
When it comes to the driving experience of this game, you mentioned moves, which I think is interesting because most people say, okay, I go fast, the game looks pretty, maybe there's some sparks, and that's it. But you actually have a set of tools that you can use to dispatch other cars.
Yeah, totally. You know, we have all those things you'd expect from a high-speed driving game.
Like this is the Cyclone right here, right?
Exactly. So what JJ's pulling off right now is a Cyclone move. Basically, just like you saw in like Dart with a Vengeance, pull the handbrake, spin around. You have a few seconds, like in a first-person shooter. If you hit the engine, either engine, or you can take out the driver specifically. Or if it's a car you can't kill, like a boss car, you just need to slow them down. You can shoot out the tires, gas tank from behind.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Hard to pull off in the Prius too. I tried. It's really, really hard. And there's also sort of like a muscle maneuver where you shift your weight and kind of.
Yeah, totally. Well, JJ will probably do it here, but you can just, as anyone who gets near you can kind of just battle them and just slam them side to side, just flicking the right stick side to side.
Oh!
So send them
that
flying.
That looks violent. And a pedestrian who was just waiting for the bus.
Yeah,
the guy was just standing there.
That happens.
Well, tell me about the city, because obviously it's alive. There's things going on in there.
Totally. It's a recreated Barcelona. We took everything you wanted from having a Spanish city, thrown it around. And then we, of course, took some artistic liberties, the fact that it's a video game.
Right.
But like here is, of course, roadblocks. So the players got control of this the whole time.
Right.
That isn't a scripted moment, other than the fact that it happens, but wherever the player's at, and they can take the route anywhere they want because it's open world. It happens different each time.
Oh, that's incredible. And there's also, I mean, there's on-foot aspects. There's a huge shooting element. I want to touch on that, but we're running out of time. I have to ask, what about the online, any multiplayer aspects?
There isn't the online. We've been focusing a lot on the single player, and some of the moves we have just weren't going to be able to work well online.
Right.
So we didn't want to force them in online, and also we didn't want to limit the first-person aspect, like just the combos of being able to melee.
Well, then let's talk about that on-foot experience. I mean, what kind of weapons do we have?
Yeah, you get all the weapons you totally expect. Everything from the pistol, heavy machine guns, to the grenade launcher.
Right.
It's just a blast. You know, we have semis in the game, and you'll be driving a semi, and somebody's shooting grenades at you, and just dodging those like gauntlet type things.
Have you ever had moments where you sit back and go, okay, wow, that just looked awesome. I can't believe that. Just look at that.
Yeah, we actually retuned some of the missions based on things people were just doing in the open world, like driving the semis around, and guys were just finding out something to slam. It's like, okay, we're gonna build a mission. One of the bosses is in a semi,
right?
And you got to knock the tank off the back, and the trailer's flying behind you.
I love it.
You got, one of those. I don't know if this is a horrible reference, but like the old Knight Rider. Remember there was Good and Bad Knight Rider?
Yeah.
And you had to shoot out the weak point in the semi.
Does it blink
totally
red?
have that.
Does it blink? Or does it? Okay.
We totally have that. You're driving the car, and you got to shoot out the car and shoot out that dead point to throw the trailer
Sean,
flying.
It looks incredible. It looks like you've done some really unique and interesting things too, vehicular-based, racing and combat, and I just can't wait to play it. So
cool.
Thanks for coming on and showing it off
Thanks,
to our audience. Looks really good, guys. That's the Wheel Man right now. We're going back to Adam and Morgan.
Vehicular combat. All right, coming up, we'll get some FaceTime with Bethesda's Todd Howard and bring you the exclusive premiere demo of Fallout 3 and dancing again.
And we'll have more new demos, the latest news, and the results of our latest poll as GeForce E308 preview show continues.
Watch the best of our E308 coverage whenever you want, starting this Thursday, July 17th. Look for G4 on demand on your channel lineup. Check out g4tv.com/video for more info.
show presented by Wendy's. Now, screw the trailers.
Forget them.
We've got the games, and we're playing them live.
Now, still to come, we go hands-on with Bethesda's follow-up to Oblivion's the super violent, ultra-tense Fallout 3.
You guys don't want to miss our exclusive world premiere demo. Then we'll tell you what you can expect to see tomorrow on day 1 of E3 08 Live.
But first, it looks like the results of our latest X-Poll are in. Let's find out how the people voted.
Okay, earlier in the show, we asked you guys what game genre will reign supreme in 2008. The results are in, and you said 2008 will be the year of the shooter.
Wow.
We'll be getting 65% of the vote. Does that surprise you?
They seemed a little serious about that.
Yeah, 65.
People love shooters. All right, now let's go over to Adam and Kevin, who have the man behind one of the year's most talked about games.
If you're a fan of retro future post-apocalyptic RPGs, then Fallout 3 is just the game for you.
Yes, but even if you're not, and you probably are, but even if you're not, you need to see this game because our next guest can fill us in on all the gruesome, amazing details.
Bethesda Softworks executive producer Todd Howard is known for creating expansive and detailed fantasy worlds. After major success with the Elder Scrolls series, Howard and his team are headed to the apocalypse for their next adventure. Fallout 3 continues the tradition of open-world gameplay, player freedom, and the feeling of being immersed in a completely new world. But it's not pretty, and you'll need to be smart and ruthless to survive.
All right, Todd, it's so good to have you. And not only do applaud Todd Howard.
You are a rock star, sir. A rock star.
We're going to get to the game in 1 second. I'm just curious.
I'm going down in flames. It's going to be bad.
Okay, good. I love bad. Obviously, your game is super awesome. Is there any other game
that's at E3 that's kind of caught your eye?
Had some time at the Microsoft briefing to play with Resident Evil 5 and the Capcom guys, and that game is off the hook. Yeah, and that is really good stuff.
It's so gorgeous.
Yeah,
it's great. Co-op now. It's going to be amazing. But I want to ask you about the PC industry in general. I'm wondering, have you had that moment of silence for the fact that it's sadly a platform that's dead? Apparently, I mean, everybody for the
We're
last.
We're doing Fallout in the PC.
I know. Every year people say the PC's dying. I mean,
why do they have to? If it's dead, they wouldn't have to keep saying that. So obviously, it's not dead.
Exactly. It's like one of those creatures that won't die at the end of a horror movie. Okay, and with that, let's go look at some of this wonderful game that you brought with us.
All right, so here's Fallout 3. I'm gonna play and talk, see what we can do. So here I am out in the wasteland. The game does take place in post-apocalyptic Washington, D.C. in the year 2277. So it's a big open world. I'm kind of on the outskirts of the wasteland right here. And, we're really pushing the hardware in the 360 here.
Yeah.
You can play in third person if you want, or first person.
Now, are we looking at tech that's functionally what we saw in Oblivion, or is it completely new?
We started with the Oblivion stuff, but you learn a lot making such a big game on the platform, and we're really, really pushing the hardware. We're drawing easily twice as many objects. The 360 just chews through doing all these level of destruction. We've rewritten all of the pixel shaders over again. There goes our iBot with the voice of Malcolm McDowell. He's the president, John Henry Eden.
Now the president and this whole group of the sense that there is somehow a government that no one can see it. How does that work in the game?
Well, it's kind of supposed to be mysterious, so you'll find out. You kind of see these iBots and they're broadcasting, and then as the story goes on, you find out more and more about what is the government doing and who is the government. Here are my various stats I have. Charisma.
And right now we're looking at all your stats on your wrists, easily accessible.
Right, so it's cool. We spent a lot of time. Our joke was we ran out of places to put pixel shaders, so now we put them on the fonts. Right. We spent forever on this retro 50s device. We have lots of perks from the previous games, like Bloody Mess, which does that to people.
Actually, for some of our audience,
blood sausage.
Let's get a sense. How do the perks work in the game?
So when you level up, you get to pick a perk, and then that's like a special ability that your player has. It's over the top in some ways. Different things you can do. Bloody Mess is one of the favorites.
Bloody Mess is one of the best icons I've seen in a long while. But what are some of the other perks?
My other favorite one is Mysterious Stranger, which is you pick it, and then once in a while a guy will just appear and help you out. So the way we do is once in a while in VATS, if you don't kill a guy, Mysterious Stranger just pops up with his fedora and bam, and just kills the guy for you.
Oh, well, I need a Mysterious Stranger. Let's jump back in the game here.
Yeah, let's see the game here. And you said VATS, and for those who didn't get a chance to see the press conference, for those who still haven't read up on the game, can you describe VATS and how the system works?
VATS stands for the Vault-Tec Assisted Targeting System, so it allows you to pause time and queue up moves. I'll show some of it in a bit.
Yeah, let's go take a look.
Turn on the radios that are broadcasting. I like my marching band music.
There we go. Yeah, the moment this demo came on the screen,
Hold on, let me switch to the sniper rifle.
Uh-oh.
you can do this in real time.
Oh, nice.
Where's the other guy? Shoot me over. So this is VATS. If I press the right bumper, it's going to go into VATS, and then I can queue up individual body parts. And so I can say, okay, here's my percentage chance to hit, and then queue up these moves, and then zap.
Then it pulls you out. You get the cinematic camera.
That's all we have. Just guys blowing up everywhere.
I could do that for 100 hours easily.
I have.
And when you do that with the VATS, it's that quick. Go in, choose the body part, get out.
Even though it's tactical, you want to keep it quick. And it's optional, so you can play it like a first-person shooter, or you can do that. This is one of these protection pods you can get in and kind of avoid things. There are skill books you can find. Like
it didn't work for that guy, apparently.
Chinese. This is a Chinese commando, so I'm finding stuff in there. And you can actually find magazines. So what I'm doing here is, that's under the aid category. We have various drugs and things like that, but the Chinese Army Spec Ops manual is like, you consume it like in the previous. You read it, now my sneak skill goes up.
Right.
But then you also have various drugs you can take, which help you out. And then these are also addictive. So if you abuse the drugs, you can get addicted to them, and then you have to stay on them, or your stats are hurt. So a really nice balance with how all of that works as well.
Life's just hard in the post-apocalypse.
Apparently.
Now, I think we're going to stop down for a second, and we're going to go to break and come back and see even more good stuff. And I believe you have a special surprise that I don't even know about.
Just for you. It's
just for me?
You. Yes.
All right, everybody, just stay right there. We'll be right back with more Fallout 3. A special surprise.
Guys, do not want to miss the second half of our world premiere demo. There might be a mysterious stranger. You never know.
Yeah.
Stick around, everybody. Oh, actually, first, let's check in with the ladies here. They have a very, very important message.
We do have a very important message. We would like to remind you of gcycle.org, which is GeForce partnership with Earth 911, aimed at reducing the impact of electronic waste on the environment.
That's right. The environment is taking a beating these days. So when you're considering what to do with all those old consoles, computers, cell phones, please remember to G-Cycle all your tech. Visit gcycle.org to find local places to ditch your old electronics and start G-cycling. Also, another important message to Todd Howard. We like surprises, too. Not just Adam. Hello, we're here.
We're going to get some good surprises right after the break. Todd Howard will take us through more of Fallout 3. I know, an exclusive world premiere demo.
Right, the end of the world is here, and you'll only see it right here when G4 E308 preview show returns. What's up, Todd Howard?
Welcome back to G4's E308 preview show presented by Wendy's. Now, we have covered a lot today, and it's only fitting we end with this show with the end of the world itself.
That's right.
Yes.
Now, we just got a hint of what to expect in Fallout 3 with Todd Howard, but now Adam and Kevin are ready for so much more.
Yes.
All right, we talked about it, looked at it, admired it, and we just got our first taste.
That's right. Can we please play some more Fallout 3?
Let's check it out. Yeah.
Daddy like you. I like you.
So we're coming up on a raider camp here. I already did the sniper rifle. Let's switch to the, let's do grenades.
Yeah, why not? Let's chuck a little nade at him. Not going to use VATS? Or there we go.
Not on this. Let me see. Can I get some guys over here? Yeah, we'll do it to him. See what happens.
Oh, nice!
Whoa! He's still going!
Oh, you know, so there's that.
Excellent weightless torso physics. Oh my god.
So it is. Oh! So it is you can play this as a shooter.
You can, but then VATS is a lot of fun because you can okay, combat shotgun, head.
Oh! That was the RoboCop camera angle there.
Yeah.
Very nice. I'm sorry, Murphy. That
This
is
guy
incredible.
always messes me up. Oh, my arm's been crippled. And a stim pack there.
So you actually get damage to various body parts. It's not just, hey, I'm losing health everywhere.
Oh, where is this guy? Let me get my sniper rifle.
I love that the patriotic radio station trudges on throughout all of this.
We will
This guy always
endure.
gets in trouble. There it is.
Uh-oh.
He's going to have to go out again. We'll do that to him. Redundant, but I want him dead.
You know what, Todd? That's really not redundant.
Yeah,
unless awesome can be redundant.
He exploded slightly different.
Exactly, that's
A
true.
lot of stuff over here you got to pick up to survive, so picking up trash is important. But there are various skills in the game. So here's a container over here, and I can open this up and try some lock picking. There's also a help system in the game you can use if you need it. But the way this works is the left stick is moving this bobby pin, and I'm trying to find the right angle for it, and then I can open up the container. And that's based on your lock picking skill and all of that. And then I can pick up these frag mines.
Is there like a brute force type skill that you can get to just pound the box into the ground until it knocks open?
That there is really, let's be stealthy and let's have this You know, not just be a combat fest. You can also talk your way through various situations. Well, I couldn't do it with this one, but you know, let me take out this turret with some dots.
There we go. And we have laser weapons, so it's not just kind of like old, old 1950s type weaponry.
Exactly. And so what I'm going to do here, you had asked about this, Adam, last time I was on, and I was explaining some of the weapons you can make, including the rocket launcher. This is a weapon you can build. So you build it out of a wood chipper and a leaf blower. You're going to see the Mr. Chipper there.
You can build your own weapons in the game from scratch.
This is a weapon you can build, and then when you go to load it up, it goes in your inventory and finds all the crap you have, like this lunchbox and all these stuffed animals. All right, and then you can use this, and launch things at people and be like, okay, I'm gonna, give you the lunchbox, and then.
That has a different meaning in my world.
She's kind of countering for me, even though I'm pelting with teddy bears. And you can do this in VATS, which just, it gets a little ridiculous, but it's, let me target her head, come on. All right, we'll go for the chest. And then give her some teddy bears in VATS.
Oh my!
Teddy bears. So that was for you.
No. Thank you, Todd. Now I know that was special, but special usually means like, oh, it has a bow around it. That, you just shot teddy bears in an M-rated game.
And then you can walk all the way down to the city, ride the elevator to the top of the Washington Monument there. Wow. So it's a huge open game, just like our previous stuff, where you can go anywhere and do what you want.
And when you say you can go there, you're saying you can go there without much loading or with any loading at all?
In that case, because the city you have to go through the metro tunnels, so you're going to have to go through a load, which is a level that you play through full of ghouls and scary things like that.
Now, Todd, we got about 3 minutes left, so I'd love to see.
We have plenty of time here, so.
Oh, goody. So this is a regular missile launcher that fires true weapons and not
teddy bears.
Not explosive teddy bears.
So these sentry bots, these are kind of these roving tanks that are out in the wasteland, these pre-war robots.
I feel like we've touched on so much from VATS to enemies to approaches to things to making your own weapons. But what about the moral decisions that you have to make throughout Fallout?
Yeah, you can be a good or bad person depending on who you side with or the things you do. If you do quests and help people out versus shooting them in the head,
with teddy bears,
you'll be a good person or a bad person. And then maybe you'll become friends with the Brotherhood of Steel, who's made the Pentagon down here. They're like their own personal fortress. But you have to watch out for certain bad guys, like here come the Enclave. These are one of the, you asked about that Eyebot, they're one of the main bad guys in the game.
And did it say that you discovered a new radio station or that you picked up a new signal?
I did. So you get a message when you pick up a new broadcast, and then I can turn on my Pip-Boy and listen to that. It's a good way to pick up quests where they're, we're kind of lead you to a new quest.
Oh, sure.
Based on, hearing somebody who needs some help.
I think you're about to nuke this guy.
Yeah, so I have the Fat Man, my mini nuke launcher.
Yeah, I have a mini nuke launcher.
Yeah, that's fun for cleaning up in the hard battles like this one. So we'll let him have it.
Oh, nice. Let's see it. Come on. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Up real nice in this game.
You can do some of this and just, shoot a stripe in the air.
Is that going to come straight down?
No. Play the hibachi chef catch. And then there goes you. Sometimes my leg comes down on top of me. But, okay.
Thank you.
That's the game.
Thank you so much for coming on.
That is awesome.
That was just staggering. Thank you for showing us Fallout 3 and bringing me the best teddy bear death ever. Amazing stuff.
Yeah. Our preview show is just about finished, but our coverage of E3 has really only just begun. Here's what's coming up later in the week.
Attention gamers, we are just getting started. Over the next 3 days, we will check out over 40 exclusive games. We'll go hands-on with the new meaty multiplayer modes in Gears 2, the Prince of Persia reboot, co-op zombie fighting in Left 4 Dead, head-to-head brawling in Street Fighter 4, and the amazing-looking Resident Evil 5. We'll also test our powers in Star Wars: The Force Unleashed, get our breath taken away by Dead Space, and fight off the invasion in the PS3 exclusive Killzone 2. If you have a game you want to see, we will have it for you. It's all live, it's E308, and it's only here on G4.
Well, that's about it, everybody, for the preview show, but G4 Stay as the Sun Summer continues right now.
It's time for week-long E3 coverage coverage has all of the latest gaming announcements.
Up next, check out the unprecedented commercial-free spotlight on Nintendo, immediately followed by our spotlight on Sony, which is at 2. And then at 6, we are live on the convention floor.
Yes, we are. That's tomorrow. And thanks again to Todd Howard for exclusively bringing us teddy bear launchers.
Exactly, at the same time.
We have so many demos.
And that was all in the amazing demo we got of Fallout 3. That was a treat.
We have so many demos, but it's funny, like, that got so much screaming.
There's
out
something
here.
about the blood and the guts and the gore and the
teddy bear to top it off.
Yeah, it's the blood, the guts, and the gore. That's what it's about.
You can take a nuke with you.
I know.
That's my
bring you
future.
all the E3 action all week long, up close and hands-on. Visit g4tv.com/E3 for additional exclusive E3 content. Thanks
Good
for
night,
watching.
everybody.
Good
We'll see you
night.
tomorrow.
See you later.
You should probably just get a strategy guide then.
Herrera, E3 is about to start. Come on.
Really? Strategy guide. Yeah.
Yeah. KP, come on.
Don't call me that. All right?
What, to distract you from your year-old game?
It came out in November.
Yeah, it's old, like you.
You know that I'm like maybe 2 years older than you, right?
Yeah, whatever you say.
Adam! What are you doing?
Trying to get that pigeon.
All right, listen, buddy, we gotta go. They need us on set. So.
What is this, your grandfather?
Shut up.
Sorry, didn't know there were games with dinosaurs roaming the earth.
Okay, one more time.
Hold on. Look out.
Hey, it's Companion Cube.
That's not good.
Hey guys. Hi. Who's that?
He's the new intern.
Touch me and you pull back a stump.
All right, let's focus. All right, they need us on set, and we lost our glowy portal door thing, so we gotta figure something out. Come on, let's come up with something.
There is another way out. You must bring me fresh baked pies.
Olivia? Why would GLaDOS want pies?
Because they're tasty.
Just get us out of here.
You just throw the companion cube into the incinerator.
Yeah, we lost it.
Just throw something else in there.
Like what?
Come on! No, get in there!
We have to start E3.
Kevin, where did you get that companion cube?
I got it in the other room.
Did we just kill an intern for no reason?
Yeah.
No, Morgan. We did it for E3.
I'm getting too old for this.
We are rock stars. We are heroes. We are the next generation of entertainment. But above all else, we are gamers. At first, they rejected us. Then they accepted us. And now, at last, they respect us. We are no longer pushed to the fringes of entertainment. We are now a force. We are unstoppable. We have arrived. Once a year, we gather as the world's top game developers unveil their plans for the next wave of cultural domination. These doors are closed to everyone, and only G4 can take you inside live. For the next 3 days, the pinnacle of gaming has returned to the Los Angeles Convention Center. With thousands of new titles and billions of dollars at stake, G4 is the only network that can cover it all. This is where the next battle in the console war will be fought. G4 presents E3 08 Live.
Yes, hello everybody and welcome to G4 G4's E308 Live, presented by Wendy's. We have 3 days of exclusive coverage of really gaming's biggest event. I'm Kevin Pereira, and joining me is Olivia Munn, Adam Sessler, and Morgan Webb.
That's right. E3 has always been an industry-only event, but as years went on, it seemed like really like anyone could get in. I mean, all you needed to do was work at Best Buy or GameStop.
Or have a live journal where you once talked about playing Nintendo. It's fine.
Yeah, or know someone whose girlfriend's roommate worked at a GameStop, something like that. But now everything has changed. For the second year in a row, E3 is invitation only.
Ah, but that's where we come in.
Yes.
E4 is your one-of-a-kind VIP ticket to E308. We get you in the door and onto the floor. Our exclusive live coverage is the only way you'll get to experience the magic of E3, and we are going to show you everything.
We are. We'll have in-depth interviews with the biggest names in gaming, hands-on demos of upcoming titles, and all the surprise announcements, trailers, celebrities, predictions, and rumors that you can handle.
Coming up this hour, we've got 3 of the most anticipated games of E3. First up, Cliff Bleszinski is dropping by with the shooter that taught us the phrase, Meat Shield. Get ready for Gears of War 2.
Plus, we kick some Hellgas ass and get into the fight with Killzone 2 for the PlayStation 3. You don't want to miss our hands-on demo.
Then we'll also get an inside look at the Lord of the Rings Conquest, and we'll speak to its director about the game's epic battles and the all-new storyline. But it won't just be the 4 of us that are holding down this fort. We've got all the G4 Super Friends out on the show floor. They combine form of great gaming coverage. They're visiting the booths, they're harassing the developers, they're pocketing the swag, and they're really covering it all from every single direction. So let's get it started. Let's go to Allison Hayslip, who's already in the thick of it.
Thanks. I'm Allison Hayslip, and I am here on the floor checking out LucasArts' new game, Fracture, which I am so excited for. It comes out this fall. Chris, what do you got?
Thanks, Hayslip. Well, I'm here at the exclusive Midway Gaming Lounge. There's a lot of gaming going on that I want to get to, but I just want to tell you that in a little bit, I'm going to talk to the awesome filth wizards behind This Is Vegas, a game that actually takes you inside Vegas. Why would you actually want to go there? So we're going to see that in a few minutes, but first, let's shoot over to Zach Selwyn.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Now, in just a moment here, I'm going to be taking a look at Sony's highly anticipated spy MMO, The Agency. It looks insane. After that, I'm going to be kicking it up in the G4 lounge.
That shirt looks magnificent on you, sir. I'm hanging out on the showroom floor. In a little bit, I'm going to take you guys inside MotorStorm Pacific Rift. But for now, let's head it back to the stage.
Thank you, Blair. Now, later on, we'll also be checking in with Flitz, our fan on the floor. But now, Resistance Fall of Man wasn't just PlayStation 3's best launch title, it was one of the most enjoyable shooters out there, period. Now, 2 years have passed, and we're getting an exclusive hands-on demo of the game's sequel, aptly titled Resistance 2. Please welcome Insomniac's president and CEO, Ted Price, who is here to give us a guided tour. That's right. Thanks for joining us today. We really appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
All right, now you have had some more time to push the hardware in Resistance 2. Like, how have you what advances have you made, and how are they going to affect the way Resistance 2 looks?
Well, this is the first third-generation PlayStation 3 title to be out, and we've been doing a lot of work on the engine to make sure that we can really push lighting, push textures, push effects, basically make the game faster and do more.
Okay, so what locations are we going to be seeing? I mean, are we going to recognize things that we've seen from the first game?
We're going to be in a brand new environment. We're back in the United States. The Chimera have launched this massive airborne attack, and we're traveling across the country fighting them off.
All right, let's talk about what we're seeing right now. This is a very small enemy that you're fighting right now.
This is a large enemy. This is a 300-foot Leviathan that's been...
Oh, is that all?
Yeah, sorry, it's a little small. He's been tearing apart Chicago, and what we're doing right now is trying to avoid getting our heads ripped off or smushed by him.
Okay, so how do we do that?
Well, we need to be very careful about where we're running, and because he's going to be ripping these buildings apart trying to get to us. Furthermore, we got to shoot him at the right time.
Okay. It really doesn't look like you can do anything to him.
Well, actually, you can. So we're going to, in fact, we did actually get here. He grabbed us a little bit earlier in the demo, and we had to time our shot right to hit him in a very vulnerable place. But now we're just trying to avoid getting dumped into the ocean that Chicago has really become. It's been flooded.
So is Resistance 2, is it going to have a lot of boss battles? Is it going to be a series of boss battles, or is it going to be kind of a mixed bag?
Well, it'll be a mixed bag. We have a lot of great bosses in the game, large bosses that definitely move you away from traditional run-and-gun footage. But then again, we also are relying on our kind of unique weapons and unique enemies in the game to provide a lot of cool strategic combat.
All right, well, let's talk about the weapons for a second. They had great secondary functions as well as primary functions in the first game. I think that was a lot of fun for gamers to kind of think more strategically. Once you got the firing down, you could learn more about the weapons. So what kind of new weapons do you have in Resistance 2?
Well, one of the new weapons we're showing off here at E3 is a brand new Magnum. We didn't have any pistols in Resistance, but we wanted something that would really pack a good punch. But it's not just a Magnum. When you fire the bullets into enemies or into any object, they become detonatable. It's not a word, I know.
No, it's a great word, and I think we need to enter it into the English language.
I like that. What I like doing, though, is laying out traps with a bullet. So if you have a big horde of enemies rushing towards you, you can fire 6 into the ground and then detonate them in sequence, and it's a lot of fun.
So what kind of enemies are we going to be looking at? Are they going to be the same enemies that we've seen in Resistance 1?
Well, you'll see some updated versions of enemies from Resistance 1, like the hybrids and the steelheads. But we're introducing a lot of new enemies as well, such as the Leviathan we just saw, and a lot of other ones that we haven't quite unveiled. But there'll be plenty of variety.
I mean, was it hard to get the hardware to make an enemy of that scale living in the world, or is it harder to get hundreds of enemies on the screen at once?
Well, in terms of just scale, that was one of our goals for the game. We really wanted to create enemies that were huge, environments that were expansive, and stuff that you just don't see in other games. And that was because we were able to do that because of the new technology we've been developing for PlayStation 3.
All right, let's talk a little bit about co-op, because of course that was a very popular use for the first Resistance. What kind of modes are you going to have available?
Well, the online co-op mode is a story-driven mode. It has a light story that drives you through the campaign, and during co-op you get to choose between 3 different types of players. You can be a medic, you can be a soldier, which is basically our tank, and you can be a special ops guy, which is our long-distance damage dealer. All 3 of these classes work together to support each other in huge, huge battles.
And what kind of party options are we going to have?
Well, you'll be able to form parties, bring them into the games, multiplayer multiplayer co-op as well, and basically stick around with your friends.
Yeah.
We're also doing a lot of work with our community features to enhance it with the kind of mainstream social networking that you'll see on regular websites.
Yeah, they're definitely converging to the online social networks and the gaming social networks. What are we taking a look at right here?
What we're seeing right here is another part of Chicago. This is where you begin, and you're fighting against a horde of what we're calling Grims, one of our new enemies. These are former inhabitants of Chicago who've been turned to do something a little bit different. And as you can see, there are a lot of them.
Something a little bit different.
A lot different. Yeah, a lot different. You don't want to get narrow. But this demonstrates kind of the overall detail and the new lighting tweaks that we made to the game, and just the amount of sheer stuff that we can get on screen.
So are you going more for a run and gun feel, or are you trying to sort of mimic the feel of Resistance 2 and the pace, mimic the pacing of Resistance 1?
It varies, actually. Okay. There are some segments where you're facing off against a lot of enemies, and then there are other segments of the game where you have to be careful and use the correct weapon strategy to get through.
Right.
One of the great things about the enemies and having Chimera versus humans is that we can do anything we want with Chimera. We can really mix it up a lot to surprise players and challenge them to think a little bit harder about which weapons to use.
Was there anything you weren't particularly happy with in Resistance that you were able to address in Resistance 2? You're like, no, it was perfect.
No, I'm kidding. We listened to the fans. A lot of people made some fantastic comments about what they'd like to see in the next game, and we're addressing them in the game.
Great, well, we can't wait to see it. And when are we going to see it on store shelves?
This fall.
Okay, this fall. Now, thank you so much for joining us and showing us Resistance 2. It was a real treat for us. Let's send it back over to Kevin.
Thanks, Morgan. Now, global warming leads to global warfare in the new shooter Fracture, which was developed by LucasArts, and Allison is on the floor with more on the environmental conflict.
Thanks. Allison Hayslip here with Deep Waters, who's going to tell us about one of the games I'm most stoked for, LucasArts Fracture. All right, tell me about the game.
Fracture takes place 150 years in the future. You play the role as Jet Brody, who is kind of in the middle of the civil war between the biogenetic side and the cybernetic side, the Pacificans versus the Alliance. What sets you apart as a soldier, though, is that you have this augmentation called the Entrencher, and it allows you to raise and lower the ground anywhere around you. You can use that to your advantage anywhere in the game.
Talk to me more about these weapons, because that is what I think is the coolest part about this game, that you're actually manipulating the earth around you.
Sure. A lot of our weapons, all of our weapons, in fact, allow you to use the ground, in different ways. But one of the favorite weapons that we have is called the torpedo weapon. It allows you to shoot a torpedo missile into the ground. It will go across the ground, raise a mound, and it will explode under enemies on the other side. So you can do interesting things like stand behind a mound, you can hide, shoot a torpedo, and blow up all the enemies on the other side.
Well, now how does the cybernetics and genetics thing affect the character?
One of the cool things that we've done is we've added augmentations to the character. So as you play through, your cybernetic augmentation will allow you to do really cool, interesting things like jump really high using the ground to throw you up in the air. Or also you can use a stomp that will really kill everything around you.
Sweet! Thanks, Steve. Back to you.
Thanks, Allison. All right, you could raise and lower the ground and do super jumps and blow everything away. That's one way to save the environment. Or we could all just drive a Prius. I'd say let's blow everything up. Right now, let's send it over to Olivia and Adam.
Can you see Kevin driving a Prius?
Actually, I can. He's driving it very slowly.
Yeah.
Just like...
like a grandma. No, he drives a Subaru and he's very proud of it. You guys, don't go anywhere because E3 08 Live is coming right back with more of the games you've been waiting for. After the break, we'll get some FaceTime with the one and only Cliff Bleszinski.
Yes, he'll be here showing up his latest game. You might have heard of this one. Gears of War 2.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, yeah, that one. Plus, we'll be checking in with our grunts on the floor.
And don't forget, you can get up to the second E3 08 News exclusive videos, screenshots, and more at g4tv.com/E3. We'll have lots more right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Go with 5 versus 5 multiplayer rather than allowing more players in each room.
Exactly a Rambo game. I mean, it has that pop and stop action.
Yeah.
You gotta take a little bit of cover. It's about strategy, working a group, not exactly run and gun. I think 5 makes it a little more manageable. You know, that kind of thing. But you know what? We fortunately have Cliff Bleszinski over there.
Yes, everyone's so excited about that.
Yeah, so we're gonna take a look at Gears of War 2.
He's
so
like
we can
a
ask him
god to
ourselves.
everyone.
He is.
Hey everybody, welcome back to G4's exclusive coverage of E3 08 Live. This is the only place you're going to find all the latest news, interviews, and hands-on demos of the biggest and the best games.
She's right, you know. Forget live vlogs. That is so 2003. Get comfortable in front of your TV, and we will take care of the rest. But how about now we go over to Adam for the latest on chainsaws and meat shields.
All right, our next guest is living the dream. A longtime gamer, he's worked his way from fanboy to E3 legend. Cliff Bleszinski is here with the sequel that everyone wants to play.
Game designer Cliff Bleszinski has come a long way from his early Jazz Jackrabbit days. His groundbreaking work on hardcore shooters like the Unreal series, Gears of War, and its upcoming sequel has made him a superstar in the gaming community. Carrying around a gun with a chainsaw attached will do that. With his unique and creative approach to game design and ability to push the envelope even further, Cliff Bleszinski has come into his own as one of the true giants of gaming.
All right, Cliff. Yes, clap for Cliff. Clap for Cliff. Clap for Cliff. Always good to see you.
It's good to see you, man.
Now, before we get into your demo of the single player, I want to talk about another aspect of the game that's a little tougher to actually demo on a stage, and that's the multiplayer.
Hell yeah, man.
So let's just first do the co-op. I know there's some people out there that said, okay, maybe it's going to be 4-player co-op, and it's 2 players, and there's a very good reason why. I would love for you to sort of give that.
Well, I mean, the main story is still about Marcus and Dom, and we're big fans of co-op. We love it. But we wanted to stick with 2 players in the campaign. I mean, if you've ever played like a 4-player campaign that has an intricate story, often like player 3 will get ahead of the other players. He'll start triggering cutscenes, and the more players you get involved, the more the story can tend to degrade. So we sat down and we're like, okay, let's keep it Marcus and Dom, and then what can we do outside of that? And we came up with this great mode called Horde, and it's basically up to 5-player co-op, and it's like, I like to pitch it as like Smash TV meets Geometry Wars. So it's like wave after wave of locusts coming after you, everybody's backs up against the wall, all hell's breaking loose, and it's a heck of a lot of fun.
Yes, I actually say it is. Okay, with that, I think we're going to get into the single-player demo and see real time, as we did yesterday, Gears of War.
Yeah, so this is a section from the campaign. Marcus and Dom are traversing a sinkhole. It's very precarious. There's nasty locusts all throughout, and there's a little bit of surprise at the end, and it's a lot of fun. Let me fire it up.
So what are the circumstances that brought Marcus and Dom to this point of the game?
Well, the thing is this is like 3/4 of the way through the game, and we've kept it incredibly vague as far as where they're going and what they're doing. But this is right near Jacinto, which is humanity's last safe location. You can see this beautiful vista right here, and we kind of, there the crane's falling down right there. In the main campaign, Marcus takes control of the other crane and will actually drive Dom across to the other side. Get a little vertigo moment going on right here.
When we're looking at a draw distance like that in Gears of War 2, how much different is that from Gears of War 1? That is amazing.
I mean, a lot of people, their memory of the first Gears is gray pillars and a lot of claustrophobic environments, and we really wanted to bust it wide open this time around and really just let players have a far better view of this scenario and like really just get a better idea of Sarah and kind of what the planet's all about, right?
And there seems to be a lot more sort of color there. It's still in the right tone, but there is more color pop.
Oh, I mean, we wanted to really have a little bit more come through, right? I mean, that whole desaturated thing, I mean, it's getting a little bit played out, and so, you know, color's not necessarily that bad of a thing. Let it, you know, the reds bleed through a little bit, let everything just kind of play out, right? Oh, here's the Mauler. This is basically a boomer with a shield, and he has an explosive flail. And you notice Dom's trying to unload on him right now. Very unsuccessfully with the shield coming at us. And if I can actually finish him off, I can take his shield away from him and use that as portable cover.
And that is a new aspect of the game. And
oh yeah, and you can use that in multiplayer as well. Oh, he's going to charge at Dom right there. Ooh, sweet, we took him out. Now I'm going to grab that shield, pick it up. A Reaver just landed. Reavers are those kind of flying squid-like creatures, right?
We saw them at the end of the first one, but you never really interacted with them.
Yeah, you killed a bunch of them, but this time they actually land. I'm going to plant the shield into the ground right here. Protects me against the rockets. Open up my Hammer of Dawn to blow this guy into itty-bitty bits. Boom, there we go.
Can you only use the Hammer of Dawn against those? Or
oh, you can use the Hammer of Dawn against everybody. You can use it against your friends, you can use it against your enemies, you can use it against your neighbor.
Can you use other weaponry to take out that enemy?
Yeah, you can basically just, you know, whittle them down with the various bullet-based weapons, right? Knock this guy out. Let me curb stomp this guy, the curb stomp. Oh, of course, is back.
God, Cliff.
You gotta, let's give it up for the boot to the head, people.
Yeah.
It's always a crowd pleaser.
See, don't try that at home unless you're doing it in a game.
Or unless you're backyard wrestling.
That's true.
These are tickers. These are new enemies. And these are kind of like these improvised explosive devices. If I hit them, I can launch them in the air and take them out. And this is our
damage other enemies.
Oh, absolutely. This is our Scorch drone. He's got a little explosive backpack, which I just shot, and he's going to pop down. Here comes another ticker. Melee that guy. Blow this guy up. I'm on fire today. I can't lose.
Yeah, this is really impressive. And you're talking to me at the same time.
Yeah, you know, I can pat my head and rub my belly at the same time, too. I multitask.
Well, hey, when I need that skill being performed in front of me, I know who to call.
Finish this guy off here. See if I can pick him up. Oh, stomp him again. That'll work. So now I'm going to grab the Scorcher, which is our Gears flamethrower.
Okay.
And this is a nasty little weapon where you shoot people in the multiplayer, you'll hear them actually screaming, which is always incredibly fun.
Very
nice. If I active reload this perfectly, the shot will go further. You see there. Move through here. Oh, more tickers. Little buggers. Go ahead and move on to this building here. And you might have seen the grapple drones in our earlier demos. They use the grappling hooks to kind of climb up. You can actually shoot the hooks and make the guy fall. There we go. Oh, I'm getting totally hosed
now, the weapon you're using, while it was in the original Gears, it has been a little bit modified for this one.
Well, the weapon that we had right there was the Gorgon. That was the Locust burst pistol, essentially. And that's essentially kind of a Robocop pistol, right? Where you can kind of take somebody hostage. Oh, the building's collapsing now. I'm going down.
It's amazing. It's the second Robocop reference in 2 days of our
You know,
coverage.
It's one of the greatest sci-fi films of all time, right?
I'll buy that for $1.
And very good. I like that. Now the building's collapsed. I'm going to traverse to the next area. It's kind of hard to talk and demo at the same time because there's so much stuff going on in the game. We wanted to pack it with water cooler moments.
This
is the Locust Priest. He's Cantus. He's using these nasty ink grenades on me to kind of try and flush me out, but I'm going to go ahead and burn him a little bit. You want them regular or extra crispy?
Let's have some extra crispies.
All right, sounds good. Now I got guys climbing up. Let me throw a grenade over there, blow them up.
Incoming! Frag out!
Go to the Hammer of Dawn. Try to finish him off. Oh, you bastard.
Oh, Clay.
I died.
All right.
I gave it the college try.
Hey, nonetheless. Let's just say I play Gears a lot. You still went further than I can usually do without, you know.
Did you actually beat it on Insane, though? That's what I want to know.
Kevin did.
Yeah, Kevin's hardcore like that.
Yeah, I'll definitely give credit to Kevin over there. So I think it's a couple more questions.
Yeah.
How many more new enemies are we going to see in this? Just in this short demo right now, I think I can name 5 things that we didn't see in the original Gears.
Well, we have boomers with all sorts of new armor right now. They have new weaponry. There's a boomer that wields the Gatling gun, which is the Mulcher, which you might have seen in the stage demo, which is named appropriately because it basically turns your enemies into itty-bitty, pulpy bits, right? We have the shield one that you saw. We have Reavers landing. All sorts of new boss monsters. We got the Tickers, Scorch drones. I mean, there's just piles and piles. It's, in Gears 1, it was kind of like you'd be fighting 3 or 4 locusts at a time. Now we have scenes where there's crowds coming at you, so it's not just like the Locust entourage, it's more like the Locust horde, right? There's like masses of them coming, and it feels really, really epic, and it feels really, really tremendous.
Epic is a fitting word, both given, the fact of, you work at Epic.
See what I did there? It's full circle, right? Exactly.
Full circle, Cliff Bleszinski. Cool. Thank you so much for coming by. I cannot tell you how excited I am about this game. Really looking forward to it. And stomping our foes right there in the curve. Let's take it back over to Olivia and Kevin.
All right, actually, I want to take a second to just applaud Kevin Pereira. That accomplishment.
What, the itty bitty pulpy bit?
Yeah.
Oh, the beating on Unsane. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I would have
Just
not been able to pull off that hammer kill
Just
either,
a second for you.
Thank you,
Feel
Olivia.
good,
No,
right?
I like it. And then let's continue.
All right, guys, it's time to hear what you think on our latest X poll. One of the biggest questions on everyone's mind is, what's the best new addition to Gears 2? Is it chainsaw dueling, meat shields, or new executions?
Ooh, good options. Tell us what you think at g4tv.com/E3 or text E3 to G4TXT. That's 44898 on your mobile phone. That'll let you vote. And of course, we'll have the results a little bit later in the show.
Now, all of us here are E3 veterans. We've seen it all and done some things we actually won't admit to. This year, we're changing things up by adding a new G4 correspondent to the mix.
Yes, bringing you the fan perspective on everything that's going down.
And he is a fan.
We've enlisted one of our viewers. Yes, here's Flitz with a floor report.
Hey guys, it's Flitz here at E3. I bet you're wondering, what's Flitz doing at E3? Well, it just so happens by the graces of G4, I am the only normie on the floor. That rhymed. Yes, I'm not an MC, but I am excited to be here. I got Fable 2 to my right, Capcom's playing Dark Void off in the distance, we got Konami, we got Square Enix. But my goal is, and I'm gonna need your energy for this, I need to find Street Fighter 4. I wanna play as a 2D, 3D cel-shaded Ryu. I'm excited, so what I need your energy because I'm gonna be here all day. I'm gonna do my best to visit every last single booth in this building. So, you pass me your energy, you pass it to me, and then I'll create a spirit bomb, but I'm not gonna blow up an evil villain or a planet. I'm gonna use that energy and I'm gonna explore the floor. This is me, exploring. So sit back and enjoy. Well, stand up and enjoy. I don't care. I just wanna have fun and I wanna convey my fun. Dude, yeah. Fun times.
And he was asking for more energy?
I was like, does he need our... You know what? Let me have my own energy, Flitz.
Yeah.
Way too much.
He's got it
But
covered.
I like it. Just a little bit more time with us, and we will break him down.
Oh, yeah. He will be crying and lamenting and hating the biz.
But I
as
love
well.
how excited he is because that's what it's like. You know, it's invitation only, but we were able to sneak in a fan.
Yeah, so thank you, Flitz, for doing that. And thanks for your energy. We appreciate it.
Yes.
We're going to coast on it from here on out.
We're going to need yours.
Yes, Flitz will be back with more floor reports later on, so thanks for that.
So, you guys, it's time for a quick break, so don't go anywhere. When E308 Live returns, we're going hands-on with the PlayStation 3's other long-awaited shooter, Killzone 2.
And later we get a closer look at the flashy reboot of Prince of Persia. It's got a new Prince, a revamped art style, and the Assassin's Creed engine, so we're in. It's all coming up next. Don't miss it, everybody.
E308 Live is...
G4 is like being visited by a badass video game goddess who is way into tight circuit-laced apparel and digging up funny, obscure videos. Plus, she's all over the latest blogs, games, and high-tech gadgetry. This energy-clad goddess/sensei of digital goodness is plugged into what's going on. And therefore, my man, so are you. G4 is like that, basically.
Welcome back to E308 Live Day 1. Everyone is really excited about this. It feels so good to be up here.
Yeah.
Now, we just showed you Resistance 2 and Gears of War 2, and that is only the beginning. Later on, we've got Star Wars Force Unleashed, The Lord of the Rings Conquest, and there's so much more I can't even name them.
There's a ton. E308 is shaping up to be the biggest show ever. And we're bringing you every game we can get our hands on. That's the whole reason G4 is here, to make sure you don't miss a thing. But right now, let's go over to Kevin for some Hellgas stomping action.
All right, thank you guys. Look, our next game made a controversial E3 debut in 2005. Skeptics were saying it would never look as good as the debut trailer, but Killzone 2 is ready to prove absolutely everybody wrong.
Guerrilla Games takes the conflict to the alien world with the highly anticipated sequel, Killzone 2. This PS3 exclusive features stunning visuals, multiplayer mayhem, and action sequences that feel like they came right out of a Hollywood blockbuster. The wait is nearly over. Liberation is coming soon.
And here to help us find our way through the chaos, Sony's Kyle Schubel. How are you, Kyle?
I'm doing great, Kevin. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I kind of have my shoe firmly wedged in my mouth. Listen, 2 years ago, you guys showed footage of this at E3, and people were saying, look, that is not in-game, this is pre-rendered, whatever. And it turned out that it was target gameplay.
Yeah.
A year later, you guys demo this thing again, and it looks pretty damn close to the target gameplay.
Absolutely.
Where are we now? Here we are, another year later. We're seeing the game being played right now. Take me through what's been done. What level are we at here?
Okay, well, what you're seeing here is basically alpha closing on beta level, a level here that
So we're
just
still
really
calling
has to
this
look
alpha
and feel.
stage footage,
I would
even
call
though
it
it
alpha
looks-
stage more than anything. We've got all the bells and whistles are in now. Now we're in that polished stage. See that lighting in the background there? We've got things going on. The entire environment feels like you're there. It feels real. We're looking through that window now, the virtual window, where you can see this warehouse, and it feels like it's dirty and gritty. All of that's what's come together.
Yeah, it looks like the environment itself has just an incredible sense of weight.
Exactly.
All right, so get us caught up on the story. I mean, it might have been a while since anybody's touched Killzone.
Yeah,
so what are they in for?
Okay, well, Killzone 1, you had the Helghast were invading Vecton. They were basically attacking the ISA, and we knocked them back, and we basically broke the back of the invasion. Killzone Liberation, the PSP game that came out a few years ago, that one picked up with mopping up the last Helghast forces on Vecta. Well, this time we're taking the fight to them. This entire battle takes place on Helghan.
We're done playing defense. It's
no,
time to get
we're
them on
going
their
after
terms.
you guys. So this is us going out and we're attacking Helghan, and you're dealing with a hostile environment. You're going to have these dirty, gritty. This is an oppressed culture. They've got just everything is this dirty warehouse, and there he goes with the pistol.
And they have
He's
Magnum
pulling that
rounds
out.
in their chest
exactly.
as well.
But you're going to be basically taking the fight to them on Helghan, and we're going to take you through the environmental. You're going to be going from all these different areas where you're going to have different weather effects and environmental effects and dirty, gritty environments that just feel real.
Yeah, this looks incredible. What are you doing to actually make these environments seem so realistic?
Well, it's a lot of what Guerrilla has an art style that's unique to themselves. I mean, there's a lot of games out there, first-person shooters. Well, they're great. Well, guess what? The world is great when you start looking at it. They do things with their deferred renderer and with the lighting to give this environment. I mean, there's an atmosphere here that just actually reaches out and grabs you, pulls you into the fight.
And I'm seeing a little. It looks like an AI teammate of some sorts hanging out there.
Yes.
Can you talk about the AI of this game and what you've done to make sure that we're not knocking into guys and ushering them through doorways? Because he seems to be playing along pretty intelligently here.
He's playing along very well. And
look at that animation climbing over the. Sorry.
No, please dive in when you see something fun like that. You see the ragdoll physics as he fell down. Then everybody behaves correctly. But the AI right now, we're actually having some challenging things where we're having to dumb down the buddy AI because it was taking away from the fun of the game because they were killing everybody.
Right. You boot open a door, go into a room, and your buddies have already mocked everybody else.
Great. Well, I guess I'll just sort of sit here and sip my latte. But really, when it comes down to it, the Helghast function as squads. You've got groups of guys. There are moments where they'll feel like they've kind of got you in a good position, and all of a sudden, two guys will pop up, lay suppressing fire, you duck and cover in first person, which has never been done before. I'm hiding behind my position. Another guy flanks around to toss a grenade into my cover position, while the last one's just waiting for me to stand up and run from the grenade. It's like, did that just happen?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got your moments where it's just insane, but yeah, your buddy, as you can see, he's even leading the way, and we're using him as a tool to help guide you through the level.
Right, no more blinking crazy taxi arrow or something hanging out on the top of the screen. You've got a teammate going along with you. I mean, we've seen a pistol, we've seen this assault rifle.
Yes.
What can we use to make the Helghast blow up real nice like?
Well, right here, Mike's actually picking up a battle rifle, which is a smaller clip, much heavier round, has a lot more punch, but it's iron sight. So if he pops up here and he zooms in, you're dealing with an old-fashioned iron sight.
There we go, yeah.
2 shots, the guy goes down. Nice heavy weapons. But we've got light machine guns, shotguns. A lot of the weapons, the favorite weapons from Killzone 1 and Liberation are coming back. And we're even trying to keep a couple of surprises in our back pocket.
Now, am I seeing a little 6-axis here?
6-axis control support. He's actually using it to grab onto the valve and open up the floodgates here to allow the convoy through. Right now, you're working as a team helping this convoy that's down below you. That you see them right there opening fire at the ISA that are up on the bridge above them there.
Now, I mean, okay, 6-axis, okay, it's a PlayStation 3 game. What about trophies? What about vibration? Are you ticking off all the boxes?
We were going through that checklist and trying to make sure that one, yes, we did them all, but two, that they don't feel bolted on. We want to have everything feel right. It's a shooter. Rumble was easy. That one we can fit in. There we go.
Six axis
works. Got some nice stuff. And then you've also got
the trophy
support. And we are going to wholeheartedly support trophies, but we aren't telling you too many details yet. We want to save that until we get a little closer to the
That's fine. That's
public
allowed.
beta.
You got to save something. What about multiplayer though? Because you said first-person shooter. We're checking off those checkboxes.
Hell yes.
This has got to have some good online support, right?
It does have online support. We're doing a great deal with the community. We're going to have 32-player online, squad-based, multiple classes. We're doing a community integration where we can carry you from our Killzone.com website, follow your stats and tracking in clans, issuing clan challenges, going straight from the website to the PS3. Just really trying to
and you said all this, and I have to pry more because that's apparently not it. There's even more to announce?
There is even more to announce, but we're holding off on that. We're announcing bits as we go through E3. Every day we're giving a little bit more. So you guys caught me too early. Sorry.
Okay, well that's fine. We got plenty there. I appreciate that. Is there a planned release for Killzone 2? Is it still a window
February.
time? February. Next
February
year?
09.
Are we gonna hit it?
Yes.
I love this stuff.
We're running for it right now.
Favorite weapon?
Personally, I actually still really love the M82, the basic assault rifle that you see right behind me. It just feels right. It feels like a real gun firing real bullets.
Yeah,
that's one thing Killzone's always done right. No ray guns here.
Yeah, from the depth of field to the cover systems, the physics, the AI, everything looks to be on point. So
good stuff.
Congrats on that, Kyle. Thank you so much for coming on and showing it off. That's Killzone 2, everybody. Look for it in February. And, keep refreshing those blogs because apparently there's a lot more info out there in the days to come. Right now, we're going to go back to Adam and Morgan to hear from our digital peanut gallery.
All right, thank you, Kevin.
That was great.
So, it does. It really does look that good.
It looks amazing, guys.
Yes. Good job. Anyway, for what our viewers think about Killzone 2 and everything else we've seen today, well, for the early part of today, we're not going to wait for emails or facsimile machines.
Instead, we'll find out right now in the virtual audience powered by StickCam.
All right, first up tonight, we're talking to Evan. What's your question, Evan?
Hey, I want to know, which of the three big-name companies do you think had the best press conference?
Well, what do you think it was, Evan? What's your opinion?
I think it was Microsoft because their new party system allows people to just watch movies together and do whatever the gamers do together.
Are you going to do that, do you think? I was a little skeptical about that part. I didn't know if I was going to watch a movie with somebody in another living room.
I think it's a situation where they have it in there because it's just not that hard to put it in there.
And you might as well put it in there.
So why not? I've talked to some people who think that they want to have a movie night with their family if they don't live, in the same town or anything like that. I don't know.
I know I have the skeptical look on my face.
Yeah, with my family, that means I'd have to watch a bunch of Godard movies every Saturday, and that would drive me crazy.
I think Microsoft did have an excellent press conference. I think Sony won on the just the set.
Yes, it was gorgeous in there, but I do think the other two we kept on thinking, what's going to happen? What are you going to announce? And it just didn't seem to be there.
But I think it's sort of hard because this isn't a big hardware cycle, so.
Exactly.
You're really announcing just sort of more.
I just wanted to hear about the Zelda game. All right.
I know. Up next is Jeremy from Illinois. What's your question, Jeremy?
Yes. Do you think Killzone 2 will save the PS3?
I think Blu-ray may save the PS3.
Yeah, I think. I think saying save the PS3. The PS3 is doing better than it had been. I think about a year ago.
The PS3 is doing better. It has the Blu-ray player. We personally know a lot of people in our crew who have been picking up PlayStations because of the Blu-ray player, and then they're thinking, well, what game should I buy? And I think Killzone's a big, strong candidate. I think Killzone has the potential to do
I think the other is Little Big Planet. I think that's actually I think that's really going to broaden the appeal of the console. Okay, next we got Aaron from California. What is on your mind, Aaron?
How you guys doing? Of the showcases that happened these past 2 days, which company do you feel has the most control of the gaming industry?
What do you mean by most control?
Meaning, with Microsoft coming out with their new setups, what they're doing with the parties, and with PlayStation coming out with some of the new games, and with the Wii coming out with the Power Blast for their control. Which one do you think will dominate more? Which one do you think will have more?
I don't want to be rude and cut you off there, but I think of the three. Nintendo's definitely got that market share. They don't seem to have people just going crazy for those, to get those games.
Well, but I mean, the press conference really wasn't for the hardcore game, and the press conference was for basically everybody else. And I guess if you're a company and you can have the hardcore gamer or everybody else, who are you going to pick? I mean, let's just be realistic. I don't think it's a bad choice. I think it's good to get a lot of other people into gaming. But all right, finally we have Josh, also from California. Bring it home, Josh. Are you hearing Josh?
I don't think I heard Josh. I think there may have been something technical. Anyway,
All right,
sorry
we don't have
about
Josh.
that.
Sorry, Josh. We'll try to get you a little bit later in the show. Virtual audience, thank you so much for coming by. We will check in with you throughout the week for your take on E3. So you should dress for the occasion. You know, put on a button down. Let's send it back over to Olivia.
Or a bright yellow dress. Hey guys, we'll be right back with more E308 Live, including a look at the new and improved Prince of Persia and the latest offerings from Electronic Arts. And remember to keep your iPod fed with the latest E308 videos. Download G4 Special E3 podcast at g4tv.com/podcast. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. G4's exclusive live coverage of E308 Live. We've got all the games you could ever want to see, even the ones you didn't even know you wanted to see.
Yes, we're going to force your eyeballs open and make you watch. But right now, it's time to check our video viewer mail and answer some questions from you guys at home.
All the battles that we have seen on Lord of the Rings Conquest come from the movies. What additional content will we expect from the books?
Okay, well, we've been told that Pandemic is working on including battles that never made it into the movie, so I guess we'll see more in a second.
Yeah, we've got a hands-on demo and an interview coming up very shortly. But, you know, they're working with Weta, who did the effects for the film as well, so you know it's going to look and feel authentic. And they're working on a level based around Valin's conquest of Moria.
So we'll actually check it out. So guys, stay tuned for that. If you've got a question about anything happening here at E3, you can get it answered and accurately. All you have to do is send us a video viewer mail.
It's easy. Head on over to g4tv.com/E3 for all the particulars. But right now, let's go over to Morgan for more on Conquest.
As if 3 movies and a couple games weren't enough, the Tolkien universe is getting some more love this year with Lord of the Rings Conquest. You'll relive all of your favorite battles and experience ones that you've never seen.
The Lord of the Rings Conquest is a brand new take on the series, courtesy of Pandemic. Following the same style as the studio's popular Star Wars Battlefront series, you must lead an army into battle and win at all costs. Created with assistance from Peter Jackson's Weta Studios, the game is set to be the most epic Middle-earth adventure yet. Players will be able to fight for both good and evil in 2 separate campaigns and wage war against one another online.
Real fast. See what we have available to us.
We're going to have a ton of battles available in this game. We've got Helm's Deep, we've got Minas Tirith, we've got the Black Gate, and you even get to go a bunch of places you've never been before, like the Shire, Rivendell, the Mines of Moria. So it's going to be a blast.
So, but is everything that's going to happen in the game, did that come from the book, or is that something that you guys took a little liberties with?
We've got everything from the films and a bunch from the book as well. Like we've got a battle of in Minas Morgul, which is this evil fortress that you just see in the movies, but you don't really get to explore, that you get to fully explore in the game.
So is this an alternate universe setting?
You know, we've got the good campaign, which kind of follows the events of the film, but then the evil campaign takes place right at the end, and it has an alternate ending where Frodo failed in destroying the ring. And instead of destroying it, you get to play as the bad guys, as a ring wraith. You get to kill Frodo, deliver the ring to Sauron, and set off this evil campaign where you go through as the bad guys and crush the forces of good throughout Middle-earth.
I love a good evil campaign.
It's pretty fun.
Let's take a look at what we're seeing right here. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
So this is from the good campaign. This is the Battle of Minas Tirith. And here you'll see what we're doing is we're trying to defend the front gate. You've got 4 playable classes in the game: the Scout, the Warrior, the Archer, and the Mage, and each one plays totally different. And right now, you've got to defend the area at the front gate from these invading orc forces. The Scout right here is using a bunch of different attacks to try to defend it. He can also cloak, and he can also do a bunch of different combos in both melee attacks as well as throwing bombs and doing a bunch of really kind of stealth mechanics.
So he's sort of the rogue character.
Exactly. He's your rogue thief fan character.
So let's talk about some of the other characters that are available.
Sure. We've got another character too. We've got the Mage, who's our magic user. We've got the Warrior, who's our melee specialist, and we've got the Archer, who's our range specialist.
So how do you choose between these characters when you start a game?
It really depends on what your personal preference is. If you're more of a shooter fan, you might want to stick with the Archer or the Mage. They're more of your blaster characters. They they play like a third-person shooter, much more like Star Wars Battlefront. If you're more of a melee fan, you might want to play the Warrior or the Scout because they're more, kind of violent in the interface.
So we should talk about Star Wars Battlefront a little bit. How does this game relate to that game?
Oh, well, we after working on Battlefront 1 and 2, we really wanted to take this game into a whole new area. So we took the open battlefield type game and we took it into the fantasy setting. And with Lord of the Rings, you've got this rich universe, a whole cast of new heroes, and melee combat. So it really kind of is a next extension of the gameplay.
So we heard that you were able to get some of actually the special effects from the movie houses into your movie. I mean, how did you integrate that material?
That was really cool, actually. With the next-gen technology, we're able to get the actual Ints, the Trolls, and even the Balrog from the film into the game as a playable character.
So you can actually play as a Balrog?
Yes, you can play as a Balrog.
We should talk about the Evil campaign and how its gameplay differs from the Good campaign.
Well, in the Evil campaign, you get to play as all these really powerful evil forces. You get to play as Sauron, the Evil Lord. You get to play as the Balrog. You get to march through the Shire, setting Ents on fire. You get to play as a troll, pick up enemy guys, bite their heads off, and throw them across the battlefield. So you get to do a lot of really bad things that you wouldn't be able to do as the good guys.
So why am I going to play the Good Guy campaign?
Yeah, if you're a fan of the films, and you want to relive the battles any way you want, you can do that. But it's really all about the bad guys.
So let's talk about this environment right here. How much of this castle do you have to move around in?
Our environments are huge, actually. This is Minas Tirith. Minas Tirith is basically like a wedding cake. It's got 7 layers. We've got the entire first 3 layers of Minas Tirith modeled in this game, and you get to play through starting at the front gate all the way up to the top where you're looking out over the battlefield. It's pretty impressive.
And then you're going to hit all of those points during this battle right here.
Yeah, what you do is what we did is set up scenarios like playgrounds, like we did in Battlefront, where we allow moments from the films to happen, but it's up to the player to kind of make those things happen. So he still has the freedom to play any way he wants.
Do you have arrow management? Arrow management was a huge part of the book. I think people who've only seen the movies don't realize how much time Legolas spent managing his arrows. Is there arrow management in this, or do you have unlimited ammo for that?
We've got different kinds of special arrows that you need to manage. We've got a fire arrow, a poison arrow, and a triple shot arrow, and you need to manage those and make sure you're using them at the right time.
Okay, cool. Oh, it looks so awesome. I'm so excited about this. We should talk a little bit about multiplayer because I know that people want to go slaughter their friends online.
Absolutely.
It's the first thing people usually ask about. So what kind of tactics are going to be available to us?
Well, in multiplayer, we've got all the standard fare of Conquest and Capture the Flag and King of the Hill. But we've also got a bunch of new modes that'll let you play kind of Lord of the Rings true gameplay style. We've got a new mode called Ring Bearer, where one player is Frodo and the rest of the players all ring race. And the longer you stay alive as Frodo, the more points you get. And the first ring race to find and kill Frodo gets to be Frodo. So it's this kind of game of tag where everyone's working together to try to find Frodo and then fighting over each other to see who's the one that gets to kill Frodo.
Lord of the Rings tag, I love it. Are we going to see any co-op play?
Yeah, the entire campaign's playable in co-op, both split screen and online.
What lessons did you take from Star Wars Battlefront in bringing this game to life?
I think we started from making sure we wanted to have a game that was fun in both single player and multiplayer, and kind of the same game, so if you knew single player, you knew how to play multiplayer and vice versa. But what we brought is a whole melee component and this whole Lord of the Rings dynamic to the Battlefront experience. This, in a way, is kind of the spiritual successor to Battlefront.
I mean, do you feel honored? I mean, you've worked on games from 2 of the biggest, entertainment and geek franchises in history.
Yeah, it's pretty much a dream come true.
And who do you think would win in a fight, Star Wars nerd or Lord of the Rings nerd?
I'd say probably Lord of the Rings nerd, because he's more likely to bring chainmail and a sword to the fight, and the Star Wars nerd's probably got a plastic lightsaber.
That's true, I probably would bring mail. So we would love to have you back sometime. Do you have anything new you could bring us on X-Play?
Yes, actually, I think we're premiering our new trailer on G4 coming soon. So
well, we're
really
very
cool.
excited to see it. I know that everyone's very excited for this game. Thank you so much for coming by with Conquest.
Thanks
we really
for having me.
appreciate having you on. I know. Let's send it back over to Adam and Kevin.
Nobody's going to play the good campaign. I mean, come on.
I just want you to realize Morgan just snagged content for X-Play right there during the course of the demo.
She's good.
So that's really
she's real good.
All right, earlier in the show, we asked you, what's the best new addition to Gears 2?
Yes, is it chainsaw dueling, the meat shield, or new execution?
Well, our counting monkeys, they really are monkeys, have tabulated your votes. And they say that 42% of you love chainsaw dueling with meat shields running a very close second.
It's funny, every making up documentary you see about Gears of War, every interview that you see with Clippy, that he had to fight and convince people that the chainsaw bayonet was a worthy addition to the game, that this would be an awesome gameplay mechanic. And here, not only did it turn out to be just a pivotal moment in gaming for so many people, you know, it's a memory that they love, but now it's the most hotly anticipated feature for the new game.
And in multiplayer, is so much better because now it's not kind of a coin toss. You have to keep tapping that button to see if you can withstand and you can win that.
And if both of you are tapping fast enough, you kind of break away.
And you're not in God mode. So other people in multiplayer can be shooting at you. So you have to really decide whether or not you want to get into that.
And are you going to be the one guy in the middle of the map who's just chainsawing back and forth with someone else until someone wins?
No, I'm the guy shooting the guy's chainsaw.
There you go.
I know that I can
I didn't know which style of gamer you were.
I can hit that guy if he's standing there.
I am excited. I mean, the fact that the meat shield and the curb stomp were both up there as well, like, says to me that there's enough awesome features in this game to make it as over the top and action packed as people are hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be absolutely awesome.
I think so far, Fallout 3 sniper headshot and a Gears of War 2 head stomp have got the most applause from anybody out here.
That's in 3 hours.
There's plenty more coming up as well. We also need your votes for another upcoming gaming event when G4's Stay Out of the Sun Summer continues with X-Play Presents, hey, that's your show, G4ia 2008. It's G4's fan favorite award show. After that, Adam and Morgan circle the globe on a whirlwind gaming tour.
First, we'll head to Europe's largest gaming expo, the Leipzig Games Convention. Then we're coming back stateside to the biggest indie game festival on earth, the Penny Arcade Expo.
Love the packs. Do not miss any of X-Play's summer specials, starting with the 1-hour award extravaganza that is G4ia 2008 on August 7th. Just check out all the info and the details by logging on to g4tv.com/xplay.
Now, coming up after the break, we'll be taking a stroll on the Angry Red Planet for a look at Red Faction Guerrilla. And yes, everything's destructible.
Thank you. There's more after that, including a look at Ubisoft's reboot of Prince of Persia. You will not believe the game's bold new look.
And remember, you can watch the best of our E308 coverage whenever you want. Starting this Thursday, July 17th. Look for G4 On Demand on your channel lineup. Check g4tv.com/VOD for more info.
We'll be back.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to G4's coverage of E308 Live, Day 1, presented by Wendy's. Now, the hits keep coming, and we'll keep bringing them to you. We are here to satisfy all of your FPS, RTS, and, of course, those RPG needs.
ETC. The big three, Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft, are here in force, and we are surrounded by developers and upcoming games, and you really will see everything that we can get our hands on before this week is over. That's our promise.
Coming up this hour, we find life on Mars, and then we'll blow it to hell in Red Faction Guerrilla, the game that will let you destroy anything in your path.
Yeah, we'll also check out Ubisoft's new take on Prince of Persia. The game has a new prince, a new story, and an amazing art style.
Plus, we'll take to the air and show you Dark Void, the wild action shooter from Capcom, and the people who brought you Crimson Skies. Right now, let's check in with Zach Selwyn on the floor as he's about to join the forces of Unite and in the agency. I hope they have good benefits.
They do, yeah.
Sony Online Entertainment has entered the world of espionage with their latest MMO, The Agency, and I am here with the designer Hal Milton to unlock some of the game's secrets. My man, first and foremost, is this a hybrid game? It looks like one to me.
This is a bit of a hybrid. It's taking basically what everyone knows from their favorite shooters on consoles and tacking onto it the power of a persistent world in which stuff's happening even when you're not logged on.
Interesting. What about the missions? What are we going to see as far as that goes?
You're going to see a wide variety of action-adventure stuff as well as non-combat missions. So you're going to be able to go out and do combat missions, stealth mission support, and then mix them all up with a team to try and do the best thing you possibly can. And then when you log off, you'll be able to have this cadre of operatives you collect who'll be able to keep the fun rolling for you so the next time you log in, there's stuff waiting for you.
You mentioned teams. Is there a single-player mode?
Well, actually, the entire game's designed to be soloable from beginning to end. So if you're one of those guys that kind of likes the online space, doesn't like all those pesky people to be involved, you'll be able to create your agent, have a career, and have a good time without having to worry about all that.
So you can create your characters, you can create agents, you can make them look any way you want.
Oh, absolutely. You get to join one of two sides. You got Unite and Paragon. You got the Super Spies versus the Mercenaries. Pick the character you want, bodies, heads, hair, and customize over time.
Well, I gotta say, man, the women in this look extremely hot. We want to thank you for that. The animation is impressive. It's a hybrid MMO shooter. It's amazing. Got a lot of potential here at E3. Look out for the agency. Going to make a lot of news this year. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Zach. You know all your secrets are safe with me, but I always have to tell Kevin everything.
Yeah, I did hear a couple of them. There's cream for it. Don't worry.
Hey guys, after this week is over, GeForce Day Out of the Sun Summer continues. We've got so much more. We go to Comic-Con 08 Live. We're taking you inside San Diego's massive pop culture phenomenon with an unprecedented 6 hours of live coverage, and I gotta tell you, so excited about that.
I'm really, really psyched. It's going to be amazing. Tons of fans and celebrities. No one else gives you this kind of access to all the comics, the movies, and of course the stars. We got Samuel L. Jackson, Guy Ritchie, Zack Snyder, Olivia Munn. Hello.
Kevin Pereira.
Crickets.
Hold your applause.
Crickets. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
They're paid to be here. So
do not miss GeForce Colossal live coverage of Comic-Con 08. That's July 24th and 25th. Of course, you can check out g4tv.com/Comic-Con for all the sordid details.
You guys don't go anywhere because we've got plenty to see after the break. Coming up, we'll review EA's lineup and get destructive with Red Faction Guerrilla.
Plus, the all-new revamped Prince of Persia is still to come, along with more floor reports, exclusive demos.
Super Friends.
The Super Friends are uniting, and Blitz will be there with probably way too much energy than you need. We got interviews, demos, you name it. E308 Live continues. Stay with us, guys.
E308 Live is brought to you by Wendy's. It's way better than fast food. It's Wendy's. And by Comic-Con 08 Live. Comics, movies, and stars. July 24th and 25th, only on G4.
Here we go again. On August 1st. Sorry, pal. There's a mummy on the loose. Beyond death. Beyond imagination. Hey, Mom, they never play fair. Lies an adventure that will live for all eternity. Hang on! The Mummy, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, rated PG-13.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I have an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now. 877 cash now. They help thousands, they'll help you too. One lump sum of cash they will pay to you. Get long-term payments, but you need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now. 877 cash now.
877 cash now.
877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
This is you after an energy drink. Unfortunately, so is this. Why do energy drinks make you crash? 1 minute you're wired up, the next you feel worse than before. The answer is large amounts of sugar and caffeine. That's why you should try a new liquid energy shot called 5-Hour Energy. With 5-Hour Energy, you can leave grogginess behind and sail through your day without feeling jittery, tense, or, you know. That's because 5-Hour Energy contains a powerful blend of B vitamins for energy and amino acids for focus, alertness, and better mood. There's zero sugar, about as much caffeine as a cup of coffee, and only 4 calories. The 2-ounce shot takes just seconds to drink, and in minutes you're feeling bright, awake, and productive. And that feeling lasts for hours. So if your energy drink makes you crash, switch to 5-Hour Energy. Hours of energy now, no crash later. Find out if 5-Hour Energy is right for you. It's available at these fine stores. Or for more information, go to 5hourenergy.com.
What if I told you there's a quick and easy way to get today's most popular stuff for free? All you need is internet access. Answer a few questions, then tell us where to send your free gift. It's fast, it's easy, and it's real. Thousands of people have already claimed their free gift.
I thought it was too good to be true. Then I got my free Xbox.
I got a free Xbox for my son.
An offer like this doesn't come around every day. Check out the website now and get your free gift.
In 8 days, Carl Conrad, the coolest geek in the world, will be watching Comic-Con 08 live on G4 with exclusive coverage of Wolverine, Watchmen, Star Trek, Terminator Salvation, and Star Wars, The Clone Wars. Comic-Con 08 Live starts July 24th, only on G4.
Exclusive coverage of E3 08 Live. We are learning everything we can about the games we are going to be playing for the rest of the year and probably the rest of our lives.
Probably, yes. So all of the top developers, designers, and companies are here showing off all of the hard work they've been doing and really proving that they haven't been spending their days, grinding their level 65 Blood Elf Mage, but it is important to grind.
Now it's time to check in with gaming giant EA. While they've been criticized in the past for churning out sequels, the company is back in a big way with plenty of new and original content.
That's right. Blair Herter was at the Electronic Arts press conference last night for an early look at their 2008 lineup.
What's up, Blair Herter, hanging out outside the Orpheum Theater in downtown Los Angeles. We're going to take a look at what EA is bringing to the E3 08 table. I bet it's delicious.
We're going to have the people that make the games show you the games they're making.
EA started their press conference off by giving a new look to one of their classic franchises with Sim Animals.
In Sim Animals, you create groups of animals along with their friends and adversaries and the environment, and you sculpt their habitat any way you want.
And then gave us a sneak peek at the world of Sims 3. EA took things in a different direction by giving us a look at horror survival game Dead Space.
The core gameplay mechanic is strategic dismemberment.
Then we took a look at the reinvention of a first-person title with Mirror's Edge. Super creator Will Wright came out and gave us a look at some never-before-seen footage from Spore. Peter Moore came out to introduce some of the newest innovations in EA Sports, starting with NBA Live 09.
Dynamic DNA is powering gameplay with absolute precision.
Then he took a swing at Tiger Woods 09 to show how all play balances out the competition. BioWare showed up to show off Dragon Age Origins. Valve gave us a look at Left 4 Dead, a game that's sure to revolutionize gaming AI. But possibly the biggest announcement of the night was EA's partnership with John Carmack and id Software. Well, there you have it, folks. EA is bringing it hard this year, E3 2008. Can't wait to get my hands on some of these games.
Thanks, Blair. We will see even more from EA in the coming days with demos of Mirror's Edge and Dead Space.
I can't wait to see Mirror's Edge. I'm really, really psyched for that one. Remember, guys, G4TV.com is your source for full E3 press conference coverage. That means if you missed anything, you can rewatch the full Nintendo and Sony press conferences and everything else. Just go to G4TV.com/E3 for details.
Let's head on over to Adam, who's got another brand new demo to hold you over in the meantime.
All right. Mars is home to robots that discover ice, Quado, and Red Faction Guerrilla. The series is back with a new look, and we've got the world broadcast premiere hands-on demo. All right, joining us today is the producer of Red Faction Guerrilla, Rick White. Thank you so much for stopping by and showing off this game. It's been a while since we've seen Red Faction, and I know that Destructible Environments was kind of a cornerstone of the first two. But this time, everything really is destructible.
Right. I think our goal when we started out was to make sure that you can't go anywhere. You can carve your own path. Nothing's going to stop you, and that destruction is meaningful. And so unlike in Red Faction, you still have to come back to those points of interest and counters. But in RG, you can destroy everything, level it however you want.
Now, exactly how is that working in the game in terms of the physics, and how do you design a game around the fact that everything in it will somehow change its shape?
It's pretty hard. What we ended up having to do is we had to take the material in mind as far as the strength, how thick it is, and build the structures the way you would expect them to be built, because they'll just collapse on you once you get them in the game. And so we allow it to use the walker and just go in there, and as you can see, the walker, you can destroy everything.
Yeah.
And just everything just goes flying based off of the material and what it's made out of and the momentum that it's.
Now, in addition to that, you do have physics so that you can just, undermine the integrity of a building, then just cause its collapse.
Right. Yeah, so you can go and hit a couple of the base beams and just slowly see it creak and slowly start collapsing based off how much damage you do to it. So after a while, if you did enough damage, the stress system will kick in and start collapsing the building.
That's really cool. Now, this does take place after the events of the original Red Faction. What's happened in the ensuing time period? What's kind of driving this story?
Well, what happened in Red Faction 1 is the Earth Defense Force came in and saved you. In Red Faction Guerrilla, the Earth Defense Force are now the bad guys. And Mars has been terraformed, and now there's little pockets of frontier-like towns spread throughout Mars, the surface of Mars. And so now the Earth Defense Force are coming in, they're capturing people, they're making work in forced labor camps, they're putting martial law down, and basically making it really difficult for anybody to prosper.
Sounds like Mars is just always going to have some problems in the world of Red Faction. Now, also, as you said, they terraformed the planet, so we're going to see a lot more outdoor environments and some of the inside ones we saw definitely in the first one and the second.
Yeah, it's mostly outdoor. We'll have some little areas that you go back to in homage to the first one, Altor Labs sort of thing, which is slightly underground, but pretty much all on the surface of Mars.
Now, also, the original games were a first-person game, and we are definitely watching being played in third person. What was driving the decision to actually do that?
We started out in first person, then as we developed the destruction system, we realized that you had to see the destruction, and there's numerous times when you would just die, and it's really frustrating. And so we ended up pulling the camera back so you could see what's going on around you. You can see that that tower's collapsing on you, and that's what killed you if you didn't get out of the way, sort of thing.
Now, obviously, multiplayer is also another component of this game. You guys really have been hard at work at really making something that's quite robust for it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. We just launched our beta with Microsoft, and so people are playing it already, our friends and family. And it's all about destruction. No longer can you go to the same sniper point and try and take out guys. Your tactics are going to have to change as the environment changes around you.
Now, also, I believe when I saw this recently, there's some jetpacks involved. Is that correct?
Yeah, those are really cool. We got one of the cool ones is we call it Rhino Pack. And basically, you charge forward, and there's a sphere of energies around you, and you basically destroy everything you hit, and you knock back the players, and you can pull out your sledgehammer and just take them out.
Now, one more thing I want to talk about in the game, this is really impressive right there, I just have to say. The AI in the game, you've also been hard at work at that, and how is that going to be affecting the challenges that players can experience?
That was the second challenge we ran into after just the destruction system. How does the AI know that the cover is no longer there and to seek cover somewhere else? How does the AI know to jump through a hole or create a hole to get to you, that it's faster to do that versus running around and going down a stair? So yeah, it's a lot of fun. It basically is changing. As the environment's changing as well.
So really, almost all of this game is kind of about sort of real-time change that's constantly happening inside of Red Faction.
Yeah, definitely.
This is very exciting. Now, outside of the mechs, are we going to have any more vehicles in the game?
Well, we'll have tanks in the game. We'll have APCs with turrets on them. Some of those will be rocket turrets, machine guns.
And one more thing, we saw Gears earlier, but you guys are also employing a cover system in the game. Obviously, that plays a large role in the fact that the environment's being destroyed all around you.
Well, it starts out as a large role, and I think, especially like in multiplayer, I went to cover, and I immediately got the cover blown out, and I'm standing in the open, and a rocket hits me, and it's just crazy. But
so, do you have a set release date for the game?
Yep, we're coming out the first quarter of 2009.
First quarter of 2009. I'm liking the multiplayer. I'm liking the single player. One more thing I did want to ask you: the grinder. What is the grinder in this? It sounds very promising.
Yeah, well, it's an improvised weapon that the miners have put together. It has a big blade that they charge up the blade, and then it launches, and it can amputate people or get stuck in people. You get stuck in the train, and you can use it as a ladder if you want it, up inside of a wall, sort of thing.
Yeah, that sounds like something I would like to use, especially in the combat. Pretty much here, I guess I think we're probably closing down the demo, but where are we right now in the environment, inside the game as a whole?
Yeah, we're at the very first area that you run into, and we're trying to go for more of a get the player comfortable with what he's seeing, and then we'll start introducing more of the Mars-like feel to it, which is more the red and rust. This is a refinery area where he's trying to infiltrate and try and destroy a couple of the targets, which happens to be the smokestack.
All right. Well, I think that's all the time that we have. first quarter of 2009.
Yeah.
All right, I cannot wait. Thanks so much for stopping by, Rick.
It's awesome.
Congratulations on the game. All right. Now, I believe Zach Selwyn is up in the Coke Zero Lounge with our buddies from the Championship Gaming Series. So let's check in and see what they're up to. Zach?
All right, I've managed to break away from E3 to find a little sanctuary here at G4 Coke Zero Gamers Lounge, where I'm hanging out with some friends from the Championship Gaming Series. Now, these guys are the pioneers of the sport, and they've come here today to rally the fans. I'm going to start with my man, Andy Reef. Of course, you're the CEO of CGS. Can you kind of explain how the sport works?
Sure. Well, CGS is a global professional video gaming league where gamers are paid professional athletes. They compete on teams, and teams compete in a league. And it's global, and we have 18 teams around the world. And it's a team competition, so we have specialists in 4 types of games: a fighter game, a race car game, a sports title, and an FPS game.
Wow, how big do you see this sport going?
I think huge. It really reminds me of where skateboarding or BMX biking became action sports after ESPN created the X Games, and we're doing the exact same thing with pro gaming.
Well, and all these X Games have their stars, as does gaming. Here's one of them right here from the Dallas Venom, my man Master Rodriguez. Let's start off with your name. Where does Master come from?
Comes from something that I wanted to be, respected, something dominating, and that's exactly what I'm doing. So I think it fits me very well.
Nice. How do you train for these competitions?
Just spend several hours on the game, try to look for the latest strats. You always want to be the guy with the latest strats, so you can always be ahead of the curve, and that's what I've been doing, and it's working.
We gotta love it, Master. Someone to always be reckoned with, as is this guy, Fatality, Jonathan Wendell. Nice to see you, man. Now, you're on hiatus right now, is that correct?
Yeah, I've been, working really hard with CGS, trying to bring gaming to a mainstream audience and, create other gamers like Master himself and create stars and, basically bring this thing global.
Beautiful. Now, there's a lot of new games down there on the floor here at E3. Anything you're particularly excited about?
I think me and Master are both really excited for Street Fighter 4. That's going to be a kick-ass game.
Definitely. A lot of people excited about that. Also, a lot of people excited about CGS, the Championship Gaming Series. Make sure to tune in tomorrow night on G4 right after our E3 coverage to check it out. Back to you.
Thanks, Zach. Now, we should really get a lounge for ourselves down here.
Well, we have a cheering section, so I don't know how we're
cheering section, some bowling chairs.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Well, there's lots more to come from E3, so don't go anywhere. Later on, we'll be taking a look at Star Wars: The Force Unleashed. Plus, the Gods of Rock will reunite on this very stage and play Rock Band 2.
Yeah, they just asked me if I would sing, which is a treat for everybody at home. We'll hit the floor for the latest news also, and we bring you world premiere demos, interviews, and more as G4's coverage of EA E308 Day 1 continues.
And to get up to the second E308 news, exclusive video screenshots, and more, just go to G4TV.com/E3. It's that easy. They can even do it. We'll be right back. Welcome back to G4's live coverage of E308. We're not spending this E3 watching or imagining how games will play because we have the best stuff right here with exclusive demos live on our stage. Well, let's go over to Adam and Olivia, who are set to show us a brand new take on a classic franchise.
Thank you, Morgan. Now, in 1989, Prince of Persia debuted on the Apple II. Yes, we used to play games on those things. And it was a crazy hard side-scrolling platformer.
The Prince is no stranger to makeovers, having 9 entries in the series. We're ready to see what's in store this time around with a very exclusive hands-on demo.
After wowing gamers last year with Assassin's Creed, Ubisoft is bringing back its other acrobatic, action-packed franchise, Prince of Persia. This reboot of the popular series features an all-new protagonist, new gameplay elements, and even more gravity-defying action than ever. There are puzzles to solve, enemies to vanquish, and of course, evil that must be stopped. With a dazzling new cel-shaded art style, this is one game you're definitely going to want to keep an eye on.
Please welcome Ben Mattis, producer at Ubisoft. I just want to start by saying, this game is amazing looking.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. We were going over it earlier in the makeup room, and Adam was just like, no, this is like, it's like nothing we've ever seen.
Well, I mean, obviously the visual style is one of the things that a lot of people comment on. Thank you very much for your compliments. It's one of our big sort of major communication points with this game. We're really, really proud of the way the game looks, so we really like to talk about it.
We wanted to ask you about, this new illustrative art style, and did it affect the storyline? at all?
I mean, it all kind of goes together, right? Yes, we wanted a gameplay and a visual style and a story that all mesh together. It's a fantasy world, obviously. Yeah. You've got magical powers, you've got magical looking enemies. We wanted an illustrative, artistic direction that meshed really well with the fact that it's a fantasy game. And of course, we want a story that meshes very well with the fact that it's a fantasy game.
They're so realistic. It's fantastic.
What you see happening right now is the combat. I mean, this is another one of the new areas where we're trying to really kind of revolutionize how combat works in the action-adventure genre. Yeah. Typically in the action-adventure genre, you see a hero fighting against lots of sort of little generic enemies. You're sort of heroes slashing through 10,000 clones.
This
we want the sensation of a duel.
This looks like nothing we've ever seen before, what they're going up against.
Now, so as you just sort of said, like obviously there's a lot of enemies in the Sands of Time series of games. So this really is its own type of game, and people should sort of not discount, but don't connect them with the previous
Right, I mean, this is a new start for the franchise. The old Sands of Time trilogy, we sort of closed that chapter for now. It's a new Prince, a new story, a new universe for an all-new Prince of Persia experience.
Well, now you talk about the new stuff. There's a new female character. Am I right about that?
Yes, exactly. You can see her in action on the screen.
So can you tell us who she is, and does she have any unique abilities?
Sure. I mean, her name is Elika, and obviously there's a huge backstory behind her, and I won't get into it right now because of time elements. But our goal with Elika is to create a support character who really helps us push forward the story, push forward the character development. That's stuff that's really, important for the Prince of Persia universe, but all the while doing it, making sure she's tightly integrated into gameplay. So she's not just a purely narrative device. You saw, Tamal was fighting with her. At the press of a button, she flips off the prince's back, jumps in, boom, does a cool attack.
So has she earned a spot in the sequels to become a fixture in the Prince of Persia?
Well, if there are sequels, I think it's safe to say that we might see Elika return.
Now, Ben, the combat, it definitely just immediately looks a lot different. What's going on there? Is it really going to be a lot of just one-on-one battles, and how are you going to be using the controls in that?
Yeah, I mean, our ambition with the combat is to try and make it accessible so that a casual player can pick it up and start mashing the different buttons and pulling off some really cool attacks, but also very deep. I mean, we've got like attack sequences in this game that are 14 hits long, and it really takes a mastery to know, okay, if I have to press this button at this time and this button at this time, when the enemy is doing this, then I can press this button. So the hardcore players who really dig deep and really explore the kind of the deep elements of the combat are going to uncover all sorts of really fantastic sort of sequences and dramatic moments in the combat that your casual button masher is not going to get. But of course, both of them are going to be able to finish the combat and feel get a great sense of reward and accompliment from defeating these enemies.
Now, we're seeing a lot of the climbing here right now.
Yeah.
Are we going to have the same geographical puzzles that we saw in the previous 3 games, or is this just to kind of get through the level?
Yeah, I mean, part of the brand DNA of Prince of Persia is certainly the fact that you've got these large acrobatic sequences, the puzzles, if you will, where you have to figure out how to get to point A and how to get to point B, as well, pull the lever, make the door open, jump on the platform, that kind of stuff.
Speaking of like trying to get from point A to point B, isn't there some cool new gauntlet? There's like some quad glove. Is that what's helping you?
Yeah, you're going to see a move in just a second.
And how does that affect gameplay?
Well, we have a move called a grip fall. So Tamal's going to do it in just a second. The prince sort of slashes his gauntleted hand into any vertical surface in the game and can slide down. So you see he's sliding down and moving laterally in order to avoid the creatures that have popped up on the wall.
That's fantastic.
Now imagine you can do that anywhere in the world with a vertical surface. You're doing a wall run, but you fail, you miss your objective, you use the glove to grip fall, and you can get a second chance by finding safe ground somewhere.
They're in this world fighting the world. How did they become corrupted, and how are they going to fix it?
The backstory is we have this, there's the ancient evil god Ahriman who has infected the world with his corrupting energies, and all of the dark matter that you see, the enemy that you're fighting is sort of made up of this corruption spread around the ground. Those traps, those creatures you saw on the wall were also elements that we call corruption. This is like the blood, if you will, of Ahriman that has spread through the world and driven all of the life and the light and the beauty out. So the prince and Elika are faced with this reality, which is that Ahriman is going to kill everything, and they have to literally save the world.
Ben, this game is absolutely incredible. It's beyond what I expected. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Congratulations.
Thanks for the
opportunity. And we're thinking about the holiday season, aren't we?
Maybe let's make it into a trilogy if it does so well. That would be very exciting. You guys, let's send it back over to Kevin, who wants to know what you at home are thinking.
If you're like me, you're thinking that looked awesome. All right, as you just saw, this isn't just the Prince of Persia that you played for the past 19 years. So tell us what you think with our next X poll. Do you like Prince of Persia's new art style? Is your answer A, yes, B, no, or C, I wish it was 2D? Cast your vote at g4tv.com/E3 or text your vote to G4TXT. That's 44898 on your cell phone. We'll have the results a little later on in the show. Right now, let's go back to the floor and check in with Zach Selwyn. As crazy as it sounds, he's actually got a new game for the PlayStation 2. You heard me right. Here's Yakuza 2.
Hanging out here at the Sega booth in front of Yakuza 2, one of the coolest games here at E3, and I'm talking to Mabel Chung. She's the marketing coordinator for Sega. Let's start at the beginning. This is obviously a sequel to Yakuza 1. What kind of differences are we going to see in this game?
We like to call this twice as big, twice as brutal, and twice as badass. So in the first one you had Tokyo and you're wandering around at your own personal playground. This one you have a Tokyo and Osaka. So there's things that you like to do, like go to the ramen shop, go to the hostess bar, get a drink. You can do it in this game.
Now you say just go to any bar, any ramen shop, but are these actual places that really exist in Tokyo and Osaka?
These are real life establishments licensed to be in our game. So if there's a place that you like the arcade down the street in Japan, you want to check it out and find it here.
It's like virtual reality. I love it. Now, how would you describe the genre of this game?
This is an action-adventure fighter, and it's very authentic. We have lots of things like the original Japanese voiceover. It's here in this game with English subtitles.
Okay, the original had, I think, English actors coming in and redoing the Japanese stuff.
But this one we really listened to our audience. They wanted to see it with the Japanese voiceover, and we kept it for them. So you can totally get the full Japanese feel for it.
Awesome. What's a typical day in the life of a Yakuza gangster?
You know, you wake up late, decide you want to walk over to the bar, there's some thugs, you gotta beat them up and stuff. Come here and you do it in this game.
It sounds like my everyday life.
Really?
Hell yeah.
Awesome, yeah. You gotta play this after.
I will. I'm going to Osaka right after this, living my dream. I love it. Yakuza 2 coming out soon. One of the coolest and most innovative games here at E3. Back to you.
Well, thank you for that, Zach. Now see if you can maybe find some GameCube games while you're out there. I'm sure they're innovative as well. After the break, we're strapping on some jetpacks and hijacking a flying saucer or two with an early look at Capcom's Dark Void. We've got more games, more interviews, and more demos on the way as G4's live coverage of E308 Day 1 continues.
E308 Live is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero. Real Coke taste and zero.
Who do you think had the best overall press conference so far at E3?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
You know, Kevin mentioned earlier that Nintendo's press conference was kind of a letdown because they didn't really have anything for the hardcore Nintendo fan, like no Zelda.
They
or
weren't
anything
gunning
like that.
for gamers like myself or for, I think, a lot of our audience. They were gunning for their moms or maybe their cousins or their
Grandmas,
girlfriends. Or,
yeah. So the big ones, when you're comparing them, is Sony and Microsoft. So do you have a winner there?
It's tough. I mean, Sony shut off some amazing titles, and it's clear that they're pushing their online service as well. They're trying to get some, the movie rentals going on PSN and some other cool features. But I think overall, Microsoft took it for me.
Really?
I mean, listen,
there you go, Microsoft.
They focused on the games. They had a little bit about the numbers. I really liked, actually, I did like the Sony press conference with the little Big Planet kind of PowerPoint presentation about units sold and whatnot.
You liked some things at the end.
Overall, Microsoft had the total package, the hardcore, the casual, and the online presence.
What did you think of the Final Fantasy 13 announcement?
I mean, look,
stole the show.
I'm not the world's biggest Final Fantasy fan, but I know that there are millions of them out there, and as such, it took everybody by surprise. Nobody was expecting
Everyone
it.
here was shocked.
Yeah, and I think it was a big blow to Sony as well. Like, hey, look, another exclusive franchise making the run to another console. So that was a big deal. I think overall, Microsoft stole it.
So in case you guys are wondering why we're all dressed up and we just start off talking about stuff, it's because we want to say welcome back to G4's live coverage of E308.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It says it there.
Where it's all around us. If you want to know what games you should be looking forward to, you've come to the right place. G4 is the only place where you'll find every single one of them.
Yeah, and keep this in mind, it's just day one. We actually have 2 more days of exclusive new demos, up-close interviews, and reports right from the show floor. This is really the only place you can find it all.
The only place. On a serious note, Jack Thompson's had a rough couple of months with that whole disbarment thing hanging over his head.
Yeah, the internet likes to take immense pleasure in mocking Jack, but what if he had it all? What if we had it all wrong?
Really?
Just think about it.
Listen, vehicular homicides have been on the rise every week since the release of Grand Theft Auto. And guns guns have played a part in over 20% of the city's crime in the same time period. All the reporters are out there, they're saying that people are finding automatic weapons and sniper rifles on the rooftops and in the alleys. I'm scared, man. I'm telling you, the world is turning into Grand Theft Auto.
What are you saying?
Saying that Jack Thompson was right.
Homeland Security has issued the following warning. All owners of the game Grand Theft Auto 4 should stop playing immediately and report directly to anyone in the designated psychiatric hospitals. For anyone around the loved ones still playing GTA, stay away from them and call 911. It's too late. They're here.
This is the 10th prostitute to be killed by a baseball bat in as many hours.
Why didn't somebody warn us about GTA 4?
Someone did. I need your help, Jack.
Jack the Hammer Thompson, born Cleveland, Ohio, graduated Vanderbilt, middle of his class.
Did you need my help 6 years ago when I sounded the alarm on these murder simulators?
Filed his first lawsuit against GTA in 1997. No one would listen.
Don't forget why you got that big-ass tattoo.
2008, the system tried to shut him down. He ignored his disbarment by walking out of court.
All right. But if we do this my way. Jack Thompson's way.
Yes, sir.
Oh. Yay. You're dealing with an army of millions that have been trained on these murder simulators for years. But there's one thing they didn't count on.
What?
Me. Let me play the game. It'll make you a killer. I'll see about that.
What is causing trouble among America's youth in schools? Oh, it has to be a video game. Anyone of thought should find that insulting at the face of it. I believe that violence was existing prior to the release of even Pong.
It's Christmas, 1979. My little brother Timmy wanted Pong.
What game were you playing? What did it?
He got ponged himself. Two hoodlums found him in the street. You're my friend. I loved you like a brother. Jimmy was back and forth and back and forth. No! His neck snapped like a twig. No!
There's a lot of little Timmys out there, Jack. And they need your help.
Where did he get the games?
And Mom, not give everybody games.
I can get a strategy guide and find out how the game ends. I can beat them. You couldn't stop this, Jack. If you were stronger, none of this would have ever happened.
Wow. I had no idea.
I guess, if the whole law thing goes down, then
At least he'll have plenty of time to work on his abs.
there's an upside.
Impressive
Yeah,
abs.
and he's got some sweeting.
Yeah,
so.
your 8-minute abs on YouTube. Stuff works. I don't do it, but I hear it works.
I hear that it works. Yeah,
Yes.
it's a lot easier to just play video games.
Yeah, definitely, which you should be doing. Easily one of the highlights of Microsoft's media briefing was the live demo of Resident Evil 5. Is that good to say?
Yeah, it was incredible. As I said, I wasn't expecting the co-op, and it looked great.
And there it was. The game is almost here with a release date and everything. So here is the latest trailer.
Splendid timing! You two are just in time for the fireworks show. Boom!
Convention Center. I don't believe it, actually. For the headlines that aren't E3 related, here's all the news you need to know. Time for the feed.
I'm Allison Hayslip, and here are your top news stories live from the floor of E3. The video game Lost Planet is making its way to the big screen. The story revolves around an expedition to an ice planet that has an energy source that can save mankind. David Hayter, who wrote the screenplay for the highly anticipated Watchmen film, is set to write the script. More on the project is expected to be announced here at E3, so stay tuned. Universal Pictures is convinced that audiences want more of Wanted. The film has grossed almost $200 million worldwide, and the studio has renewed producers Mark Platt's contract for another 5 years. Platt says that the writers are working on the next installment of the Wanted franchise and trying to solve some creative issues that the ending caused. We'll be interested to see what they come up with since there's no sequel to the book. And here's some movie news that is kind of a bummer. First, J.J. Abrams' Star Trek was pushed from 2008, and now it's not teasing anything at Comic-Con. Sci-Fi Wire spoke to a disappointed Abrams who said that the special effects shots in his Trek reboot are just not ready to be seen by an audience yet. Trek is in good company. Paramount Studios is not taking any of their geek bait to this year's con. No G.I. Joe and no Transformers 2 footage. Boo! JJ's new Star Trek opens May 9th, 2009. And finally, you can breathe a sigh of relief. YouTube will not be giving up your user information to Viacom, thank goodness. Well, they'll be giving it to them. It'll just be masked to protect your privacy. Last year, Viacom accused YouTube of turning a blind eye to piracy on the website. They believe YouTube should be doing more to protect artists' copyrights by policing videos uploaded to their site. YouTube argues that they do the best they can. Over 10 hours of video gets uploaded to the site every minute. Well, that's it for today, but don't worry, the feed doesn't stop here. Stay tuned to G4 all day and look for the feed ticker at the bottom of your screen. We'll have all the news you need to know as it happens. I'm Allison Hayslip, and you've just been fed.
Thanks, Allison. We are skeptical of this real world, but stay with us after today's E3 coverage. G4's Stand of the Sun Summer continues with our newest original series called Hurl.
Yes, inspired by viral videos that are found on the web, Hurl combines competitive speed eating with intense physical challenges, all designed to shake up the competitors and make them hurl.
For more information and to play Hurl the game, check out g4tv.com/hurl. It all starts tonight at 9 p.m. immediately following E3 08 Live.
That's right. Now, when we come back, you'll get your first look at Capcom's Dark Void, which has the unique distinction of really being the first vertical-based shooter.
Plus, we've got even more live demos of the biggest games around, including Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, and Bionic Commando.
Don't forget, you can see all of the best E3 08 clips anytime, anywhere, right on your mobile phone. If you want info, just go to g4tv.com/mobile. It's also available on Verizon's Vcast as well. Guys, do not go anywhere.
No.
We'll be right back. Plenty more left from E3.
Hey guys, welcome back to E3 2008. I'm Flitz, the only fan on the floor. I'm excited. I've gotten to play so many games running on the floor. I've gotten to play Fallout 2, Resistance 2, 2 Human, and Left 4 Dead. But the important thing is I found my game. Yes, Street Fighter 4. I'm sitting here playing as Ryu, getting my practice on in the Capcom Street Fighter 4 room. There is so much Street Fighter 4 Capcom epicness, I can barely contain myself. And I know what you're saying. You're just a little bit jealous, you know, because you're there watching and I'm here playing. Well, that's okay. It's okay because I can convey as much energy as I need to get it to you guys. And I would like to thank G4 for that. Thank you, G4. Thank you, G4. Thank you, G4. I'd say it one more time, but then it just becomes a bit redundant. I have to get back to practice. You guys get back to, you know, watching me practice. I lost.
Yes, you're welcome, Flitz, and keep up the practicing and keep the reports coming in.
Well, he'll be out there every day using our name to get free stuff.
Welcome back to G4's live coverage of E3 08. If you love video games, we've got your fix. We have 3 days of exclusive coverage of the industry's biggest and most prestigious event.
This year, it's all about the games. This week, we have live demos of the hottest titles. And here's Kevin with another one more, a game from Capcom that is really not for those afraid of heights.
No, that's true. Flying saucers, jetpacks, mid-air hijackings. Are you sold yet? I thought so. Here's an exclusive hands-on demo of Capcom's Dark Void. Joining us today is Dark Void's lead designer, Jose Perez, and Capcom lead designer, Morgan Gray. Thanks for coming by, guys. Yeah. All right, we've got the game fired up, and right away, I hate to be the one to break it to you, but it looks like it's scrolling in the wrong direction. It's supposed to go from left to right.
Not in this game. In this game, we actually have something called vertical cover. So similar to a lot of the cover-based games that have come out, we actually have a cover system that allows you to scale up walls. So what Morgan's doing right now is if you look, the camera is actually going up, and he has the ability to SWAT turn. He can peek out from here. He can do blind fire. And it's really just a whole different way of how we're approaching cover-based gameplay.
Did you purposely sit down and say, hey, we want to screw everybody who's had years of practice going from left to right. Let's just do this. I mean, what was the inspiration behind this method of gameplay?
There's a lot of inspiration behind it. Obviously, Gears of War is something that we played a lot of.
Fantastic cover system.
Yeah, we have Unreal 3, so we're leveraging a lot of the stuff that they have. But really, the main inspiration was just pure insanity. It was late one night. We were looking for something innovative and a new way to kind of put a twist on the game, and this is kind of what we came up with.
You clearly found it. I mean, this looks incredible. You said you're running on Unreal Tech?
We're running on Unreal Tech, yes.
And what have you done to tweak it to actually suit your game?
Oh, all kinds of things. I mean, we have a really big world that you deal with when you get to the rocket pack and some of those other things. So just being able to handle that big of a world, we rewrote the AI from scratch. So
and what are we seeing here? For those who, I mean, obviously we've seen some of the vertical scrolling, and we're like, yeah, who is this guy and why is he beating people mercilessly and shooting through them?
This is Will. So Will starts out as a struggling cargo pilot, and what happens is he's on a routine cargo flight through the Bermuda Triangle, crash lands into a parallel dimension known as the Void, and he meets up with some other survivors that are there, and then he goes up against this seemingly unopposable race known as the Watchers. And Morgan just died there, for the record. For the record.
It happens. You rewrote the AI perhaps better than
Morgan,
right?
Sure. Better than Morgan.
It's better than Morgan AI. That's our new shtick.
Morgan, when you're playing this game, what's the control scheme? I see you're shaking yourself free.
So the enemies will melee. It's basically classic shooter controls. You got a button that puts you in and out of cover. You got to zoom in to shoot, aim. A lot of freeform. With Will having the rocket pack, you get a lot of play with moving around.
That's great. And so you got the rocket pack in there, and I see you shooting a couple different weapons here. What other tools are at our disposal, weapons-wise or power-up-wise?
Well, so on top of weapons and then the hover pack, you'll actually eventually upgrade to the rocket pack, which allows you to fly. In addition to that, a lot of the team at Airtight Games worked on this game called Crimson Skies High Road Revenge.
Yes.
So we've taken a lot of our flight mechanics and we've used that knowledge and we've applied it here. So what Morgan's doing right now is he's actually using the rocket pack.
Every time I see this game, I'm amazed at just how do you? I mean, is that mocap? Did you hang some poor soul by strings and just shake them with some ping pong balls on?
Something like that. No, all of our animation is actually hand keyed. Look at bam!
Oh,
bam!
Okay, I thought, is he going to grab onto the wall or no? He's going to explode.
He's going to die.
Very nice.
Right for it.
It looked very pretty. So you
it's all hand keyed animation and yeah.
And how does flight work? Is it clear that like you hit a point in a level and it's okay, I need to fly now, or can you take flight whenever you want?
Well, once you upgrade to the rocket pack, you actually have the ability to fly whenever you want. So if you're in like a really tight hallway, probably not the best idea to activate the rocket pack.
Yeah.
But if you're out in these big open areas, then you can take to it and you can deal with the encounters the way that you want.
The game looks absolutely stunning. By the way.
Thank you.
It really looks incredible. What type of modes are we talking about here, gameplay-wise?
Well, this right here is the hijacking mode. So Morgan has just grabbed onto the UFO, and he's got to get that stinky, skinny little Watcher out of there.
It's a bit of cat and mouse.
It's a little bit of cat and mouse, game of patience. So he needs to basically just harass this UFO enough in order for that guy to pop out. Then
distract
he can
him, rip off the panel there.
Yeah, jump in there, do a little wiggle stick action.
And we epic battle for the gun.
Epic battle. Step on him, shoot him in his robot face.
Oh! Very nice. And jacks the UFO, and now it becomes yours.
Yeah, now you actually have access to the UFO. So this is very similar to what we did on Crimson Skies. We're, again, taking a lot of that knowledge. So you've got special moves, you've got a look-at camera, and
if I may, one thing that Crimson Skies had, which I absolutely love, was multiplayer. Are you guys focusing on the single player only for this title? Or?
For Dark Void, we decided to focus only on the single player, and that's primarily just because we have so many different innovative features, from the rocket pack to the vertical cover.
And then you don't have to worry about shoehorning any features into the multiplayer side of things. You can focus on making it an awesome experience.
Dark Void 2, we'd love to do multiplayer, but
very cool.
Got to focus.
Now, Morgan, this is a game that it's coming out on 360, PS3, and PC. Were any sacrifices made to make sure it fits on every platform? Or?
So right now, our goal is basically to try to provide a unified experience for any platform you're onto, and then try to play to the strengths. So obviously, we'll be having a lot of fun with achievements on 360. We'll be having fun with trophies on PS3 moving forward. So depending on what platform you have, it's going to be pretty awesome. However you want to go with it.
Awesomeness abounds.
Awesomeness oozes.
That's all you really need to know. Is that that the press release? Just one
That
giant
is the
bullet point that says,
Awesomeness-
"Hey,
Dark Void, awesomeness abounds."
Awesomeness
Can you
abounds.
just jump out of this UFO
You
right
could,
now? and watch
Yeah,
it
right
start?
now. I'm
Hits the B
out.
button twice, and you can go into that. So if your plane gets or your UFO starts getting really damaged, you
Hop
jump out
out,
of it,
rocket pads
find
go.
another one.
And hey, guess what? Awesomeness abounds.
And
yet
awesomeness
again.
abounds, yes.
Jose, Morgan, thank you guys so
Thanks
much.
a lot, man.
It looks absolutely incredible.
Awesome,
Thanks
thank
for
you.
coming on, showing it off. Really appreciate it. Now, guys, here's Morgan with our results of the latest X poll. Morgan.
That looked pretty awesome, didn't it?
That was really.
I want to jump out of a UFO and then turn on my hover pack and then fly out of there. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, paying attention. Earlier, we asked you if you liked the new art style for Prince of Persia. Your choices were yes, no, and I wish it were 2D. Well, the numbers have been crushed, and it seems that 42% of you love the new art style, though a lot of you want 2D. What gives it that?
Maybe we have a large, older viewership that
Nostalgia.
misses those Apple II games. I call them weirdos. All right, if you can't catch every single episode of E3 OH live action, don't worry. G4 On Demand coverage starts this Thursday.
Yeah, we'll be bringing you new content and show highlights of our hands-on game demos, announcements, and floor reports. Check out g4tv.com/VOD for more information.
Now, coming up, we'll hit the E3 floor for more looks at MotorStorm Pacific Rift for the PlayStation 3.
Yes.
As well as Midway Sin City Simulator. That's easy. This is Vegas.
Plus, we'll show you why it's good to be bad with a live hands-on demo of Star Wars The Force Unleashed.
Great. And if you want to see archived streams of the EA, Capcom, Ubisoft, and Activision press conferences, check out g4tv.com/E3. Stay with us. E308 Live will continue right after this.
Welcome back to G4's exclusive coverage of E308 Live, presented by Wendy's. This year, it's all about the games, as it should be.
Yeah, of course.
We've got live hands-on demos of every big title that is here.
G4 has invaded the LA Convention Center and will be bringing you interviews, floor reports, and all the latest news as it breaks. You can't come here in person, but we're the next best thing, right?
Really, I mean, you're getting to see absolutely everything. Coming up in this hour, we turn this mother up to 11, and we're going to demo Rock Band 2 live on our stage. Bit of warning.
Yeah.
Faces will be melted.
It's just a danger we have to take. Now, plus, we're going hands-on with Star Wars The Force Unleashed. The next chapter in the Star Wars saga will show you how fun it is to be Vader's apprentice.
Then we'll look at the all-new Bionic Commando and swing through the streets with Nathan, Rad, Spencer. But first, let's send it over to Olivia.
MotorStorm has been thrilling PS3 owners since the early days of the console. Its sequel titled Pacific Rift promises to keep the thrills coming in a whole new environment. Let's go over to Blair Herter for more.
All right, I'm hanging out with Paul Hollywood. Yes, that's his real name. He's the creative director of MotorStorm Pacific Rift. Now, Paul, the original MotorStorm is the top-selling PS3 title of all time, man. So how are you going to improve on that success?
Well, the first thing we're going to do is not change the good parts about the game. Build upon them. We're going to make it bigger, we've made it better, and we've made it much, much better. The biggest change is we put in a new location. That location is based on the stunning islands of Hawaii. And what we've done, we've created a fictitious island from those islands where you can now experience brutal off-road racing in different elemental zones. We have fire zones with heat that eats up the engine. We have vegetation earth zones, which has a reactive force onto the vehicles. We have water zones. Water cools down the engine temperature, which adds an extra tactical dimension to the racing. And we have air zones with massive, huge jumps and precarious cliff edge tracks. We've also added a new vehicle class, the Unstoppable Monster Truck. Our Monster Truck is a great addition to our large suite of vehicles you have in MotorStorm, and it's like a case of choose your weapon, the best weapon for the environment. Because the environment now fights back. The environments are now totally destructible, so you have some great fun smashing up, making complete mayhem of the track that you're racing around. We also have the deformation from the mud. We also have split screen racing for up to 4 players. We have online, and we have music on the cross media bar.
Nice, dude. Sounds exciting. Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks for that floor report, Blair. I know Blair Herter is so excited. He's such a gamer.
He's having himself a grand old time.
Yeah, this is his Disneyland. You guys still ahead. 4 Gods of Rock will take the stage and demo one of the year's biggest sequels. Get ready for Rock Band 2. Are we those 4 gods?
I don't know. We're going to leave it as a surprise. If we say we are, I don't know if they're going to stick around.
I don't think.
Well,
would it be be very good.
But later on, we'll take a tour of the galaxy and, choke some Wookiees with Star Wars The Force Unleashed. They totally deserve it.
And keep your hype pod fed with the latest E308 downloads. The G4 special E3 podcast is at g4tv.com/podcast. You guys stay with us. We've got more show coming up. E308 Live continues.
E308 Live is brought.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
The battle for global supremacy. The Championship Gaming Series starts tonight at 9 right after E3. Part of G4's Stay Out of the Sun Summer.
Welcome back to G4's exclusive coverage of E308 Live. So many games, so much time. This is only the first day, and we really have covered like a ton.
We have, but we'll have more exclusive live demos in just a second. But first, let's head over to Kevin.
Yes, while we're shackled to the stage, Chris Hardwick is out there on the floor with a game that basically shows you what my weekends are like, to be honest. It's called This is Vegas.
So I'm here with Alan Patmore, the studio head of Surreal Software. Alan, thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to talk a little bit about this awesome game, This is Vegas. Now, you've condensed the Vegas experience into a video game, which Vegas for me just smells like poop and sadness. How have you made that into a game?
Well, we started with an open world base, where you can fight and drive, but then we wanted to add all the cool things and breadth of activities that you can do in Vegas, which is all about partying, drinking, dancing, and going to strip clubs, and we got it all in Vegas.
Can I make love to a
We allude to making love to but we do it in a much more tongue-in-cheek sort of fashion.
Right. Well, I want to talk about that because obviously there's a lot of cool stuff. You have 4 pillars of gameplay and there are tasks that you can complete, but what made you guys say this game has to be funny? I like seeing humor in games now.
We really wanted to make fun of the Vegas lifestyle. I mean, Vegas is so over the top and ridiculous that, it just begs to make fun of. And, we have a great writer who came up with some really funny content. And you go through this crazy sort of misadventures throughout your rise from nothing to basically the king of Vegas. And it is a freaking hilarious game.
So this is actually probably a fun game to put together.
Oh, it's been a blast.
All right, so I want to know, is this game available now or is it coming out soon?
2009.
2009 is the game that comes out. This is Vegas. This is Alan Patmore with Surreal Software, so check it out.
All right, Chris, thanks for that floor report. Right now, let's head over to Adam and Olivia.
All right, after the break, we've got an amazing double feature. We'll kick some Jedi ass with a world broadcast premiere demo of Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, and then we'll check out Star Wars, The Clone Wars.
Plus, you guys, we're going to tune up with the latest installment in a certain music-making franchise. Wonder what that one is. It's a hard one. A big franchise based on music. Put your thinking caps on, you guys, when G4's E308 Live coverage continues. Someone got it!
She does mean Rock Band too. It's not Wii Music. You don't want to miss this. Our exclusive hands-on demo. We're going to be right back.
Could be Wii Music. You won't find this coverage anywhere else. I know. We basically took off like a quarter of
It's no big deal. No big deal.
Yeah.
They were going to use the space for games, and guess what? We are. So
we
it's
are
fine.
about gaming.
Now, since E3 is invite only, we really are your only way inside. It's either that or Octo Camo.
Invincibility cloak?
Yeah, one and the same, and those don't exist in the real world. Sorry, guys.
No, but they might one day. Future tech.
They could. A boy can dream.
Maybe.
Could think of a couple uses.
But until then, you guys sit right there and keep it on G4. Later on, we are going to rock you like Hurricane, or it might just sound like a hurricane. I don't know. I'm not quite sure yet.
There'll be some wind noises coming out of the microphone, I
We
think.
are going to demo Rock Band 2. I've been asked to sing.
Are you going to?
You know how much I love to sing.
And you know how much I love to hear you sing, so
Kevin,
great.
we can never figure out where my tone is. But we're going to get to Rock Band 2 later. You guys stick around for that. But first, let's go over to Morgan for our latest demo.
It is time for me to call upon my many years of Jedi training because we've got the next chapter in the epic space saga. Here's the World Podcast premiere demo of Star Wars: The Force Unleashed.
The world's most famous science fiction series continues this year with Star Wars: The Force Unleashed. Set between episodes 3 and 4, the game follows Darth Vader's secret apprentice on his path of destruction through the galaxy. Groundbreaking physics technology allows players to slay foes with the Force and dispose of enemies in ways never seen before. The next chapter in the Star Wars series is here, and it's brutal.
Star Wars Force Unleashed Project Lead Hayden Blackman is here to guide us on our Jedi journey. Take us down the path to the dark side, will you? All right, so you play as Darth Vader's secret apprentice. You're not exactly a good guy. How do you make that character likable?
Well, we really did try and humanize him. He actually has a droid sidekick that he develops a relationship with over time.
Like a pet?
Almost like a pet. He's kind of a brutal training droid, but
Well,
yeah.
this is the kind of pet I'm interested in. So what are we taking a look at here?
So this is the first level of the game where you actually play as Darth Vader's secret apprentice, and this is a TIE fighter factory that Darth Vader sent you to wipe out a Jedi that's taken it over, and he's given you explicit instructions to wipe out everybody in there, leave no witnesses because you are his secret apprentice. So here you'll see that the apprentice has a wealth of different powers. He's got force push, he's got grip, he's got lightning. You can pretty much interact with anything in the environment and really just kick ass with the Force, which is what the game's all about.
So how do your powers progress as the game goes on?
So as you progress through the game, you'll unlock brand new powers. You'll also be able to improve your existing powers. You gain new combos. We really focus on a rich, deep combo system that's not just melee focused, but also allows you to combine melee attacks with force power. So you might infuse your lightsaber with lightning, for example, or follow up a lightsaber attack with a push. And then you can also combine different force powers in new ways as you advance through the game.
So as you advance through the game, how do you choose your path? Or are you able to change your path at all?
Well, the theme of the story is redemption, so without giving away too much, you definitely have some big choices to make throughout the course of the story.
So once you have your enemies up in the air in 3D, I mean, how are you controlling the objects that you pick up and move? Like, how do you gain that feeling of control over the world?
You actually have full control over any character or object in 3D space using the thumbsticks on the controller on the PS3 or the Xbox 360, so you can move them forward, backwards, up, down, left, or right, and then you can throw them really easy by just flicking a stick and letting go of the grip button. So it's very intuitive and very accessible.
So I hear you brought a special little treat just for us.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of unlockables in the game and different costumes and lightsaber crystals and other things that you can find. So we really wanted to show you guys, one example of a costume that you can unlock in the game. And this one's kind of a little fun one, and it's actually your droid sidekick, Proxy. So that's one of many that you'll be able to unlock throughout the course of the game.
His name's Proxy?
Proxy, yeah.
He's kind of adorable.
Sidekick, yeah. And he serves as a training droid, but he's also very naive and, kind of allows you to humanize the character as you go through the game.
Right, it must be kind of exciting to be able to bring so much of the Star Wars lore into the game that you're making.
It was. We were able to really bridge the gap between episodes 3 and 4, and George Lucas really gave us a lot of feedback on the different types of things that would be happening during that time period, the things that Darth Vader might be doing, things that the Emperor are doing. So we're really able to ground it firmly in kind of the lore of Star Wars.
Well, people get so excited about that too.
Absolutely, right. So
well,
there's a lot for fans.
They're also nitpicky. All right, what are we taking a look at here?
So this is the opening of the TIE Fighter factory. Normally that would be the apprentice character, and this is Proxy. So you get to play the game as Proxy all the way through. This is kind of the Proxy skin. And this is one of several unlockables that we have in the game, and a little sneak peek here for you guys.
Well, unlockables are great because they really help replayability.
Absolutely.
People love it. Let's talk about some of the melee combat. How is that going to work? I mean, What do people want more than anything else? They want to hit things with a lightsaber.
Absolutely. So we knew that the lightsaber was going to be an important part of the game. We wanted to treat it like another force power. So all of your force powers are unleashed. We wanted to make the lightsaber feel unleashed as well. So you have a ton of different things you can do with it. You have a dozen combos or more that you can unlock through the course of the game. And then again, being able to combine those with force powers really just opens everything up.
Well, let's talk about some of the enemies, some of the bigger enemies that you're going to encounter.
We have a wide range of enemies in the game, everything from stormtroopers to big monsters like the Rancor or the AT-ST. Again, we wanted to create a variety of different tactics for the player, a variety of different challenges. So every planet that you go to will have its own kind of suite of unique enemies that you'll have to figure out.
Well, we're so excited. Thank you. It's just been really great to see it. I know everybody's been very excited about it. We showed it at Expo a little while ago, and we just got so much email about it. So we really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the demo. Let's head it back over to Adam and Kevin.
Thanks.
Oh, that looks like so much fun.
Looks fun, but when you actually play this game,
Is it easy to pull off all those moves? It seemed like there was 1,000 different things going on.
yeah, it is amazingly satisfying. I cannot wait for this. Next up on our live coverage of E308, Nathan Rad Spencer makes his return in Capcom's reimagining of Bionic Commando, and we'll go hands-on with the game.
And later you might see some, I don't know, maybe some goat head. The goat head.
Or goat head soup.
It could happen when we demo Rock Band 2. It's all on G4 right after this quick break.
Stones reference. The soup?
Welcome back to E308 Live. This year it is not about console specs and the promise of some game in 5 years. It's about the here and now. The games you'll be playing very soon.
Very soon. I gotta point out, everything we've already seen, I don't know how it's returned to my games. I want the new ones we just saw.
The old games look bad now.
I know. They're not my friend. Anyway, we've got live demos of every big name title on the horizon, coverage of everything happening on the show floor, and the latest breaking news. For our next game, let's send it over to Olivia.
Thanks, guys. Now, while Capcom is bringing back its classic Street Fighter franchise, this year another fan favorite is getting a makeover as well. It's been a long time since we last saw Nathan Rad Spencer, but he's back in the all-new Bionic Commando. Joining us today is Simon Vicklin. Thank you very much for being here. Now, he is the sound designer for Capcom. Is that right?
For Grin, yeah, the developer of the game.
All right, now I want to get into the game. It's been 20 years since the original was released, but in terms of story, this is a true sequel, right? I mean, it's just moving on to where we left off. So I want to ask you, what is Nathan Spencer up against in this game, and where will his bionic arm take him now?
Well, the original game, this game takes place 10 years after the original game.
Okay.
And during most of this time, Spencer has been in prison. So he's released from prison. He was on death row. He was supposed to be killed.
Wow. How'd he get out?
But terrorists attack Ascension City and blow up a bomb inside, which destroys most part of the city. And the only one who can save the day and get inside is Nathan Spencer. So they spare his life if he manages, you know, to defeat the terrorists.
Now, your game has gone from 3D to from 2D to 3D. Were there a lot of challenges in making it from that step to the other?
Oh yeah, there's a lot to think about. I mean, both the change of the view of the camera, but also because the original game is old, there's a lot you have to adapt to, you know, that gamers of today would expect from a game. So there's several like levels of things to think about, definitely.
Yeah, especially right now, like things are so big and great and perfect, and there's a new level, and so it's great that you guys stepped up and met that. Now, you've developed a breakthrough in swing mechanics. What are some of the new moves and combat abilities of the bionic arm? I was actually playing with the demo over there earlier.
Yeah, well, as we can see here, you'll be able to, apart from just swinging around, you can pull things like huge object out of the wall. You can explore further, like go inside buildings and stuff.
Is the bionic arm upgradable?
Yeah, it is. You gain more and more abilities as the game progresses.
Now, other than the arm, have you brought any other elements back from the original?
Oh yeah, there's several things like wiretapping.
Right?
Yeah, wiretapping the enemy communications, and characters introduced in the original game make appearances in this one as well. It's a continuation of the storyline.
Okay, now we're watching.
You can punch things around with the arm. You can pull things up from the ground and throw them at the enemy. You can.
Now we're watching him, so he's got his bionic arm. On the other hand, is a gun or some kind of weapon. How many ranged weapons will players get their hands on?
I think about 5 or 6. I'm not sure actually at the moment. I can't answer
There's
that.
quite a few.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I want to talk to you about the environment. Can we climb on top of everything? And is there a limit to the spaces?
Well, that's one of the challenges that we stumbled upon when we started developing the game, because we gave this the ability to the player to go pretty much anywhere and get there very fast with a swing mechanic. We needed to limit the player somehow.
Yes.
So in a positive way, of course, that you don't get lost, and to kind of simplify the level design, of course. So you can grab onto anything that you can see, but we have certain areas like glowing cracks in the walls, indicating that you cannot. It's radiated, and you cannot connect to that part of the wall.
Oh, nice.
Otherwise, I mean.
Pretty much anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, I want to talk about multiplayer. What type of game modes do you have planned?
It's the regular modes that you'd expect, I guess, from any multiplayer game.
Which is great, because you hit everything that
Oh,
everyone
yeah. What I think makes it unique is, of course, that you move around with this mechanical arm. And as in the single-player campaign, you can use the surroundings, throwing stuff at the enemies and punching them
I was
around.
about to ask you if you can still throw things at throw objects at people, which is also good. Can you also use the landscape to fight in multiplayer?
Yeah, you can. Okay. You can hurl cars and containers and whatnot. You can use the advantage of being above your enemy by using what we call the death from above. The longer you've fallen towards the enemy, the harder you land, and actually the impact will actually push enemies or damage your enemies.
Now, do we have a release date for this?
It'll be released this winter.
This winter,
which is the end of this year or the beginning of the next one.
Now we have an arm over there. I see somebody. It's can we do a fist bump? A fist bump can actually grab onto someone's head. Oh, or that's nice. Yeah. It's a nice big grip. Well, you guys, thank you so much for coming on. I'd like to thank both of you. But right now, we are going to send it over to Morgan.
Thank you, Olivia. Now, if you think we've covered a lot today, we actually have even more E3 action over on our website, which is, of course, G4TV.com. Correspondent Mark Saltzman is here to tell us everything that's happening on the website.
Excellent.
All right,
Hey.
what do we got on there?
All right, well, first we've got high-definition trailers to some of the greatest games here. We've got Ghostbusters, which is a lot of fun in high def. You got to check that out, even if you're not a fan of the movie. Of course you are, but if not, you'll love the game. It's a blast. Next, we've got Mirror's Edge in high def, one of the best games I've played so far at E3. This is from EA, of course, first-person perspective game developed by the guys at Core out in Sweden. And Fallout 3, post-apocalyptic RPG, amazing. You got to check out the trailers. Now, if you missed the live streaming presentations of our conferences of Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo, they're all archived as well at G4TV.com. You can watch them at your convenience, as well as the non-console makers. We've got EA, we've got Capcom, THQ, and tomorrow, 5:30 exclusive, we have Konami broadcasted the conference live streaming on G4TV.com.
Sounds great. So don't forget, thank you, Mark, and true X-Play fans will recognize his name. You can get 24/7 coverage of the press conferences, trailers, interviews, and more at G4TV.com.
All right, we love gadgets and video games, but you know what we love more? Ninjas! That's right, G4 Stay Out of the Summer continues for the very first Ninja Warrior episode ever. It was actually never before seen in the States until now.
So witness the first tournament featuring the most diabolical course ever created. See the episode that started the Ninja craze. Catch Ninja Warrior 1 on August 3rd and go to G4TV.com/Ninja Warrior for info, updates, and to play the Ninja Warrior game. Also,
playing the Ninja Warrior game is cute and fun, right? Oh, I can log on and I can do it. It takes a real cable television hosting duo to go over there and run the real thing.
People have been questioning it because we announced it, but I have started my training this week. And I will be falling into the water very soon. I will be trying my best.
Do you think you'll make it past the first obstacle?
That's my only goal.
Yeah.
Just to get past the first
I just want to show up. If I make it there sober, I win.
Get a bunch of keychains.
That's it.
Say, I went to Japan.
T-shirt, a foam finger. I'm a ninja. All right, we're taking a very, very, very short break, but we're coming right back with a vengeance. Rock Band 2 is going to be played live on our stage.
Played by who is the question. And just a warning, this performance might make you throw your panties at the TV.
If you wear them.
This guy can do them. You'll make him throw them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Stick around. theme song in Rock Band.
Please? All right, you guys, welcome back to E3 Live on G4. This is a place where all the biggest and best games are first revealed in the entire world.
And you'll see them all this week before anybody else. We've got exclusive hands-on demos of every big title and plenty of surprises in store. Right now, though, let's send it over to Adam and Morgan.
All right, last year we took to the stage and played a Rock Band to the delight of teenagers and parents worldwide.
Yes, today we're here with the sequel. Get ready for an exclusive hands-on demo of Rock Band 2. All right, now I think what a lot of people want to find out about with the instruments on Rock Band is they want to find out what changes to the instruments that they have. We have Greg Lopiccolo, VP of Product Development from Harmonix, is here to, you're going to take us, you're going to be our roadie, and you're going to tell us about the new instruments that we can play in Rock Band 2.
Okay. They have actual rosewood fretboards.
Ooh.
All right,
that's kind of fancy.
It's a kind of a rosewood look, but it looks a lot more like real wood.
Rosewood-esque.
We worked, we had like a full year to kind of mess with them. So the strum bars are more durable. They feel a lot more precise. The buttons are quieter. One of the things that's been an issue for these kind of games is just like getting them calibrated. So now we have an actual sensor system built in the guitar. So you basically just hold the guitar up, push a button, boom, auto sync.
That is
fantastic.
That is great. Now, one of the things, and you guys are really good at listening to your fans. And obviously, World Tour mode and some online elements are some things you wanted to address, and you are doing that with Rock Band 2.
A couple big additions. One thing is like World Tour is now online. You can put together a band for people all over the world, and tour. You don't have to. Your band member doesn't have to stick to the instrument. You can switch instruments, and they're having some trouble over there.
They're having a little trouble.
Somebody hit a button.
You don't have to be connected to the band leader. Basically, anybody, as long as some member of the band is saving to a profile that's loaded. We put lots of work into making it easier to get into the game and out of the game because we got a lot of complaints about that.
That's awesome.
No, I mean, what are some of the new songs? Because that's, I think, what people are really excited about with Rock Band.
Pearl Jam, Metallica, old Metallica, Bob Dylan we got for the first time in a video game. We got a song off the new Guns N' Roses album, Chinese Democracy.
Yeah, how, when you went through putting together, I believe it's like 83, 84?
84 tracks? Songs, yep.
How handpicked were they? Did someone get in the room and say, I want that, and that? How do you compile this amazing catalog of
It was a really long, painstaking, and super fun process where we, the people in the group just argued, and then we saw what license we'd get. We're really proud of it because it's got a lot of depth. We got Devo, we got Rat, we got all kinds of things across the entire spectrum of rock and roll.
And how about the graphics? I mean, are people going to...
So it's pretty much drilled into us what people want. We've been paying attention to that.
Well, don't beat your head too much because we want to show you how we can do with Rock Band 2. We're going to do that right after the break. Stick around because we're continuing our exclusive hands-on look at Rock Band 2 in just a moment.
But before that, let's go over to Kevin.
Now, yesterday we got an exclusive hands-on demo of Fable 2, and of course it looks great. Now, for the latest on this epic tale, Allison sat down with the game's mastermind, Peter Molyneux.
Thanks. Allison here in the very green Microsoft Lounge. And standing next to me is Peter Molyneux, creative director of Lionhead Studios, who's going to talk to us today about Fable 2. So give me a brief recap of Fable 2.
Right, it's a role-playing game. It's set 500 years further on from Fable 1, and we've taken all the innovation that we had in Fable 1 and we've tried to add a whole lot more. But the key thing is we've wrapped an incredible story around it, a story written by screenwriters and help with directors and actors. Some of those innovations are you've never seen before in the game. We've got a dog. This is the state-of-the-art artificial intelligent dog. Your dog is unique to you. Your world is unique to you. It will change depending on what you do in the story, and your hero is unique to you. And that's really important because we've got something called ambient orbs, and it means over live, if you're wandering through your world, you can set the game up so you can see your friends playing in their world. You can walk up to one of those ambient orbs and say, hey, come and see my world. And the dog will come in there and they'll be really excited and they'll see what you look like as a hero. And that means that you're doing more than a normal co-oping. Normally, co-oping is all about fighting. But for me, in Fable, co-oping is about showing off and it's about playing the game together.
Now, have you revealed anything new about the game since being here at E3?
The ambient orb stuff was something new. I've also been talking a little bit about all the customization you can do with your character. You know, what we're trying to do is give you unlimited ability to change, to tint any part of the clothing, to put tattoos on and scars on. It really is incredible the amount of customization that goes on. But we control ultimately what your hero looks like, because he's a reflection of what your personality is like. So watch it. If you do nasty stuff, your hero will look like a nasty dude.
I would never do nasty stuff.
I don't believe it.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you, Allison. Do you ever think I'd be excited about a game where you'd have a pet dog?
But that's pretty exciting.
I am.
Yeah, I know you've always wanted a dog, you're too busy, and so
Right.
now it's virtual.
And now if I purposely don't feed the virtual dog, it's still totally fine.
It is.
Coming up after the break, we'll have a live musical performance by one of rock's legendary acts, us. Get ready to hold up a lighter or two. Come on.
I don't know if I should be singing.
I don't know either, but you're going to.
I should be switching with you. It's a 4-member group, 2 men, 2 women, rocking their hearts out. I'm hoping it's not me, and it's not ABBA.
It's not ABBA. It's probably us.
All right, exclusive hands-on demo Rock Band 2 continues right after this. Plug your ears for me, sorry.
E308.
Hey, that's right. We finally have a chance to play Rock Band 2, everybody.
We're playing, but we can't hear the audio.
Spiders, Kevin's on the drums, as you can see. He's awesome. They wouldn't trust me to play on anything other than medium.
Oh, and sick to work. Because coming up tomorrow, we've got hands-on, in-depth, high-def looks at Far Cry 2. We battled the Infected in Left 4 Dead. And we check out the latest legend in fighting games, Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe. Plus, deadly creatures for the Wii. And everyone can't play a little Big Planet. All the big names, all the big games. And there's only one place bringing it all to you live and in your face. G4.
That's it. That is it for day 1, everybody. G4, stay out of the sun.
Summer continues. Very excited about it.
I love to stay out of the. I hate the sun.
I hate the sun too.
Fluorescent lighting forever.
It goes on tonight and tomorrow at 6.
And don't miss X-Play's Best of E3 Awards Friday night at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Yes, visit g4tv.com/E3 for additional exclusive E3 content. What was your favorite thing that you saw? Adam.
Can I?
No, okay, Kevin. Kevin, go Kevin.
Killzone. I mean, and here's the thing.
For the 4th year in a row.
A lot of games looked amazing, but here's the thing. It has to make a believer out of you now from that Target gameplay that they showed. It looked amazing. And there were moments where I said, oh, wow, look at the animation of these guys climbing over the rail, the depth of field effects, taking the cover so you're actually hidden by the cover. You feel immersed in the world.
Yeah.
I got to reserve judgment until I get my hands on it, but I like looking at it.
I have to say, for me, it was the opportunity to showcase my musical abilities.
I was very impressed.
Were you?
I was very impressed.
Gosh,
Your
thank
dulcet
you.
tones just.
Because I've never been trained.
I couldn't tell.
Perfect pitch.
I could not.
Born with it.
It just came out, so I was very excited about that.
Adam, what about you?
Prince of Persia.
Yeah, Morgan?
Force Unleashed. The new costume was pretty awesome. All right, thanks for watching. We really appreciate you tuning in.
Thank you, guys.
These have come true, and others are yet to be discovered. That was only the beginning. Today, we dig deeper. What started with a bang continues with a series of explosive revelations and first-look demonstrations. We will bring you face-to-face interviews with the giants of gaming and exclusive from the titans of the console world. Once again, we climb to the peak of the gaming mountain that is E3 for a one-of-a-kind insider's look that only G4 can bring you. Which games will prove to be the big moneymakers and must-have titles of the year to come? Watch now and find out. G4 is back with Day 2 of E3 08 Live.
Yes, hello everybody and welcome to Day 2 of E3 08 Live, presented by Wendy's. Of course, we're on G4. I'm Kevin Pereira. Joining me is Olivia Munn, Adam Sessler, and Miss Morgan Webb.
That's right, guys. E3 is invite only, so G4 is the only place to go for live day-long coverage of all the action. We've got 3 hours of interviews, floor reports, and of course, all the latest news, and most importantly, all those live hands-on
Yes,
demos
you will see
right
the
here.
games you want to see.
Now, this year, as we said, it's all about the games. We're not watching teaser trailers and wasting our time speculating about future consoles and obsessing over gossip. We'll play the best games here and show you what they're about.
We will be talking to every big game developer, so sit tight, just relax, and get ready to see all of the games headed your way in the very near future. E3 08 Live Day 2 has begun.
And it's a big one coming up in this hour alone. We'll go hands-on with Far Cry 2, which is a reinvention of the series, and as one of the game's developers quite succinctly put it, there are no bleeping mutants in this game.
Then we'll open the pod bay doors and demo Dead Space, the new survival horror game from Electronic Arts. You'll learn the joys of strategic dismemberment.
Plus, we'll go hands-on with Crysis Warhead and hope that our puny TV monitors will be able to display the game's ridiculously high-res visuals.
G4 has every aspect of E3 covered. In fact, our floor reporters are already out there hard at work, or at least that's what they've been telling us. Now let's check in with Zach Selwyn and see how he's doing.
Thanks, guys. I'm still out here combing the convention floor, bringing you the coolest games out here. And in just a second, I'm going to talk to our good friends from Midway about a game that brings the hurt back to football. I'm talking about Blitz the League 2. Over to you, Allison.
Thanks, Selwyn. I'm going to be looking at Golden Axe Beast Rider, which, yes, is the awesome Sega revival of Golden Axe. Really looking forward to this one. Kristen, what you got going on, girl?
Thanks, Allison. Today I'm going to be giving you guys a look at Tomb Raider. I'm very excited to see what Lara Croft is up to. And then we'll be checking out Capcom's Holy Shrine of Virtual Combat, Street Fighter 4. It's all coming up real soon. Over to you, Chris.
Thanks, Kristen. All right, so I'm here in front of EA Games, and in a minute we're going to take a look at Skate It, which is a spin-off of Skate, but now they've migrated it to the Wii. Totally use a balance board in a totally skatey way, and you will like it if you love good times. But right now, let's kick it Blair style.
Thanks a lot, Chris. I'm out here rocking out with my, well, you know what I'm rocking out with. Now, coming up in a little bit, we're going to bash some Orc Skull in with Warhammer Online, but for now, let's take it back to the stage.
Thanks, Blair. My straps are high. Later on, we'll be checking in with Flitz, our fan on the floor, but first, let's hit the jungle for Far Cry 2. Now, if you're a fan of the first game, you might be surprised by what's in store this time around.
Far Cry 2 isn't what you'd expect from a big-budget sequel. Protagonist Jack Carver and the original game's tropical setting have been removed completely. This new adventure takes place in Africa and allows you to control several different characters in a vast, open-ended landscape. You get to decide who you're fighting and why. With a rumored 50 hours of gameplay to be had, it might be wise to clear your schedule this fall.
All right, joining us today for this very special hands-on demo, Ubisoft Creative Director Clint Hawking is here. How are you, Clint?
Hey, how you doing? Good.
Doing very well. I'm excited to see this. We chatted briefly before the show got started, and I'm like, so, where's the island this time?
Yeah, it's not
no
an island.
Where's the protagonist? Gone. What's going on with Far Cry 2?
Well, we decided we needed to change everything up that needed to be changed. We decided to stick with the core of what Far Cry was, which was going somewhere that you'd never been before in a video game, that you never believed you would ever see in a video game. We're going to put you on the ground in 50 square kilometers of fully open African terrain with the savanna, the jungles, the lakes, the rivers, the deserts. You're free to go anywhere you want and play the game any way you want to play.
And this Africa, I'm assuming, is a little bit different than the PlayStation 3 exclusive Africa. We're not just roaming the Serengeti, taking snapshots.
We do have animals for sure, but it's not a picture simulator.
Right.
This
You've
is
got assault rifles for those animals.
Assault rifles, flamethrowers, rocket launchers, mortars, everything you need to do the job.
Well, so what are we seeing right here, Clint?
So John's playing over here, and he's actually just attacking a pipeline here. He's been hired by one of the two factions, the APR, to destroy a pipeline that the UFLL is using to pump fresh water out of the country in order to sell that for guns and ammunition.
So he's chosen to do this mission for this faction?
Absolutely.
He's certainly not forced to play for a certain faction.
Absolutely not, that's right.
What are these two factions, and how do you actually select your missions and get to interact with them?
So the APR is the Alliance for Popular Resistance. The UFLL is the United Front for Liberation and Labor. They're both propagandistic jerks. They're not here to restore order and establish government. Right. They're here to take all the resources they can, pillage everything, and leave. And you're here with one mission alone. That's to hunt down and kill the Jackal. He's an arms dealer who's selling guns to both sides. And you're going to need to play these two factions against each other, manipulate them, play both sides against the middle, figure out what they know, take out the leaders, take out their lieutenants, their captains, and then ultimately
try to kill birds with RPGs. Oh man, or just take out the entire village. Well shot, my friend. All right, so you say, Far Cry, of course, known for being open-ended. Absolutely. How do you make a game even more open-ended? Because I'm told Far Cry 2 takes it to the next level.
Absolutely. The original Far Cry gave you this feeling of being in an open world. Very wide levels, but ultimately a series of levels. What players really dreamed about was, I really want to be able to go where I want on this island. And we said, yeah, that's what we want too. We want you to be able to go where you want, play the way you want. So it's an open world. I mean, think like GTA open world, but with like the shooter mechanics of Call of Duty. You've got the best of both worlds. You got all the action plus all the freedom to explore and play how you want to play.
Well, you can't have shooter mechanics without something to shoot.
Absolutely.
So weapon-wise, what's our loadout here at Far Cry 2?
We have over 30 different weapons in the game.
You even have these little,
absolutely,
little different loadouts here. It looks like I'm reading a menu.
Yeah, exactly. It's something we designed for E3, like to give players a chance to say, you know, I want to play with the professional loadout, using like an assault rifle like that and a guided missile system, or you want to play with a flamethrower and a fully automatic shotgun. It's really just to give you different flavors of how you can play. Like I said, over 30 different weapons, all of them wear down over time. You can misfire and jam. You got to manage all that stuff yourself.
One thing that could barely manage last time was my PC. It could barely manage to play Far Cry. I mean, is this going to just bring most modern day rigs to a crawl? Because I know it's 360 PS3 as well.
Absolutely.
So what kind of PC am I going to need to handle?
The game is the same on all platforms for sure. And what we're saying right now, we haven't announced our min spec yet, but I can tell you with confidence that I saw the game running, looking as good as this on a very high end. It was a last generation Pentium 4 single core with a 6800 in it just last week. I'm not telling you that's our min spec, but I can confidently say our min spec is going to be a very reasonable three-year-old PC. So we don't. And you're going to be able to play it on a DX10 like Vista rig with a quad core if you want.
And no need to hit the local aquarium for tubes so we can water cool something. Like it'll probably run. I just saw a vehicle a couple seconds ago. I mean, vehicles are one of my favorite aspects of Far Cry. Sure. They're making a comeback?
Yeah, I think we have 9 or 10 different vehicles in the game. I forget the number. There's so much stuff. But yeah, we have Jeeps, we have Rovers with mounted weapons on them, different kinds of boats, a hang glider. We've licensed a couple of Jeep vehicles from our Jeep partners, the Jeep Liberty and the Jeep Wrangler. So you get to take like the real, authentic, like off-road four-wheel drive vehicle into the four-wheel drive environment. Here, John's bringing down another guided rocket into this fuel depot here. He's starting a fire. One of our big features is fire propagation. All of our assets, all of our trees and our grass are dynamic assets. If you start a fire, the fire will propagate into the grass. It will get into the trees. All of the trees will burn.
Look at that. Yeah. I mean, I was going to just note the physics and the debris flying through, but the fact that fire is going to
structures are going to catch fire. Yeah, absolutely. It spreads in the direction of the wind.
So potentially you've got an ammo issue, and you're hitting a village. One rocket or one spark of fire could be enough to take out the entire village.
Absolutely.
And the AI is assuming going to react.
Yeah, the AI. The first thing is they see a fire, they run towards it. What can we do? Of course, they can't do anything. It's a grass fire, man. It kills animals by the millions every year. They fall back, the fire gets out of control, and then you can use that to cut off their escape, flank them, maneuver on them, and finish them off.
So a variety of ways to approach any situation, a variety of vehicles, variety of weapons. What about the characters? I'm told there's like 9 different characters.
So there are 12 different buddy characters, of which from 9 of them, you can choose one to be your avatar. There are 3 that you can't pick. And the other ones go on to dynamically populate the story of the game. You need to unlock them by rescuing them from whatever predicament they're in, and then they're going to offer you alternate ways to do missions. And if you die in battle, they're going to come in, they're going to pull you off the ground, drag you behind cover, patch you up, give you their sidearm, and then they're going to be there in play. If they get killed, they're gone. You lose that character forever. So you need to keep them alive. They're
going to quick save every 3 seconds, because that's going to be tragic if that happens. Any special abilities for these characters?
No mutant powers, no magic. I'm going to say it again as loud as I can.
Let's get it out there.
No psychic powers, no nothing. You know, the only powers you have at disposal are just your determination and your blood and sweat.
And what about multiplayer, though? I mean,
we're not talking too much about multiplayer. You got to leave me with something to talk about next time.
Well, can we drop a little bit?
I'll give you a little teaser. We are going to have probably the best level editor you're ever going to see on PC as well as on 360 and on PS3. Users can make maps for themselves in just a few hours that look as good as what you're seeing on the screen right here.
Wow.
And they can share those maps, obviously online on PC, but also over the PlayStation Network and on Xbox Live. So you're going to see all ranked and rated 4- and 5-star maps within 48 hours of launch.
Clint, that sounds fantastic. I can't wait to set brush fires in my friend's beautiful creation. Clint, thank you so much for coming by.
Thanks,
showing off Far Cry 2. And it looks absolutely incredible. Well,
all right. Thank you.
Right now, let's head on over back to Olivia.
You guys, we've got a nice setup here, but if you stay in one place, you might miss something. That's why we have our team roaming the show floor, bringing you every game we can find. Let's check in right now with Kristen Holt, who's got the latest adventures of Lara Croft.
Hey guys, I'm here with Eric Lindstrom, creative director of Tomb Raider Underworld. How's it going, Eric?
Very good.
Good to see you. So tell us, what kind of adventure is Lara taking us on this time?
It's epic. She's going all around the world. Central American jungles, the Thailand coast, even the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea.
And where is your favorite place to go in the game?
Well, she's going very far north, but I can't say how far.
Very interesting. Okay, now the first few games were really action heavy, and then you had to rely more on Lara's agility. Where does this one fall in the mix?
We wanted to do both, so there's a lot of very heavy-paced action adventure, but there's a lot of exploration, a lot of player-driven momentum. It's very fun.
Okay, cool. I'm glad it's relying on both. That sounds great. Are there any new moves that Lara can do this time?
Loads. She can balance walk on beams, she can wall kick, she can chimney jump, she can even split up her guns and fire at 2 different enemies at the same time. That's just the tip of the iceberg.
Sweet, like that's what I think of when I think of Lara Croft too, is like the dual gun and just like shooting everywhere. So nice addition to the game. What do you think people love so much about Lara Croft as a character?
She's a great character. She's unique in the whole landscape. She is strong, she's independent, and she goes places no one else goes.
Yeah, very cool. What are you most excited to show fans with this game?
Everyone really responds the most to it, the big epic environments they get to explore and how they get to open these giant tombs and see what's inside.
It sounds so interesting. All right, guys, Tomb Raider Underworld. I know I'm very excited about it, so we'll be checking it out.
Wow, Crystal Dynamics has really saved that series. Thanks so much, Christian. We'll be checking in with everyone on the floor throughout the show.
The E308 live excitement continues right after the break. We'll take a look at Dead Space, the new sci-fi horror shooter from EA.
And later, we'll see if our hardware can handle Crisis Warhead. And then we'll come face-to-face with the ultra-tense zombie action of Resident Evil 5.
We've got more games, a few surprises, and all the latest news when E308 live returns. Get up to the second E308 news, exclusive videos, screenshots, and more at g4tv.com/E3.
E308.
How important would you say it is to actually read the Dead Space comic books before playing the game?
Well, it isn't that important. I mean, the whole reason for the comic is to learn more about the backstory.
Right.
It's really for the fan, people who are excited for the game. Basically, it's just, a way to get you to buy it, I would think. But do you like it when companies do that?
Well, I do, actually. I don't like it if they make you purchase it to understand what's going on in the game. Like
that's never good.
Yeah, if there's a major reveal in the game that you wouldn't understand as a major reveal unless you've read it in, the 6 series comic books or in a graphic novel, then no. But if it's a little added something, if it's for the fans, I'm all for it. I like the Halo novels. I'll probably read this one as well. Even for like a band like Coheed and Cambria, I'll read their comics to figure out what their lyrics are about.
Did you get to play with them recently?
Yeah, thank you, Rock Band, for that.
It's a big deal. If you want to talk about it some more later.
No, yeah.
Get some time
maybe during a commercial break. I think these people want to see games, though.
Yes, you guys want to see games. So welcome back to G4's live coverage of E308. It's okay to clap, you guys.
It's all right, yeah.
It's okay. We're live, but it's okay.
We're live inside
here.
the library that is the convention center.
There's lots of games. We like it quiet. We are here on day 2 of gaming's biggest show of the year, where all the new and upcoming titles are announced, displayed, and of course played.
Yes, teaser trailers and empty promises can go to hell, as far as I'm concerned. This year, it's obviously all about the games, and we have live demos for you all day long. Let's get to one now, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's go over to Adam for a hands-on look at a game that might make you lose your lunch.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I don't even like lunch. Electronic Arts has made a commitment to delivering new original IPs, and they're doing just that with Dead Space. The horror survival game looks something like Resident Evil meets 2001, which means we're definitely interested. Here's the world broadcast premiere hands-on demo.
This Halloween, Electronic Arts wants to scare the crap out of you with their new outer space horror game, Dead Space. Though the game's protagonist is named Isaac Clarke, don't think this will be some pleasant space odyssey. You have to take on a nasty group of aliens called necromorphs, and the only way to kill them is through strategic dismemberment. So as you can guess, this game is gonna get real messy.
And joining us today is Chuck Beaver, senior producer from EA Redwood Shores. Thank you so much for bringing Dead Space.
Absolutely.
I'm really starting to love this game. Now, where are we in the game right now with this demo?
We are in the middle of the story. It's chapter 6. We are entering the hydroponics deck. At this point, Isaac is trying to save his life. The ship is being converted into a habitat for the necromorph infection, and you are searching for these things called poison pods. The crew has been transformed into these enemies that are belching poison gas into the ship, and essentially are going to kill him if he doesn't kill them first.
And obviously, we have some nasties here already. What are these creatures? Are they organic? Are they alien? What are they?
Right, so the creatures you're looking at, we call them necromorphs. They are the reanimated flesh of the dead crew. And as you start out the game, they start out pretty basic, and as you go, this infection begins to mature and mutate, and the enemies get much more involved and much more dramatically crazy and scary to encounter.
That was just awesome right there. Now, obviously, I want to come with what we saw there. The strategic dismemberment, we weren't joking. This is very important to the game. And this is not a zombie game. We got to shoot him in the head. What's the strategy?
Right. So most survival horror games, you have a headshot is very, very important. You learn that as a trick. We've taken that and kind of mutated it and made it our own idea. Strategic dismemberment is where you have to take all the limbs off the enemies in order to kill them at all. And in doing so, you're going to take off an arm or a leg, and they're still going to come at you, and eventually you have to take everything off of that enemy to kill him. And then as the game goes on, we mutate that some, and we ramp that mechanic, and we play with you quite a bit. Sometimes it's bad to do this mechanic we've taught you, sometimes it's surprising, sometimes it's all the different things that go on.
Now, obviously, if you're going to dismember something, you better have the right tools to do it. So I can already see weapons that I'm not familiar with. Whoa, hold on, what's happening?
This is a melee combat. If you're not keeping the enemies under control, they're going to come at you and essentially try to eat you and chew on you, and that's exactly what you saw there. You got to mash A to get out of it, and if you're lucky, you survive. You have enough health to make it happen.
Now, what's the gun that he's using? What are the types of weapons in the game?
Right. So this is Isaac Clarke. He's an engineer on a mining vessel. He's not all loaded out. These are all mining tools that are all part of the fiction. He's holding right now a plasma cutter, which essentially can change its orientation. You'll see him change the blades there. It's a small tool you'd use to be cutting pieces of rock. It also happens to be very good at cutting limbs off of animated crew members.
Also, it seems like you didn't hesitate on the violence. This is easily the most violent thing I've seen from EA. Was there any trouble in getting this in there?
It was a big leap for us. We don't really do this kind of game, right?
Oh.
So going with full M was a really big deal for EA. And the nice thing is once you really embrace the M rating, as you can see, you can just go as far as your imagination can take you, and you end up in some really great places.
Yes, you clearly.
Check this out. This is going to be great. This is one of the crew members who has been affected to become a poison pod. He's got a very specific function. You can see his lungs on the back of his back. They're extruded out.
Oh, those are his lungs.
Yeah, he's having a really bad day.
Wow.
And so you're on this mission on this chapter is to go hunt all these down and kill them because they're infecting the ship. So that's a great example of the necromorphs mutating.
Now, in terms of the controls, we have free camera control in this game.
Absolutely.
So it is a step away from a lot of things we were used to in our Silent Hills and our Resident Evils.
Oh, right.
And also, when we use the term survival horror, that also means that there's some limiting factors in terms of how much you can carry, or what are you using to sort of hinder the player to create that sense of tension against the enemy?
Yeah, absolutely. So you have a limited inventory to start with, and as you upgrade your suits, that goes up. The big thing we're doing, and this we can talk about the pause issue really quick. Like the game will pause, and you can go to the restroom. That's required by Sony and Microsoft to pause the game.
And me. I want to say that's required by me. My bladder's a little bit small.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Plus the game is going to make you need to go to the bathroom. The thing I'm talking about is the inventory screen itself does not pause the game. So when you want to go in and manage your health, or manage your stasis, or manage all these other pieces in your inventory, you're still playing, and you can't stop and have a cheat in the game that way. So there's a lot of tension involved in that.
So you can't just switch weapons really from one thing to another that easily mid-combat.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to, if you want to recharge your stasis, you've got to go into your inventory and manage that. We do have a health button to manage that, but the inventory does not give you any kind of respite. You don't have any quick save in the game to stop and rescue yourself.
Now, one thing, we've seen a lot of combat here, but I've also seen quite a bit of puzzles in this game. You do have a nice balance. What are some of those challenges we'll see there?
Absolutely. We have some of the game is designed around using his different mechanics in the future. He's got a kinesis module on his right hand, which is kind of like the forklift of the future. You grab things, you pull them in, you throw them back. He's got a stasis device on his left hand, which is essentially a projectile that slows time, and we've got puzzles that kind of incorporate both of those together.
And also, there's zero gravity, and that becomes a part of the puzzles, and I believe some of the boss battles.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, at D3, we're releasing the Leviathan boss battle. So you're on this ship, it's in space, and it's a very fragile environment. It's not like it's all settled and very firm. Gravity can go off at any time, the ship can depressurize, and when it does, your gravity boots allow you to jump from panel to panel throughout the ship. So you've got that as well for puzzles.
All right. Is there any other good tidbit that you want to make sure that we cover? Because, I mean, there seems to be so much inside of this game.
Yeah, besides those mechanics, there's a great deal of just beautiful art, and when you're playing it, you need a 5.1 sound system all around, cranked up all the way. It's just going to sound really amazing.
Well, that's when I jump on my couch and pull my back. How much fun is it to design the creatures in this game? It just sounds like someone just sat there with a pile of mashed potatoes and I want the arm to go like this. I mean, how many people did this, and were they just kind of crazy?
Yeah, they were all pretty much insane. We have one guy that did it, Bimonot, did a lot of the enemy design. We actually went through several iterations. They didn't at all start out like this. And as we kind of got more and more sick and used to being sick and used to thinking in sick ways, all these different designs came out. And as you can see, we came up with some really disturbing ideas on how the enemies are going to work.
Well, you know what? Your sickness can only mean our benefit. I want to thank you so much for being game, and I want to state this now. This is an original game. I know we mentioned some other ones out there, but this is completely original. All right, thanks for stopping by to show us Dead Space.
Thank you.
All right, take back over to Olivia. We'll be running Expos all day long, getting your take on everything happening here.
Thanks, Adam. Now, this one is for all of you console fanboys out there. We want to know, what system will you buy Dead Space on? Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, or the PC? Tell us what you think at g4tv.com/E3, or if you've got a phone handy, and I'm sure you do, text E3 to 44898. We will be back later in the show with the results. Now, if you want swag or hands-on time with the latest games, you got to hit the show floor and walk around. So right now, let's check in and see what's happening down there with Blair. He's got the latest on Warhammer Online.
All right, I'm here with Mark Jacobs, the VP, GM, lead designer for Mythic Entertainment. The guy's wearing more hats than Boy George in the 80s, man. So Mark, Warhammer Online. A lot of people are suffering from the old Warcraft burnout, right? And they're looking to your game to be kind of the cure for what ails them. Tell me about it.
Okay, first, wow, great game. But we're taking it to a whole new level. Our RVR combat, the same system that we originally came up with Dark Age of Camelot, which was hailed as the best RVR ever, we're taking that to the next level. We have open RVR, we have instanced RVR, we have so many different ways that players can fight each other, kill each other, get treasure from each other. You can work your whole way up from level 1 to the end of the game only doing RVR. And then the best part, the capital cities. These are the jewels in our crown. These are the biggest cities in any MMO. We have over 100 quests per city. They either go to the city, lead out from the city, and take place in the city. And once you unlock them, once you get to the capital city, once you start the siege, once you capture the city, you then get to burn the city. You get to take the enemy's leaders. You get more quests, more rewards, more renown. It's an amazing construct for an online game. Nobody has RVR like Warhammer, and nobody has capital cities like Warhammer.
Thanks, man. Well, I just want to tell you thank you personally for finally providing me with the kingdom that I know that I truly deserve. This game sounds amazing. You guys be sure to check it out. Back to you.
Blair, thanks for that report from the floor. We're going to check back in with him a little bit later.
I'm excited about Warhammer Online.
Me too. I mean, I had many matches on my buddy's carpet with the figurines, and then when we get knocked over and you have to bust out the tape measure and get in fights. Not going to be a problem with this game, which is nice.
No, it's not. You know, actually, I play a lot of WoW, which people probably who watch XPlay have probably clued into by now. And it does take a lot for an MMO to think about making the leap to put the time into another MMO.
Yes, but the fact that you can take a city and then burn it to the ground and humiliate everybody in it, that's a nice touch.
It's kind of awesome.
Pretty sweet.
Actually, we had a segment on XPlay. They sort of sold me on it, so we'll see.
Good, I'm glad.
All right, GeForce E3 08 Live will continue with more demos all day long. Coming up, we'll go hands-on with the PlayStation 3's amazing platformer, Little Big Planet. You can't help smile when you say that.
Little Big Planet does a little mouth thing. It's awesome. And later on, we're going to talk to Mortal Kombat creator Ed Boon, the man responsible for you having absolutely no quarters during your childhood.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. Plus, we've got Facebreaker, Left 4 Dead, Resident Evil 5, and Shaun White snowboarding. Don't change the channel, because E3 has all the games you want to see, and G4 is your only place to see them first.
Oh, Steve!
Yeah, we're choo-chooing along, right?
Welcome back to G4's exclusive coverage of E3 08 Live. We've got all the games, all the developers, and all of the free pens with the names of game companies on them. Don't be jealous.
Yes, I'm going to write things. We are moments away from getting our hands on Crisis Warhead.
I
but
know.
First, yes, let's go over to Kevin and Olivia for your take on E3.
Thanks, guys. What do you think Adam's going to write with those pens?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe he's going to choreograph more dance moves.
Oh, he's so good at those.
That was advanced.
You guys, because the show is invite only, trying to get in is an exercise in futility. We used up all our favors for Flitz, our G4 super fan. You guys remember him?
Yes.
He has too much energy.
He's back with even more energy today because he found the Red Bull stash. Bad idea. Let's welcome the virtual audience right now. It's powered by StickCam. All right, first up tonight, we've got Brent coming from Florida. Brent, what's your question, buddy?
Yeah, what game did you change your mind about while on the floor at E3?
I don't know if I really changed my mind about something, but seeing Prince of Persia's new art direction was making a lot of people nervous. I know that for sure, but after seeing the game yesterday, right here, we were demoing it. We were just blown away. It looked great. The colors were amazing.
Yeah, I always worry about an AI buddy system to worry about. It's like you have to protect somebody, you have to escort them. It looked completely solid in this one.
Yeah.
It looked like having 2 characters, but only really controlling one seemed like it was going to absolutely work. So that looked fun. But
you don't like the buddy system because you only care about yourself, Kevin.
well, that's it. I'm a selfish pig, and even in the virtual world, I want nobody else hanging on. But it didn't change my mind on the show floor. But the demo of 2 Human that was available on Xbox Live on Monday night, I beat it twice and went back to play it a 3rd time.
That's a good
game
sign
that
when you can beat it so much.
Yeah, everybody on the forums, like on the Gaming Age and all these, they were so negative about it. And not only was Dennis the nicest guy in the world, his game is really awesome. People need to give it another chance because it's fantastic.
All right, well, let's get to our next question. It's Zach. Zach from Illinois has a question for us. Ask away, Zach.
Hey guys, I was wondering, what are your thoughts on the fall update for Xbox Live?
Well, it looks like, I don't know, let me hear your opinion
Okay,
first.
so fall update comes out and Microsoft says, hey, we're going to have avatars, right? We're going to give you the chance to customize a little character for yourself. And everybody says, hey, you're copying Sony, you're copying Nintendo. Listen, it's not like they were the first people to ever create avatars. But yeah, are they copying the Nintendo Mii but giving them legs that you can customize? Maybe. What matters here are the additional features that have come to the update. The partnership with Netflix, the ability to watch movies and share photos with your friends and
you don't
stuff
have to buy
in real
that
time.
Netflix box.
No, that's a big,
you got the
huge
360
deal.
that
And
way.
I'm going to be signing up for Netflix just for that. So I think that's huge.
Well, let's thank our virtual audience for coming by. Thank you so much. But right now, let's send it over to Adam.
All right, Left 4 Dead is the new shooter from Valve, and we've got a world broadcast premiere look at what's in store. All right, here to talk about the co-op shooter is project lead Mike Booth. Thanks for dropping by. Come on, it's Left 4 Dead, guys. As you know, I'm already in love with your game. I did a Tesla soapbox called Left 4 Awesome because I think it's so cool. But you brought some new footage of the game, so let's take a look at it, and you can explain what awesomeness I'm looking at.
Right on.
So I think we're running it now.
Well,
anyway, once we get there. So we're almost at the cost of finally playing Left 4 Dead. And what has this journey been like? Kind of, coming up there doing the co-op shooter where you're trying to, survive against the zombies, and everyone got excited last year for E3, and now it's finally happening.
It's been a long road. It's been very exciting, man. As you know, we've been working with Valve for a long time. We were Turtle Rock Studios the first of the year they acquired us. Now we're Valve South. So we have a whole lot more resources to address for Left 4 Dead, and as a result, we've been able to really rework all the art style, do all the kinds of things that we wanted to do, but we didn't have necessarily all the resources for. So it's still the same, survive the zombie apocalypse with your friends. It's all about the co-op. It's about replayability, but it's got a whole new look.
All right, now it looks like we got some stuff up right here. Where are we in the game right now?
So this is part of the hospital campaign. You start on the rooftop of an abandoned apartment building, and News Chopper 5 flies down and says, hey guys, I can't land, but if you can make the Mercy Hospital, I'll pick you up there. And then you start your mile-long trek through zombie-infested city. But things you can see here, so Left 4 Dead has its own unique look.
This is a forest. We haven't seen this before.
Right, so now we're showing for the first time some of the outdoor environments. I tell you what, zombie hordes in the forest, whole different ball of wax. You really have to watch all sides. There are no walls to hem them in.
How expansive is the space we're looking at right here? I mean, could you get lost in the woods from your other companions?
Well, we try to not let you get lost, try to keep your friends together so you kind of see the silhouettes and whatnot. But there's a lot of foliage and deep brush. I mean, there could be a zombie like right there, and you can't see him because the trees are in your way. It's very, very claustrophobic. You feel, it's ironic, it's claustrophobic and it's expansive.
Now, I wanted to touch on one thing, which I just think is still very amazing. The way in which the game not only changes the AI based on how you're playing, but kind of the cinematic quality of the experience is also affected by if you're a strong team, if you're not a strong team. Like, how would that work somewhere else here in the forest or anywhere in the game?
Well, we have the AI director, and it's watching what the survivors are doing. It's modulating the experience, not so much to adjust difficulty levels, to make sure that you have good drama. You have high points and low points. And then with the art pass that we've done, we really feel this is it's kind of a combination of a single player experience with a multiplayer online experience put together. So everything feels very cinematic, your characters talk, all of that sort of thing.
Now, you also brought us another little exclusive. I believe it's a new trailer, and I think we're going to go watch this right now. So get ready, everyone. Yes. So
what you're seeing here, these are our new survivor concepts. Right. So again, part of joining Valve is we were able to have a whole lot of new resources we didn't have before.
Right.
And we took a whole new look at Left 4 Dead and reconcepted things. So they're still the same characters, but you can see they have a much cleaner read.
Yeah, I must say it's a lot sharper there. So we wow. So
Right.
you guys are still hard at work. But we're going to get the game this year, correct?
That's right, November 4th for PC and Xbox.
November 4th, PC and Xbox. Awesome. Like food. All right, I think you have easily one of the most exciting games of 2008. I cannot wait to play it. Good luck to you. And I'll be playing your game as soon as I can.
All right, dude. Thank you very much.
All right, and now let's just take it over to Kevin.
All right, thank you, Adam. After the break, our E3 coverage continues with a look at the high-tech action of Crysis Warhead. Plus, we're going to go hands-on with one of E3's hottest games, Resident Evil 5. And later, we'll get a look at a game that maybe even your girlfriend will love. It's Little Big Planet. And the Masters of Fatalities meet up with superheroes in Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe. It's all coming up when G4's exclusive live E3 coverage returns. Stick around, everybody.
G4. This is the only place to get all the E3 action as it happens, so keep watching and we will just keep giving. It's kind of a fair deal.
I would say that's fair. All week we're bringing you the latest game news, world premiere demos, exclusive interviews, and everything else we can get our mitts on. In fact, here's Morgan with an up-close look at one of the PC's best-looking games.
It's when Crysis burst onto the scene. It got rave reviews from gamers for its amazing graphics. Well, I mean, that is if your rig can handle it. Crysis Warhead is coming soon, and this time you'll look at the story with a whole new perspective.
Crytek's graphics showcase returns with Crysis Warhead. Slip back into your nanosuit and play a new adventure that parallels the story of the first game. Warhead will feature more open-ended action, advanced enemy AI, and amazing leading-edge visuals, courtesy of the optimized CryEngine 2.
Berndimer, the producer of Crysis Warhead, is here to show us the game. Thank you so much for coming by.
Hey, Morgan. Glad to be on the show.
Thank you. Now, there's been a little bit of confusion. Is it a sequel? Is it an expansion pack? What is this game?
Warhead is a new installment in the Crysis franchise. So it takes place on the same island. It tells us a parallel story to the original game. And it shows that life on the other side of the island, as you can see, is a lot louder, faster, and more aggressive.
So who are you playing as?
You play Sergeant Sykes, well known from Crysis. You might remember him. He's the big, bald British bloke. And he has a tendency to, you know, go right where the action is. So he likes blowing up stuff. And when we started doing Warhead, this is really where it all started. So we kind of, you know, looked at the character who was really popular with the team. And we thought, what kind of game do we have to make so this guy would have fun? And the first thing we came up with is lots of explosions. So there will be plenty.
All right, well, let's talk about some of the weapons that he has that, you know, make things explode.
Well, first of all, he has dual-wield SMGs, which is really cool. So amazing amount of firepower. We managed to get 3 new kinds of explosives into the game.
3 new kinds of explosives?
Yes, and he has a grenade launcher, which we're not showing yet, but I can promise it is epic.
That's gonna be a good surprise. So what are we looking at here? He's doing some hand-to-hand combat?
So this is one of the, let's say, Crysis moments. You have a tiny little sandbox, you have enemies all around, and you have to figure out how you want to tackle them. You can use the nanosuit as usual. You can use speed, strength, and cloak to either, you know, do the tactical approach, or you can run in and start shooting everything that moves.
And what kind of vehicles are we going to see?
All vehicles we had in Crysis, plus 2 new ones. One we show in the level we have here on the floor, which is sort of like an armored scout transport with a big gun. And the other one we're not saying yet.
I think he needs to shoot one of those quails. He let them live? What is that about? Is he an animal lover?
Apparently. Well, we have new animals.
You have new animals. What kind of animals you got?
First one, exclusively revealed here, is a rat.
A rat? Oh, do you get to shoot him?
You can shoot them. You can also pick them up and throw them at enemies.
I love that. Okay,
Yes.
what did you want to accomplish in this installment that you didn't accomplish in the first installment?
What we wanted to do is focus on 3 key areas. One was performance. So we gave our R&D guys, our engine wizards, a $600 PC with a price tag of $600 and said, you have to make sure that Void runs well on this machine.
That's just mean.
That's mean, and it wasn't easy. I have to tell you. And the second one is we looked at the AI, and we said, you know, for this kind of game to work, it has to be a lot more fluid and more fast. So we wanted to have, you know, that they don't hesitate, they immediately react to whatever you do, so they move a lot faster, they flank you. We looked at the alien AI specifically.
The enemy AI was tough in Crisis.
Yes, it was. It was. It's supposed to be. But we have easy mode, which is really easy. So we try to, you know, cater to both. The guys who just want to, or girls who just want to jump in and have fun, and also
just
like
check it out.
the top-end challenge.
Well, Crisis will become the benchmark of what your, will my PC be able to play Crisis? What kind of specs are we looking at for this $600 PC?
We haven't released the actual specs yet, but as the price tag suggested, it's pretty affordable and gives you a great value. So we're gonna release the specs really soon on our website,
Okay, great.
but I cannot tell you yet.
All right, when are we going to see it?
This fall.
This fall. All right. All right, thank you so much for taking us through Crisis Warhead. Let's send it back over to Kevin and Olivia.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Can't wait to shoot animals. In the game.
And in real life?
Once we're done here, G4 stay out of the sun. Summer continues with Comic-Con 08 Live. We're taking you inside
That is
San
my
Diego's
prom,
massive pop
so you
culture
know.
phenomenon. It's your what? Your prom?
My prom. I love it there.
What, are you going to sit against the wall of the conference in a metal chair and stare at
I have
everybody?
a dance card. Very
Oh,
exciting.
good. I can't wait to
But
pull it out.
what do we have? Unprecedented.
6 hours of live coverage
That's
right from Comic-Con.
And no one else gives you this kind of inside access to all the comics, movies, and of course stars like Samuel L. Jackson, Jamie King, Guy Ritchie, and Zack Snyder.
And Olivia Munn, who will
And
be
Kevin
spiking the
Pereira.
punch at her Comic-Con prom. Don't miss G4's Colossal Live
this bring my
Comic-Con
class.
08 coverage. That's classy. It starts July 24th and 25th. Check out g4tv.com/Comic-Con if you want info and updates.
You guys, your all-you-can-eat coverage of E3 continues after the break with big helpings of Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe and a juicy spoonful of Resident Evil 5.
Plus, we've still got a visit from Sean White coming up. He's going to show us his brand new snowboarding game.
Keep your iPod fed with the latest E3 08 videos. Download G4 Special E3 podcast at g4tv.com/podcast. We'll have more from the LA Convention Center right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Sit tight.
Welcome back to E3 08 Live on G4. Day 2 of the game explosion that is E3 continues with more of what you really want. Live, hands-on demos.
Yeah, getting hit with shrapnel from this game explosion is actually kind of fun. It's like, oh, an exclusive right in my eye. Whether you rock a PC, 360, PS3, or a Wii, we are covering all the bases today. The only question left is how are you actually getting the money to buy all this stuff?
Who needs money when you have swag? Just ask one G4 superfan turned G4 correspondent. Flitz is on the floor trying to score choice E3 goods.
Hey guys, it's Flitz at E3. I've been running around all the floors trying to figure out where the sweet swag is. Well, Sony Online Entertainment delivers. They have all sorts of things maybe you need or want. They have the DC Universe Online leather-bound notebook. Comes with a DC Universe Online Batman pen. How's that for you? Yeah? They gave us a signal. It's Batman. You want something else? Oh, how about the agency pliers? Need to fix your bike? We got your solution right here. Comes with the light, okay? And they have the station bubble gum. Yeah, I like bubble gum. Don't you like some bubble gum? Tastes like Sony.
I didn't get any PlayStation bubble gum. I'm gonna be mad at Sony now. Well, thanks, Flitz. Don't be surprised when the other fans start to play or hate. It's just jealousy. Let's send it over to Kevin.
You just player hated him on the bubblegum, though.
A little bit.
Okay, just
I
making
did.
sure. All right, if you're a boxing fan, it doesn't get any better than EA's Fight Night series. But because of the fact that round 4 is still a bit of a ways off, what's a pugilist to do in the meantime? The answer is check out Facebreaker, of course. We've got an exclusive hands-on demo.
That's right. Keep the applause going because joining us today is lead designer Todd Batty. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Olivia.
Okay, so we were looking at Facebreaker earlier, and we're looking at it right now, and what's so great about this is that it's very cartoonish, like over-the-top cartoonish, right?
Absolutely.
Like, why did you decide to design it that way? What inspired you?
Well, there hasn't been an arcade boxing game in the video game world in almost 7 years. I think Ready to Rumble in 2001 is the last one. So we really wanted to kind of reinvigorate that genre and just come up with something lighthearted. And it's all about expanding the EA Sports brand to be EA Sports Freestyle.
Is it more than just the look? Like, I mean, they actually swing, they're doing cartoony things, swinging the arm. And
yeah, beyond having boxing gloves and fighting in a ring, there's nothing boxing.
You got the look this way, punch this way.
Absolutely.
Now, what about the characters? Are there specific characters that we're going to be fighting with?
Absolutely, 13 different characters to fight with.
Okay.
Ranging from, the expected Ice is sort of a cool, calculating, he's actually a bus driver by day and a boxer, to Steve, who's a ninja boxer. He's invented his own brand of fighting called Ninja Boxing, yet he knows nothing about either of those things. He's learned everything he knows about fighting from watching television and playing video games.
And infomercials. That sounds like something you see on an infomercial.
Absolutely.
Ninja boxing.
We got Socks. He's crazy. He has sock puppets for gloves.
Well, okay, let's talk about Socks for a second, because all of these, you can customize your own character and they all have their own moves, right?
Absolutely.
So like, what can Socks do?
Well, Socks' patented attack is called Shock and Awe. Socks' whole thing is that he's got these two puppets, and one's a white puppet and it's a good puppet, and one's a black puppet and it's the evil puppet. So the white puppet does this while the black puppet pushes you down low.
Okay, so we're seeing me, right? Because we can actually customize our own characters, and we actually put my face into here, and I'm more Latina than I normally am. And well, can we actually change my eyebrows? Is that possible? Because look at that. Is that what my eyebrows look to people at Facebreaker?
Your eyebrows
Wait, can we go back? Let's like this is. Yeah. Wait. Can I tell you which one to pick? All right, that one. Okay, so this one right here. That's my eyebrow.
No, I don't think so. So yeah, one of the huge features in the game is called Photo Game Face. You can import a picture of yourself or anybody you'd like.
You can scan it first, or
a bunch of different ways. You can take a picture with your PlayStation iToy, your Xbox 360 Vision camera, or you can actually just take a digital photo of yourself that you have from your PC or of anybody you find online. Put it through the tool, and it'll generate their face.
Now, something interesting is that some of your team also helped to make Fight Night Round 3, which is a really technical boxing game. Now, does this get as technical as that one?
It's technical, absolutely, but in a different way. I mean, with Freestyle, we wanted to create something that was accessible and easy to pick up. So first of all, it's button-based, not analogs-based.
Okay.
We want it to be super fast, super responsive, and really over the top. So we created something very simple and very easy to pick up and play. And then, the challenge there is always, can we create something with some depth below it? So hardcore gamers will be happy to find that there's a very sophisticated fighting engine below the surface.
Well, everyone's going to get to check it out right now, because we're going to start fighting. I think I'm going to be fighting.
Yeah, you're going to be fighting.
All right, so let's see exactly how...
You're fighting Steve.
I don't like Steve, and I think people at home can understand why if you look at his physique. I think a lot of people can figure that one out.
So the gameplay is really big, over-the-top action, really fast.
You can actually see it right here, too.
Yeah, we'll see what Dean's got going for us. There you are.
Look at me! I am pumped! I am doing some ninja boxing right there.
There you go.
Look at that.
Now,
he is way too overweight to be fighting.
Steve is fantastic.
Okay, so what are some of his special moves that I should be looking out for?
Well, Steve's a ninja, so Steve actually has a teleport move he'll do in the game, but actually you just
I love that you made a fat ninja.
Absolutely.
How great is that?
Absolutely. Steve can jump and barrel roll around in the ring. Look at you're kicking his ass, though.
Okay, so you guys made my character. Do I come custom made with my own special moves?
Yeah, as soon as you take your face, we put it on one of the boxers in our game, and you adopt that boxer's particular fighting style. So you're on Kariko. She's our little sort of party rave girl, and she's a wolf in sheep's clothing. She comes across, she's probably the smallest, tiniest character in the game.
Except for my really large boobs.
Well.
Thank you for that, by the way. How easy is it to control your fighter?
Very simple. Basically, the game can be played at an expert level using 4 buttons and 1 trigger. We really wanted the depth to come in the sophistication of the controls and how you use them, rather than in memorizing a lot of combinations.
So are there any combinations?
Well, there are obviously some combinations, like I said.
But you don't have to know them. We'll try to learn.
You don't have to know them. You can play the game really simply on the surface. We even...
Hey! That is so rude, by the way.
That's gonna hurt.
How can you hit a girl with big boobs? That's just rude and unacceptable.
So we have a basic combo system where each character has signature attacks.
Yeah.
All attacks have different range, different amount of damage.
Nice.
Oh, you are messed up now.
That is great.
Dean, you're doing a great job.
Okay, now what sort of multiplayer modes can you play?
We actually added it, the magic of this game is in multiplayer. We have a single player mode where you sort of fight through a ladder tournament, very punch-out style, which is lots of fun, but the magic comes in multiplayer. So we have a mode called Couch Royale. You can customize it anywhere from 2 to 6 players, play at King of the Hill, play at Round Robin, and it's all about collecting heads. Because in this game, it's all about head hunting and face breaking. And when you face break somebody, you win their head on a trophy mounted on your wall.
Well, okay, you're lead designer, so do you have a favorite mode you like to play in?
I do. I play Couch Royale constantly around the office, and I'd like to say that I win all the time, but a couple of my assistant designers kick my ass.
Well, they are the designers, so
That's true.
you gotta give them something to aspire to.
Yeah, I think they put in cheese.
So how can we be playing Couch Royale? When can we buy it?
Well, we got a demo hitting in about 2 weeks from now on both Xbox and PlayStation, and then the full game hits September 3rd.
Now, what about for the Wii?
We are making a Wii version. It's being done by a separate team. They're adamant about being Wii developers, making a Wii game for Wii gamers.
So we'll announce that.
And that's going to be around the holiday season.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for being here, you guys.
Thanks for having me.
And thanks for making me look a little more...
Oh, you're going to face break them.
All right, let's send it over to Morgan while I keep kicking ass.
Thanks, Olivia. Now, here to bring us all of the day's non-game headlines is Layla Cayley. She's got all the news you need to know. It's time for the feed.
Hey guys, here are your top stories live from the floor of E3 on the 16th of July. Now, Microsoft is not happy about the proposed merger of Yahoo and Google. The two internet giants have made a deal to combine their search engine capabilities and are in the middle of testifying in front of a Senate and House Judiciary Committee. Now, Microsoft is crying monopoly. They say that Google and Yahoo combined own 90% of the market, and that squelches competition. Yahoo and Google argue that combining forces is actually a good thing that helps consumers. Now, speaking of consumers, if you haven't gotten your tickets for The Dark Knight yet, first of all, what's wrong with you? Second of all, you'd better get moving. As of Tuesday, Fandango.com reported 90% of all Dark Knight openings weekend screenings were sold out, and MovieTickets.com already reports 700 sold-out theaters. Christopher Nolan's latest Cape Crusader film has already nabbed more pre-sales than Spider-Man 3, The Two Towers, and Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest. Buy your tickets now or forever suffer the embarrassment, at least until opening weekend is over anyway. Now, in other embarrassing news, if your dance sense is tingling, it's because there is an open casting call for Spider-Man the Musical. To land the part of Peter Parker or his girlfriend Mary Jane, you don't have to climb walls, you just have to be able to sing and dance. Bono and The Edge are composing the music and lyrics for the piece, and if you think you're up to the task, drop the producers a line at spidermancasting@gmail.com. The auditions are Sunday, July 28th at the Knitting Factory in New York City. And finally, if being in a musical doesn't appeal to you but singing along with one does, you should check out Joss Whedon's latest project. Whedon's internet musical Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog launched yesterday and was so flooded with traffic that the site immediately crashed. But don't worry, you can buy the first episode on iTunes for $2 or get a season pass for $4. But hurry up, you can only download Dr. Horrible through July 29th. After that, you'll have to wait for the DVD release. Alright guys, that's all for today, but don't worry, the feed doesn't stop here. Stay tuned to G4 all day and look for the feed ticker at the bottom of your screen. We'll have all the news you need to know as it happens. I'm Layla Cayley, and you've just been fed.
Thanks for the update, Layla. Now, let's get back to the action here. What you think about Dead Space. Earlier in the show, we asked you, what system will you buy Dead Space on? The responses came flying in, and here's what our interns turned up. 49% of you say that you're buying it for the 360, but the PS3 isn't that far behind. Now, you may think we've seen a lot, but there is so much left to cover. Coming up after the break, load up and get ready to take down the shambling masses of Resident Evil 5. Later, we'll head to South America for cold hard cash and plenty of ultraviolence with our hands-on demo of Mercenaries 2. Plus, we'll look at the moody free roamer Infamous, and then we'll chat it up with Ed Boon, who will be here with Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe. Very exciting. You guys stay with us.
E308 Live is brought to you by Wendy's. It's way better than fast food. It's Wendy's.
Welcome back to G4's exclusive live coverage of E308 Live presented by Wendy's. You can do your own now. There it is. It's all about the games. We said goodbye to the hype and just embrace the comfort of hands-on demos.
That's right. All this week, the best of the best is being played on this very stage. And if that's not enough, we're actually out on the floor with the latest news and all the insider information that you can possibly handle. We've got E3 covered from wall to wall, floor to ceiling.
Door to door.
We got a guy in the parking lot checking validations, you name it. We got somebody there.
We don't wear bracelets because we have to be on air and we get stopped. It's very hardcore in here. You have to wear a bracelet. You guys in this hour get electrified by Infamous. Or is it Infamous? Infamous, I believe. Yeah, we'll see what it's like to play the good guy and the bad guy in this sandbox superhero game for the PlayStation 3.
Plus, we'll see if Cape Crusaders fight fair in the game that brings together two very different groups of characters. Get ready for Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe.
And we've got the game that sends you down a mountain with a whole group of your friends, Shaun White snowboarding.
As a matter of fact, Zach is actually hanging out with the Olympic gold medalist in the Coke Zero Lounge right now.
Yeah, and I don't know if you recognize this, but he forgot to invite us once again.
Oh, how convenient.
Yo, I'm hanging out at the G4 Coke Zero Gamers Lounge, one of my favorite places at E3, and you just never know what kind of unique, cool individual you're gonna run into while you're hanging up here. Myself, I'm hanging out with skateboard and snowboard champ, Mr. Shaun White.
How are you?
All right, brother. How you doing?
I'm good, I'm good.
So what does this game encompass? Is it just sort of like tricks on half pipes, or the racing features? What's the balance like?
Well, I mean, that was the whole point, is they came to me and were like, you know, we want to do this game, and I'd been thinking about it a ton, and at that point, I really thought about what I wanted to put in the game, and what I've seen that other games lack, you know, because I play a ton of games, and so I really wanted to develop like an awesome backcountry riding, where it's more realistic in the sense that you can go wherever you want to go, and you can literally hit the jumps in it, and it's not such like this dead giveaway, like here's a jump, it's covered around, squared off in blue.
Right. You gotta find it yourself.
And then you follow the run. It's like, you literally, you go wherever you want, and you know, you just kind of flow with it. So it's pretty cool.
So in your own words, how would you describe, let's just say, you know, a moment where you're going down a mountain, you hit a jump, and you're flying for 150 feet?
For me, I pretty much told them, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going at this jump, right? All I see is just this giant snow wall. I have no idea what's going down there. I don't know what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? It's kind of like especially backcountry, not like in the park I'm talking about. So, you know, you get to the very edge and you hit this jump, and then, okay, it turns out it's like this big cliff over a crevasse, and, you know, as the character jumps off, the camera pulls back to reveal like what's going on.
Can you get to these spots with like a helicopter, a snowmobile in the game, that kind of thing? Do you have certain modes of transport?
Well, you can actually just get off your board and walk around. I'm pretty sure we're working on doing some heli stuff and some snowmobile stuff, but most of it's just like actually just what I would naturally do. I just take my board off, hike back up, and hit it again.
Now, there's a multiplayer experience as well.
Mm-hmm.
Can you kind of explain how that works?
It's cool. It's like if you were gonna actually just go ride on your own anyways. You'd call up a friend, you go meet at the mountain, and it's just the same thing. You go pick runs, but I think I'm not explaining how vast the mountains are. They're just huge. So I mean, you could just keep going to the one direction
out there,
and you could go find your one favorite run and keep hitting it, and then meet up with your friend and be like, follow me to this one spot, or just like how I'd be on the mountain describing to you, like, oh, well, you're gonna go down this cliff band, you're gonna go to your left, and you're gonna see this, and it's pretty much you go find your own runs.
Can you make out with someone on a chairlift?
You could snowball them, but
yeah, nice.
You know, I think
I've never done.
A little forbidden fruit right there.
Yeah, you know, that'll be the next level. It'll be next year. Yeah. All right, Shaun White, thanks a lot for hanging out in the Gamers Lounge here. We had a good time. I'm telling you right now, Shaun White snowboarding, it's groundbreaking as the man it's named after. I can't wait to play this title in full depth. Back to you.
All right, Zach. Thank you so much for the report.
Yes, Tony Hawk is on the ropes thanks to EA's Skate. The game was a hit for the PS3 and the Xbox 360 last year, and it gave us a whole new take on snowboarding games.
And now the Wii is getting some love with Skate It. Rich Hardwick is on the floor with the latest.
All right, I'm here with Jay from EA Games. We're standing in front of Skate It, which is really kind of like an extension of Skate, but migrated over to the Wii. So do you want to tell us a little bit about how it works?
Yeah, this is kind of our spin-off. The original Skate was awesome, focused on the sticks, focused on the analog, and bringing Flick It and that new game experience over to those consoles.
You know the problem with that? You can't use your legs.
It's true. Skateboarding is on your feet, and you gotta use them. And Nintendo's got the balance board, and it's awesome. Nit's playing on it back here.
Yeah, you can see Nit rocking the board down there, and he's playing, and the controls are incredibly simple, but it still feels realistic. You really just use the A and B button on the Wii remote, and then and your legs, and that's pretty much it. And everything else is pretty...
It works like a skateboard. He's turning, shifting his weight back and forth, little extra push on it to get off of the ground and do all the flick it tricks, all the skate tricks you could do with the remote and on skate.
And not just being gamers, but you guys are also hardcore skaters, so you really wanted to get the physics of it down. I know we were talking earlier, and you said when you jump higher, you will land harder on the ground, so you really wanted to make it feel as much like a skating experience as possible.
Yeah, you wanted to bring that feeling. Skating's inherently fun. I love it. We got to pay it respect, and I just wanted to share it. We all just wanted to share it because it is really cool. And real physics just makes everybody get it. It's not a special game world physics. It's real physics, and it just makes sense.
Yeah, I saw this dude in the game getting messed up pretty hard, which I think is pretty awesome. So, Skate It, EA Games, coming out this fall. Check it out. Back to you guys.
Chris, thank you so much for that report.
All right, let's hand it over to Olivia, our official E3 pollster.
Thanks, guys. We want to know what you think with the latest X poll. What Mortal Kombat versus DC matchup are you looking forward to the most? Is it A, Catwoman versus Sonya, B, Batman versus Scorpion, or C, Superman versus, well, anybody? Tell us what you think at G4TV.com/E3 or text E3 to 44898. We'll have the results in just a bit. I wish you guys could see what I just saw just now. Adam Sessler was torn from the camera because he almost walked into my frame. He's good. He's okay right now. It's time to take a break, but we'll be right back with more from E3. First, we'll test out our, Kevin! Adam, would you like to walk now too? Go. There you go. This is what it's like to be live. Okay, guys, coming up, we're gonna test out our electric superpowers with Infamous, and then we'll hear from Mortal Kombat creator Ed Boon about his mashup with the DC Universe. Plus, we'll creep and crawl with the spiders and snakes of deadly creatures, and don't forget, Resident Evil 5 and Little Big Planet are still coming up on E3 08 Live. You guys stay with us. Everybody walk! Everybody walk now.
G4's exclusive live coverage of E3 08 Live. Presented by Wendy's, I'm Kevin Pereira here with Olivia Munn, and in just a bit, we'll be checking in with Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb, who are back on the show floor.
For the next couple of hours, we're serving up all the gaming exclusives you want. We're not rehashing this week's news at all. Today's show is all new, and it's more of the good stuff like this late-breaking report from Joystick.com. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic is going online.
Yes.
The rumors are true.
Multiplayer lightsabers.
It's very exciting. One of the most popular Star Wars titles will become an MMO. It is official.
That is huge. Now, later in the show, we'll have live demos from our studio and the Los Angeles Convention Center, as well as interviews, breaking news, and, of course, some in-depth reports.
In years past, it was pretty easy to weasel your way inside E3, but those days are long gone. We are your only ticket inside the biggest event in gaming.
You're welcome. In this hour, we'll experience free-running, first-person style with Electronic Arts' bold new game, Mirror's Edge. The action-adventure thriller is expected to be released later this year, but today, we've got the demo for you.
Then Tom Clancy takes a break from running and gunning and takes to the skies for Hawks. We'll take you straight into the cockpit for this new flight simulator later in the show.
And then things take a dark turn when we descend into Project Origin. We're going to show off this supernatural suspense story that's probably going to be scaring gamers this fall.
While we hold down the fort here, our friends from X-Play are across town scrounging up even more games.
Let's check in with Morgan and Adam, who are at the Los Angeles Convention Center. Guys?
Thanks, guys. We're here at the Los Angeles Convention Center, and there's still plenty to cover on day 3.
All through today's show, we'll have live demos of some of E3's biggest titles. Coming up, we'll look at 2 new Tom Clancy games, Hawks and End War.
Plus, we'll go in-depth with 2 of Electronic Arts' must-see titles, Mirror's Edge and Spore. And if you love bloody, slow-motion shootouts, you have to see Project Origin, the sequel to Fear.
But we're not the only ones here today. Zach Selwyn and the rest of our G4 Commandos are on the show floor, checking out every game that's on display.
Zach, what do you have for us?
Thanks, guys. As you can see, I'm literally working my ass off down here at E3 on the floor doing a little research, if you know what I mean. In just a second, I'm going to retire up to the G4 Coke Zero Gamers Lounge and talk to some WWE Tag Team Champions. Over to you, Kristen.
Thanks, Zach. Today I'm going to be heading on to the floor to Sega to check out the latest in the Siege series, Space Siege. And here at Microsoft, I'm going to be getting a look at Viva Pinata, Trouble in Paradise. What's going on with you, Chris?
1,000 thank yous, Kristen. All right, well, we've seen a lot of stuff, but there is still plenty more to see. I am all over the floor like Paris Hilton's underpants. And if you think you've seen everything, you are the Wizard of Stupidity. So stick around, there's plenty more here, but right now let's hop over to Blair for a sec.
Thanks a lot, Chris. I think this guy's working out some domestic issues behind me, but coming up, I got Star Wars The Clone Wars for you. But first, let me introduce you guys to the lovely Allison Hayslip.
Thanks, Blair. You're looking handsome today. And I'm going to check out Nintendo's new Monster Lab. Maybe a few other surprises. We'll see. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Allison. I'm looking handsome today, too. It's cool. It's all right.
Hey, you look handsome.
Thanks, Olivia. Olivia Munn, everybody. She's gorgeous. Clap for her hotness. Or not. Clap for her hotness. We'll also be checking in with Blitz.
I need it.
Who's our G4 super fan on the floor later on in the show.
Clap for Kevin's hotness.
Yeah.
That's what E3 has turned into, people. It's our 4th day. But now X-Play's Adam Sessler is back on the show floor with a unique new game from Electronic Arts. Mirror's Edge takes the first-person genre to dizzying new heights. Take it away, Adam.
Mirror's Edge, the vivid first-person action adventure, is set to leap onto the scene. You play as Faith, a messenger who acrobatically bounds from rooftop to rooftop using parkour. Through this unique perspective, you'll also battle enemies, but by using athletics and smarts rather than guns. In a world under the thumb of a corrupt government, there's only one important rule: don't look down.
Man, I've been waiting for this one. Joining us for this very special look at Mirror's Edge, producer Nick Chan, and thanks for dropping by and bring one of the most amazing games I've seen at the show.
Thank you.
Before we get to the story, I want you to start describing the gameplay because it's unlike anything else.
Yeah, we really wanted to create something completely different. The big thing for us is when you see a screenshot of Mirror's Edge, you know it's Mirror's Edge. And you know, you look at the visual style and it's very different and unique. And I'll talk to you about how we've got to that in a second. But where we really started was with movement. As you're seeing here, it's just very simple controls. We spent lots of time in what we call the white box phase, really looking at the controls, getting walk, jog, run, all the basics right, and keeping the basic controls very simple. So what you're seeing here is a jump. Pete's just jumping over something, and it's all done on L1. It's all context sensitive. If he moves forward now and starts running, you see that you push forward and you automatically start to run. So it's all about keeping those basic controls very simple. The beauty of Mirror's Edge is you're only limited by your skill. Faith is a completely normal person in an extraordinary situation. She doesn't have any superhuman powers, but the big thing is that you're only limited by your skill. You don't power her up. She doesn't suddenly become bigger or better in any way. You just get better through your skill. So what you're seeing here is the first level of the game. All the sort of basic movements are there, and I think the great thing is it's easy to get into, but it's difficult to master, and that's the key to the game.
Now, of course, the use of red here seems to help the player indicate where is the direction they're going, so you're not trying to use a big HUD to try to get you somewhere.
Exactly. There's no HUD in the game at all. What you can see is that very small dot in the center of the screen. That's what we call a reticule. We're using that to reduce simulation sickness. We've done a lot of research on that, and you need a focal point. If you know ballerinas, when they do their pirouettes, they look at a focal point, and that reduces the simulation sickness. What you'll also see is this really wide field of view. Our field of view is set to 90, whereas a lot of first-person games will be set to 50. Again, our levels are built with that in mind, but it also helps to reduce simulation sickness.
All right, now I think we're about to hit some balancing here, and you're actually going to be using the 6-axis controller to make it happen.
So 6-axis is used to balance. You'll use the controller to balance as you go across. You'll also use it to forward roll as you land. You can do a forward roll, and then you can pull it back to disarm when in combat.
So now that we've seen a little bit, the environment is obviously very striking. This is one of the few games that isn't dark in both its look and its tone.
Yeah.
Where is she and how is that tying into the
story?
So
the big thing is the city as you see it is, basically the game is played out through Faith's eyes. That was really important to us. Sort of the biggest analogy, well done Pete, the biggest analogy is, that's one of the bigger jumps in the game, and there's lots of those. This is an example of the this very monitored society. There's media just checking out what's going on. And Faith's in a city where it's a very monitored society. There's a lot of laws, but there's no crime. So the people have sort of accepted the fact that they can have a comfortable life, but will have some restrictions. But in particular, Faith and parts of the society kind of rebelled that, so they moved to the edge of the society. And Faith is what we call a runner. People on the edge don't like to use monitored communication, so they use runners to pass messages across the city, and that's what Faith does. What you're seeing is these red elements in the game. That's what we call runner vision.
So it's how she sees
it's
the
not
world.
really there in the
exactly.
world.
Exactly, it's how she sees things. She's become so adept as a runner, how she gets through situations, that she sees that, and it's kind of a hint to get you through the levels.
Now, obviously, Pete's actually playing this very well, but since there's no HUD, what will be the indicator that you're hurt and that you need to do some healing?
Just as you saw right there, he took a slight bit of damage as she landed. So what will, as you take more and more damage, the color will be drained out of the world, and that's kind of the indicator that you're taking health damage. But it's replenished as you continue.
So you want to keep doing well to make sure the game stays pretty for you, almost.
Absolutely. I mean, the big thing for us is you're playing it through Faith's eyes. The sort of big analogy that we give, it's like being in an action movie instead of watching one, and that's very
that's
important.
one important point I want to get, because we haven't seen any combat here, but there is combat in the game. It's not just over an obstacle.
Absolutely. You're going to see it shortly. It's just coming up. We just got a few more rooftops, and it'll be coming up. You know, you don't have to do any combat in this game. In fact, there's an achievement for not doing any. Again, that's the great thing. There's a great choice to the user. We just missed a jump there, but that's okay.
It makes my stomach just off into my mouth.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're going to come back in just 1 second, because this does load back
and
really
again,
quickly.
load times are really quick. The other thing with the game of this kind is the checkpoints are very short, so you don't go back to the beginning of the level every time, and that again is very important to us. But as I say, just coming back to combat, you know, it is in the game. It's up to you. If you have the skill to avoid it, that's completely there for you. What we're going to see here is the first sort of element of combat. You're going to try and see this cop. Pete's going to slide, kick him, and take him out. There we go.
This is and we're seeing the desaturation of the color
and
right
he's going
there.
to take him out. So he pressed triangle there to do a disarm. He now has that gun if he chooses to use it. He's given it away because he wants to do a big jump. Guns slow you down, so you can't always get to the big jumps. So you have the opportunity to use it and then throw it away and move on. Again, he's doing a disarm here. That's one of the disarm moves in the game.
That is absolutely amazing. So when do you think that we're going to get a chance to get our hands on Mirror's Edge?
So Mirror's Edge will be out towards the end of the year on PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and on PC. And we're really excited about it.
I can understand, because I'm very excited. This is an absolutely special treat, Nick, for you guys to bring this by.
It's a pleasure.
Can I thank you enough?
Thank you
Good
very
luck
much.
with the game. All right. Well, after that piece of awesomeness, let's go back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Adam. Parkour will leap across platforms when Mirror's Edge drops later this year. It's time for our X poll question. What do you think of Mirror's Edge? A, love the first-person gameplay. B, the art style is gorgeous. Or C, I'm afraid of heights. To vote, text E3 to G4TXT, that's 44898, or log on to g4tv.com/E3. We will have the results later in the show. Right now, let's check back at the show, because Allison's hands are full of Wiimotes, and she's playing the new title, Monster Lab.
Thanks. Allison here with Devin Detbrenner, who's going to talk to us about Nintendo Wii's new game, Monster Lab. So what is Monster Lab about?
Monster Lab is all about being a mad scientist, doing a ton of different experiments. We put the player in the role of an apprentice in the Mad Science Alliance, and they get to do all these fun, wacky experiments to build different types of monster parts. Then they get to put those monster parts together in their own monster. They build it however they want, you know, whatever looks cool. Then they send that monster out into the world to collect more ingredients to build better, bigger, cooler looking parts. And they do this by doing different challenges out in the world. They help out people. They give them ingredients back as well, and by battling enemy monsters. And the whole idea is that they built this awesome Uber robot that will take on the evil Baron Marty's monster, who was the fourth member of the Mad Science Alliance, who went corrupt with power after learning all the three sciences and has taken over the Uncanny Valley. So it's a really great game. We've got 6 different regions in there, 156 different monster parts, so a crazy amount of combinations you can make of monsters, and they're all so incredibly unique. We got whale tails for arms, we've got brains in bottles for heads, trash bag heads, rocket legs, just crazy amount of stuff. So it's out on the Wii and DS, and it's coming out the week of Halloween.
Perfect. Wonderful. That sounds like so much fun. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Allison. Monster Lab will also be available on the DS and the PS2 later this fall. Now, Kevin has been keeping tabs on another of our friends down at the show, right, Kev?
That's right, Olivia. G4 broke E3's no fan rule when we snuck our old stick cam pal Flitz into the show, and now you can all live vicariously through his G4 superfan reports.
I did it. I turned.
Hey guys, this is Flitz. I'm still here at E3 2008 having a game-gasmic time. I've explored the floors. I played all the big hits. I played Resistance 2. I played Resident Evil 5. I played Street Fighter 4. But if you're not here at E3, you may miss some of the sleeper hits. I found my favorite sleeper hit, and it goes by the name of X-Blades. What is X-Blades? I bet you're wondering. Well, you take 3 pigtails, a scantily clad girl, some armor, a thong, and some metal boots. Combine that with a feel of Sonic the Hedgehog, Princess Mononoke, and Heavenly Sword, and then you have X-Blades. It was developed by Topware Games. It's been distributed by South Peak. So, you want something exciting? You want something you've never heard of before? Look to your Xbox 360 and PC. It's coming fall 2008.
Nice, that looks pretty good. Thanks, Flitz. Keep up the good work and don't get arrested. I did it. I turned. E3 will return in a moment with more gaming from the floor. We've got Tom Clancy's exciting new venture into the realm of air combat with Hawks.
That's right. And then later, the action horror genre has a new name, and it's Project Origin, the slow-motion, bloody spiritual sequel to Fear. We're just getting started on day 3 of E3 08 Live.
That's right. To get up to the second E3 08 news, exclusive videos, screenshots, and more, go to g4tv.com/E3. We'll see you in a minute.
E308 Live is brought to you by Wendy's.
Now, after watching G4's coverage of E308, I've seen a lot of good-looking games that'll be coming out soon, especially around the holiday season. And that brings up a very important question. Do I file for bankruptcy now, or what?
Well, first of all, Sean, thanks for the question.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I would say buy all the games and crap you want and then file, because you're essentially getting it for free.
Yeah, that's right. Well, okay, look, you could also try signing up for a game rental service like Blockbuster or Gamefly. Either one of those
You're
those
definitely
works.
going to need a rental service this holiday.
Yeah, rental service, definitely. So, you guys, you are watching day 3 of E3 08 Live presented by Wendy's. It's actually day 4 for me. It's the final day of E3, and believe it or not, thankfully, there are new game announcements still coming in.
That's right. As always, G4 is your home base for all the exclusive first looks and hands-on demos of the newest titles. We've got the inside track on everything at E3, so leave the controller down for just a second longer. Games will be there. Just watch.
Time to blow stuff up. Tom Clancy's military and espionage novels have been successfully adapted into movies and translated into killer games by Ubisoft. Now Clancy is taken to the skies with Hawks, and Adam Sessler is back at the show and at the controls of one of the most anticipated new releases of the year.
Later this year, Tom Clancy and Ubisoft are set to show you a new kind of battlefield in Hawks. In this combat fighting sim, you'll be taking to the skies over Brazil with over 50 fighter jets at your disposal. And you won't do it alone either. You can play co-op with 3 of your friends or dogfight with the world in online multiplayer. Later this year, get ready to truly feel the need for speed. Just don't end up like Goose.
Joining us today is Thomas Simon, lead designer for Hawks. Thank you so much for coming by and bringing the game.
Thank you.
Now, just at the outset, this game is amazing looking, but what's also unique about it is that this is the first Tom Clancy game to take to the air. What exactly is the overall story that's motivating this?
So the game takes place between Ghost Recon 2, Grow 2, and the beginning of Endwar. Basically, you start as a former US Air Force pilot, member of an elite unit called Hawks. Actually, the first mission of the game, you replay Grow 2 airstrike mission from the air. You support the Ghost on the ground. And after that, you leave the US Air Force to join a powerful private military company that will take you in mission all around the world, like in Africa, Middle East, Afghanistan. And that's the first part of the story, where the tension starts to build until conflict starts in South America. And the conflict becomes to be so bad that the US decides to step in to stop the conflict and try to disband the PMC. And the PMC will not accept that and will turn against the US. And that's where you will decide to switch back to protect your country. And the second part of the campaign will take you into fast-paced action in multiple battles over the US, including major cities.
Yeah, fast-paced action is definitely true, as we're just seeing here right now.
Yeah.
One of the very interesting things about this game is the fact that the control of the plane, you've made it so it's accessible to people that really don't do flight games, and also very challenging for those who do.
At the core of the gameplay, we have a feature we call the assistance. You have assistance on, like we see now, camera behind the plane or in the cockpit, and you can use all the safety from technology like anti-stall, anti-crash, and you can use also what we call enhanced reality system or ERS. These trajectories are basically your computer computes one to help you intercept your enemy. It anticipates your enemy movements and guide you toward the target. So it's like a complete new way of tracking your target that you never saw before. And that's the assistance on. You can also use it to track an incoming missile and dodge it the same way. Assistance on gives you safety and access to many different gameplay features, but in the same time it limits your capacity of piloting, especially turn angle, speed limit, for your safety. And at any moment, just on a double tap on the brake button, you can simply go to assistant off mode, where you'll go into a completely new camera. Here, you see everything around you. You can still fight the same way, but it's like anti-sliding in a car. When you deactivate it, your car or your plane becomes very, very maneuverable because you have no limits on how much you can turn. Like here is making what we call high alpha angle maneuvers. Basically, it's able to slide in the air, which allows split-second direction change and give you incredible maneuverability in dogfight. And you can use that to fight targets on the ground, in the air, everything. And you can also use it to dodge missiles, for example. So here, for example, he's like taking down some landing craft that are attacking the city of Rio. What we see here on the map is the actual city of Rio de Janeiro.
Yes, I want to get to this because, as I said earlier, this game is amazing looking, and like the ground mapping and it's so realistic. What is the technology that you're using to actually create a very realistic looking world?
Well, actually, we're using high quality satellite data. It's almost military quality we receive from a brilliant provider called GeoEye. It gives us a resolution of 2 meters per pixel. It's really amazing, and it totally recreates the real environment. We're using the real location, Rio de Janeiro, but for example, Cap Canaveral, we have a mission in Cap Canaveral where you protect the space shuttle, and it's the actual area that we are showing. So you really battle over the real world, over real locations. And we have maps that are like 100 kilometers per 100 kilometers. So it's really a huge landscape. And we're using many, many different technologies to totally merge the plane in it, like bouncing photons technology to reflect correctly the light on the plane, different type of depth of field, clouds, volumetric clouds, etc. It's really everything to make the game as immersive and authentic as possible.
Which it definitely is. Now, obviously, we're looking at one level right here.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, what are the variety of missions that we can expect when we're playing the game?
In the campaign, you'll have 18 missions featuring all type of modern air combat mission, like suppress enemy air defense, infiltration, escort, close air support. For example, the Ghost Recon unit, Ghost unit on the ground, you will support them by destroying targets they mark for you. All type of modern missions, actually.
About how many missions can we expect throughout the game, or how many locations? That's
actually, we have 16 different locations, including half of them in the US. I can tell you about Cap Canaveral. For the rest, you'll have to wait a bit. But I can tell you we'll have 3 major cities in the US. That should be quite impressive for the audience.
And obviously, airplanes. That's one of the more exciting aspects of this game.
Definitely.
How many types of aircraft can you pick? And are you locked to one type of aircraft for a particular mission?
We have over 50 different aircraft, from the earliest plane from the 60s to the latest prototypes. All planes that make modern air combat, jet fighters. So you can have, like here, Sukhoi 47, a Russian prototype. The plane we are flying for now is an F-22 Raptor, the latest interceptor from the US Air Force. But you'll have A-10, all type of French plane, British plane like Eurofighter, all of them.
And quickly, obviously we're not looking at it here, but there is multiplayer and co-op in this game.
Definitely.
How expansive is that?
So we have the campaign that is totally playable in cooperative with 4 players, with seamless co-op. So you can jump in, jump out, and at any time, call your friends to help you in a mission, continue by yourself, it's totally free. And you have also access to Team Deathmatch, with a Team Deathmatch of, for example, 8 players, 2 teams of 4, over all the type of location you have.
And when is the game going to be coming out?
The game will be released early 2009 for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC.
Well, Thomas, this is an absolutely amazing looking game, even though it's going to be coming out a little bit later. Thank you so much for stopping by.
I have a little something for you.
Oh, you do?
Welcome to the Hawk Squadron.
I know, to buy a jacket. All right, thank you so much, Thomas.
Thank you.
And back to you guys.
Hawks will try to succeed where so many other titles in the flight genre have crashed and burned when it is released later this fall.
Now, if you're having fun with cheery, colorful animal piñatas, chances are you're probably on Salvia.
Well, that's probably you, Kevin.
Yeah.
Or you're playing Rare's Viva Pinata games.
Or that, yeah.
Right now we're heading, or both, maybe.
I recommend them both.
Yeah. No, you can't officially recommend that.
Yes, I can.
Can you?
Yeah.
While eating a Wendy's burger. We're heading back to the show floor to join Kristen Holt, who's made some new animal friends.
You can't eat a burger, you have to hold it in.
Hey guys, I'm here with Adam Park, assistant producer of Viva Pinata Trouble in Paradise. How's it going, Adam?
Great, thanks, you.
I'm wonderful. Thanks for talking with us. Okay, so Trouble in Paradise. Who's causing the trouble?
There's this guy called Professor Pasta. He was in the original game. He was this kind of nuisance. He was always there, just causing a little bit of trouble. But this time, he's kind of escalated from mischief to more serious things. He's got some ruffians now, like henchmen. He's come in. He's disrupted the paradise. It's up to you to try and sort it out.
How many pinatas are in the game?
Well over 100 now. The original game had about 70 in, so we've upped it to an extra 30 new pinatas, and these are based on environments because you can now travel outside the garden and you can bring back Arctic ones, you can bring back desert pinatas. So yeah, so there's a lot of new content in there.
Oh, that's awesome. Tell me a little bit more about the new environment.
Yeah, sure. On the original game, it focused quite heavily on a main garden. It was quite contained, and we really were eager to allow people to explore the island a little more. So there's the Pin Arctic, so there you'll find things like penguins. You can also go to the desert, and you'll find things like geckos. And so it's all themed. You can bring them back, but they're under no obligation to stay, so it's up to you then to try and make them happy.
Okay, so how will they then populate the environment?
Yeah, sure. So if you kind of brought back a penguin, obviously he would need snow rather than sand. So you'd lay down some snow, get it nice and icy for him. Hopefully he'd stay, but obviously if you were to put sand down, you know, you'd upset him.
Right. And can you share your pinatas?
You can, yeah. There's a couple of ways. One way is over live. You can send pinatas to each other using the live service. More excitingly, though, we've got this thing called Pinata Vision, wherein you can generate codes, which you can then take out. You can print these out and actually hand kind of physical pinatas that you can then drop in using the live vision camera.
I love it. That sounds amazing. Viva Pinata, Trouble in Paradise. Thanks, Adam.
Thanks a lot. Great.
Thanks, Kristen. Viva Pinata, Trouble in Paradise will be released this September with new pinatas and a co-op mode.
Now we're taking a quick break from the action, but in just a bit, you're getting a lesson in geek mythology when we look at a new RPG of Jason's travels and Rise of the Argonauts.
And later in the show, we're rolling out onto the RTX battlefield of End War, and then we'll suit up to throw some long bombs with Madden 09. Very exciting, guys. Stay tuned.
Stick around, everybody.
E308 Live is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero. Real Coke taste and 0 calories.
And turn.
This is E308 Live presented by Wendy's, and G4 is the only place to get your E3 fix. So stay with us for all the predictions, the rumors, and the details.
We have all the latest news on what you want to know about most. What new games will you be pre-ordering this year? And we're getting all the details straight from the game makers. Unfortunately, without waterboarding, because that's so much fun to do.
I know.
Oh my gosh, I think they're going to die,
I
but
brought
they don't.
some dish rags and some water.
Man.
Oh, well.
It's totally okay to do it.
Time to go back to the floor to grab the news at its source. Here's Chris with Rise of the Argonauts.
All right, so I'm in front of the Codemasters booth right here, and every time I walk by, I stop and drool a little bit because I see this game, Rise of the Argonauts, which has all sorts of crazy animal humanoid creatures. I think I saw an elk face in there. But you've actually taken the story of Jason and the Argonauts and allowed people to play it as an RPG, which a lot of classical texts really felt like an RPG. So do you want to talk about that? Yeah, I mean, in many ways, we've really gone out of our way to bring the world of mythological Greece to life. You know, place the player within a world where the gods are always watching. In fact, as Jason's going throughout the game, every single dialogue choice he even makes throughout the world is actually aligned with the ethos of one of his patron deities, Ares, Hermes, Apollo, or Athena. Right. So like an Ares choice will be aggressive and confrontational, whereas a Hermes choice will be more cunning and manipulative. And then based on that choice, your favor with that god will actually increase, which is how Jason will be able to level up throughout the game. Each god is sort of its own class. That's fantastic, and just like the classical text, different gods are going to mess with you, and different gods are going to help you, and you actually get to live inside that world. And you, Charlie Price, the lead designer, do you want to tell us a little bit about the combat of the game? Yeah, one of the things we went out of our way to do with combat was we really wanted to make it lethal. You know, we really wanted to capture the sense of combat in film rather than just combat in games. Games are the only medium where you can stab a guy in the chest 10 times. Right. It's funnier when you keep stabbing him, too. Well, every time you hit someone in Rise of the Argonauts, that guy's either going to be crippled, maimed, or killed in a glorious way. What more do you want from a video game, for crap's sake? Exactly. So Jason is a master. He's a weapon master. He can wield the sword, the mace, and the spear, and use them all to lethal effect. It's going to be great. I applaud you. Thank you so much, Charlie Price. Rise of the Argonauts coming out fall 2008. Check it out. I'm going to go play right now, so you do something else.
Yes, the gods will smile upon you for staying on top of things, Chris.
Time for an update on the action downtown.
Yeah!
That's not a euphemism, by the way. Let's get a report from Blair on the floor.
Wait.
I'm here with Gavin Leung, the product manager for Star Wars The Clone Wars. Now, Gavin, it's a pretty big universe. You got a lot of Star Wars stuff to work with. Why do The Clone Wars?
So Lucasfilm proper is a company who come up with the big entertainment initiatives of The Clone Wars. In the past, the movie's always been about Skywalker, Anakin, both Luke's story. There's so much more to explore. So we're coming out with an animated feature film a TV show that going to be on weekly, as well as games. So the games we're going to have is 2 dedicated games, one made specific from the ground up for the Wii, the other one specific from the ground for the DS. So the Wii game is going to be Star Wars: The Clone Wars Lightsaber Duels. So does name apply? What we're trying to do is replicate all the big Star Wars lightsaber moments from the movie and the TV show from the Clone Wars universe, and have you experience that at home. So you get to finally wield your remote like a lightsaber, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. We think it's going to be great for all the fans. It's going to be really easy to use because of how intuitive it is. We think it's going to bring in a lot of different gamers that make you really feel, anybody can feel like a Jedi.
Nice.
And on the flip side, we have Star Wars: The Clone Wars Jedi Alliance that was made specific on the DS from an internal studio who sits side by side with the animators, bringing you the game into your pocket. The idea is having 2 Jedi working together, how they strike stronger as one. And we really built it from the ground up for the DS, based on the stylus. So everything, the stylus movement from combat to lightsaber combat and the Jedi movement is all based on the stylus. So
Nice.
those games come on this holiday.
Cool. Well, I look forward to seeing it. I'm sure you guys do as well. Back to you.
Thanks for that report.
Hey! You know what I like?
Ice cream?
Batman.
Yes!
And tonight we're going behind the scenes of this summer's most anticipated film, The Dark Knight.
We've already seen it. It's spectacular. We have saved you a prime
Spectacular.
spot at the red carpet premiere with interviews from the cast and crew, clips from the film, and much, much more. Check out The Dark Knight at G4 special preview tonight at 8 right after E3. Why so serious?
Oh, that was good. That was good. No?
I practice it a lot.
I hate to stop the action, but again, we have to take a break. When we return, though, we're going to look fear in the eye with the horror first-person shooter Project Origin.
And Zach will be knocking around the Coke Zero Lounge with some rather large gentlemen talking about the new WWE SmackDown vs. Raw. We'll see if he survives right after this. Why so serious? Black and blue.
E308 Live is brought to you by Wendy's. It's way better than fast food. It's Wendy's.
I remember a couple years back that everybody was saying E3 is going to die out and go away. Based upon what you've guys seen this year, is it going away, or do you guys foresee E3 being around for a long time?
You know, that's a really good question, because when I started, it was so massive and so huge, and you made a great comment that, now this time, last year it was in a hangar, an airport hangar, and now it's like in a very large hallway, and our coverage is getting bigger.
Next year,
and E3's
it's at
getting
the Motel
smaller.
6 poolside, though. But
But I think that no matter what, is that, you know, games are going to be coming out. It's still a really big topic. We love them. We are going to be covering it. So E3 or not, G4 will have some sort of hands-on demo and releases of the games.
yeah,
So
it
I don't
doesn't
know about
matter how
E3.
big the convention hall is square footage-wise. What matters is that the companies have games to show off. So will E3 be at the same time or in the same place next year? Who knows? But I don't think it's dying anytime soon because the industry has a lot to share.
Yeah, and so either way, E3 might not be there, but we, G4, will be there covering it. Staying strong!
We will press on!
So this year, E3 is here, so we are E308 Live right now, presented by Wendy's, and G4 is the only place to get this kind of in-depth coverage on the entire gaming world.
That's right. Today, we still have new hands-on demos and exclusives of the upcoming games that you'll be playing in the weeks and the months to come. So if you're addicted to horror and you need yet another fix, we have a brand new game that you're going to fall in love with.
You can slow down time again and scare the crap into your pants with Project Origin. Yeah, think about what I just said. Adam is back at the show and wading into the horror.
In this direct sequel to Monolith's Fear, Project Origin will thrust you into the shoes of a Delta Force operative, encountering some of the most unsettling imagery you'll ever see in a video game. The game features new locations, bigger maps, more weapons, and enough action and suspense to keep you awake at night.
All right, thank you guys. And joining us now is John Mulkey, the lead designer of Project Origin. Thanks so much for joining us and bringing this amazing, this is a good-looking game, but we expect that from Monolith.
Well, thank you very much.
Have that technology. Now, for people who may not have figured it out, this is the follow-up to Fear.
This is absolutely the sequel to Fear. Monolith made the first game, Monolith's making the second game.
Now, where does this come in terms of the storyline after Fear is ended?
Basically, this story takes up about 20 minutes or so before the end of the first game. so it ramps in really nicely. There's a different protagonist in this game. You play Michael Beckett. He's a part of a military team. He's going in after Genevieve Aristide. She's the president of Armacam Technology. She's the one that kind of started everything in motion in the first game. She was the one that opened the vault, awakened Alma, kind of set everything to falling apart. So you're going after her because they're uncovering all of these things in towards the end of the first game. You're going after her for answers. You don't know what's going on. Get a hold of her, find out what we're going up against. You go in to try to extract her, take her into protective custody. You come to find that there's some others that are sent in to take care of her in a different way. You're fighting your way through that, trying to get to her, and in the midst of that, the explosion from the first game happens, throws everything into absolute chaos, and you go from there trying to figure out what's going on, what to do, how to resolve the situation.
In terms of things being thrown into chaos, and we can see that right here, the city is functionally destroyed.
The city's in ruin. Almageddon. We're calling it Almageddon.
Almageddon. I like that. So does that mean Alma's back?
Yes, absolutely.
And is Alma going to be a little girl? Might she manifest?
That's the thing. This game, the first game you dealt with Alma as the child aspect of her personality. This game you're going to be dealing with the woman. You're going to be dealing with the woman. She has different needs. She has different desires. The interaction with her is going to be much more personal, intimate. She's going to touch you more, which is creepy on all new levels.
I'm just glad it's not the insolent teen version of Alma, because that could be almost too scary for words. Now, with this destroyed city, it looks like we're going to see a wider variety of environments inside of Fear. Where are we going to be playing in?
That was a very conscious effort that we made early in production, is to make sure that we're going to a lot of different environments, a lot of variety. It's one of the things that we kind of felt as a team that we didn't quite accomplish as well as we would like to on the first game. So you're going to be going to a lot of outdoor environments, a lot larger environments, a lot more varied environments in this game.
Now, one of the key elements of Fear was the fact that you could slow down time, which was essential given the challenge that the AI presented for you. I assume that's still in the game. Are there other powers? Are there other weapons? What's the new stuff?
Well, as far as the idea of powers, the idea of the slow-mo is a representation of intense focus. So it's not so much that he has a power, and that's enhanced by genetic manipulation and chemical manipulation. The character in this game that you play is not spoiler alert, a progeny of Alma as the character was in the first game, but he's always been kind of the best of the best. He has that power. He doesn't understand why. You come to find out over the course of the game. We wanted to avoid going with powers per se, because it becomes kind of like spells and a little bit more magical. We wanted to keep it a little bit more grounded in science.
Now, obviously, the other thing about Fear, scary game.
Yeah.
It should be, obviously, with a name like that. What is the trick to maintain tension in a game that's about 5 times longer than, say, a horror movie?
The idea, we use something we call palate cleansers. It's the idea that anything that you do for a long period of time is going to wear on you. So you have to kind of switch it up, change up the experience, and we really do that a lot. You'll go through a really intense combat scene, maybe knock it down a little bit into some exploration and a little bit of problem solving, then ratchet up the tension a little bit, maybe punch you in the head with a scare moment, and just really vary it up, because you have to keep it fresh as you're going through, and I think that's key.
You know what? Speaking of fresh, it sounds like you guys brought a little special something just for us that we're going to take a look at.
We did. We have a character that we wanted to show you.
All right, let's take a look at this. As we cut to the video, let me know what are we looking at?
This is a character that we brought to the game. When Alma,
there we go.
Yeah, there we go. That's the video there. When Alma was released, the explosion that decimated the city, it basically vaporized almost everybody in the city. But there was a few that weren't destroyed; they were actually changed. And these characters are sort of a shell, a remnant of their former selves. And you'll come upon them doing really creepy playing out of little snippets of their life. When they're agitated, they have this scream attack, which basically raises any dead around them, and it's kind of a puppet master kind of relationship. Those things will now do its bidding and attack you. You can take them down, but he'll raise them right back up. And so the key is to destroy the puppet master himself in order to take down the enemies.
So really, we almost have like sort of a meta zombie or something.
Yeah,
like that.
It's a really creepy kind of a marionette kind of thing.
Definitely
Marionettes with guns, that kind of thing. So it's a little unnerving.
Just that there is very unnerving. This is really cool. About where in the game do you think we might start encountering them, or can you tell me?
They're kind of spread throughout. Once you start really trying to understand what happened in the city, what the repercussions of Alma's release are, you'll start running into these kind of elements.
And actually, let's go back to the game now, because now we're in a mech suit.
Yeah, we've introduced a powered armor that the player can pilot in the game, which is just awesome. You get this sense of power. You've got dual miniguns, on the arms. You got 2 shoulder pod missile launchers. And it's really coming together. Like right now, you're seeing this streaking in like a comet. What that is it's these smaller powered armors being thrown into the combat environment.
Wow. So I think one thing we really can take from this is that we're going to see a lot more variety in the gameplay in Project Origin. Of the stuff we've seen, there's even more stuff that we can expect out of it.
Oh, yes, absolutely. That was the banner from the beginning. It was variety. That's the best thing that describes what separates Fear and Project Origin. Is really concentrated variety.
All right, let's get to a couple of the business questions. Multiplayer.
Multiplayer we can't talk about yet.
Okay.
We will have it.
Okay, there will be multiplayer. Well,
yes, it will.
That's good enough to know. And hey, when are we going to get a chance to be playing this? Because I'm now very tempted.
The ship date is another thing I can't talk about. We're going to be talking about that after E3 and setting it up.
But we know there is multiplayer, and we know it will ship.
Exactly.
Those are two very good things to know.
You know, firsts, big news.
Actually, you know, we have a little bit more time, so I'm just going to throw one more question at you. Pretty much the sound of the game. I mean, that's also central to a horror game. What have you learned from the first one that you're applying to this to, ratchet up that fear?
We're doing some stuff. Brian Pamantuan, he's our sound guy. He's been doing some great things with basically a dynamic scoring system that he's come up with to work in the game. So if you can imagine sort of a film score playing in the background of the game silently at all times, when things happen in the action, be it combat, scares, whatever, it'll bring to the forefront aspects of that soundtrack. So because our game is completely, it plays out different every time, you're basically dynamically scoring it sort of in a cinematic way as you play the game, and it's really, really cool.
Yes, it is. John, everything you've shown us today, especially our special reveal of the new enemy, is really, really cool.
All right.
I wish you the best on the game.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Cannot wait to play it. All right, let's send it back over to Kevin and Olivia.
Looked awesome. Now, BioShock taught gamers that little girls are creepy fun.
And Project Origin keeps the good times rolling when it debuts this Halloween. Let's have a look at the results of today's X poll. Now, earlier we asked you, what do you think of Mirror's Edge? And it turns out that the majority of you are describing the game as looking gorgeous rather than looking scary. And I'm glad we settled that because I agree.
Yeah, I agree as well. But I'm excited for the first-person gameplay. I think that's going to be a lot of fun.
Very
little first-person parkour? Why not?
Do you parkour in your real life?
No, but
I bet you could.
At the Y, I do. In the locker room, inappropriately, when guys are changing and blow-drying their taint.
Well, you're going to have to do it at...
That's the worst, the old guy with one leg, Anyway, there's still much more show to come.
If Morgan and Adam were here, this would be a classy program right now.
It is still classy. It's the Y. We're heading into battle with Tom Clancy's first RTS game, End War. Then we're heading into a different kind of fight with Banjo-Kazooie, Nuts and Bolts.
Don't forget, it's almost time for some Madden 09. That's one of my favorite games. I love Madden. It's coming up soon, so don't go anywhere.
Remember to keep your iPods fed with the latest E3 08 videos. Just download GeForce Special E3 Podcast to check out the X-Play feed at g4tv.com/podcast.
We'll be right here. Don't go anywhere.
I need the Con Air.
Live coverage of E3 08 presented by Wendy's. 3 days aren't nearly enough to do everything that needs to be done at E3.
Yes, but we're going to do our best to show you as much as we can before the show is over.
Right now, let's find out what's happening in the world. Here's Allison Hayslip with the only news you need to know.
Thanks, guys. Here are your top stories. There's a lot of excitement in the air surrounding E3, but the biggest news out of E3 may be the announcement that didn't happen. Where was Master Chief? The Microsoft press conference was a Cortana-free zone, despite the fact that Halo Wars is due out in 2009. Bungie Studios, the creators behind the Halo franchise, split from Microsoft this year, and even though they are consulting on the Halo titles, there's still some disagreements between the two companies. That led to the Halo announcement being cut at the last minute from the press conference. And as for Bungie, they were set to reveal their first game since splitting from Microsoft, but Microsoft put the kibosh on the announcement, and so it never happened. Here's a word of advice for any of our viewers who happen to be running a major metropolitan city. Don't let your IT guy be the only person with the network password. Right now, San Francisco is learning this the hard way. A disgruntled city technology employee somehow gained sole access to the higher-level functions of the city's fiber optic network, which handles government business from emails to court records. The employee is currently being held on $5 million bail after refusing to open the network again. Authorities have also still not located his missing red Swingline stapler. But here's an announcement that did happen. YouTube has partnered up with TiVo to bring you all the crotch-kicking videos you can stand to your real TV set. Starting today, TiVo will offer subscribers the ability to stream YouTube videos to their television sets using broadband-enabled TiVo boxes. You won't be able to store YouTube videos on the box, it's only serving as a window, but you'll be able to bookmark things to watch again. Well, that's it for today, but don't worry, the feed doesn't stop here. Get all the news you need to know anytime at G4TV.com. I'm Allison Hayslip, and you've just been fed.
Thanks, Allison.
It's time now to head over to the Coke Zero Lounge, where it looks like Zach has made some new friends.
He has.
Hey, I'm hanging out at the G4 Coke Zero Gamers Lounge with none other than the WWE Tag Team Champions himself, The Miz and John Morrison. They're here to promote THQ's latest brawler, the old SmackDown vs. Raw 2009. Gentlemen, nice to see you.
Great to be here with the Zach.
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, you've been champions for 8 months. You've had these belts on your shoulders. They're heavy, but
with call them titles.
And they're not
because
belts,
you wear a belt here.
championships.
This is a title. That's a belt. You win this. You wear that.
Did you beat anybody for that belt? Got this at an antique store. You kicked ass for that.
There you go.
Totally understood. What's it like to be on top of the world right now?
Well, I don't mean to brag about it. When chicks are waiting outside your hotel room, you know, doing whatever you want, whenever you want, it's not a bad life.
And it's not a bad life to have yourselves created in a video game as well, especially, you know, when you guys are tag team partners here. You know, let's talk about the tag team interface on this game. What are we going to see in this version that we haven't seen before?
They've had tag team wrestling in the previous versions of SmackDown vs. Raw, but this version's got a whole different module, a whole different mode of the tag team wrestling. You can do tag team maneuvers, there's a hot tag, all sorts of different things that haven't been available before in SmackDown vs. Raw.
Basically puts you in the whole atmosphere of being in the real live ring because we have to work together in order to keep these titles. So, in the ring, in this ring, you're gonna have to do the same.
You can work together. So
exactly.
Closer and closer to reality is what we're going for.
Okay, so there's actually co-op play. There's also use of like your AI character on the side here. You can have, you know, more of your personality interjected into it to distract the refs or get the fans involved.
Well, Zach, I don't know how you could put this personality into a game because I mean, I am so amazing and ridiculously good looking.
Lot of gigs.
They did an amazing job on it, I have to say. Nice. I mean, I don't mean to brag about it, but
he's
I'm
obviously
really good looking.
He's played the game a lot, and he loves to play with himself.
Excellent. Well, speaking of playing with yourself, let's talk about your signature moves.
I said it.
You know, what kind of signature moves of yours made it in the game? Any of them?
All of them.
I have the Wizard of Oz and the reality check.
Nice.
John Morrison has the Moonlight
The Moonlight Drive is in the game, as well as the Snapshot. Pretty much anything and everything that you could ever hope for.
But the cool part is you can actually make up your own finishing moves, as well as your own entrances. So I was actually playing the game and trying to figure out new moves that I could use in reality because they actually have cooler things that I could do.
So you can choose your own like theme music. You walk on in and you just destroy.
And you can make up finishing moves. You can put up to like 10 moves together in a big finishing move combination. A grand finale, if you will.
It's a beautiful thing. Speaking of grand finale, SmackDown versus Raw 2009 from THQ. It's awesome. Morrison, Miz, catch him Sunday. Great American Bash on pay-per-view. Back to you.
Oh.
We're going to need you later in the show, so stay alive, Zach, please, and keep practicing your finishing moves.
It's all about the finishing moves. And here's some more good advice. Stay out of the sun this summer.
Oh,
Stick with G4.
Really, that's a gem of advice.
It is, right? Because no one likes looking tan and healthy. For Comic-Con 08 Live, we're taking you inside San Diego's massive pop culture phenomenon with an unprecedented 6 hours of live coverage. No one else gives you this kind of inside access to all the comics, movies, and stars.
Like who, Olivia?
Well, let me just tell you, if you just shut up.
Oh.
Samuel L. Jackson, Jamie King, Guy Ritchie, Kevin Pereira. Yeah, maybe some Keanu Reeves if we're lucky.
Commercial. Don't miss G4's Colossal Live Comic-Con 08 coverage starting next Thursday night at 7. Check out g4tv.com/Comic-Con for info and updates. Again, it's time for a break, everybody.
So I'm going to start running.
But we're coming right back. Yeah, get a head start. With the explosive action of N-War and a colorful world of Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts.
And later, Adam and Morgan will be sacking each other in Madden 09. Stick around.
E308 Live is brought to you by Wendy's. It's way better than fast food. It's Wendy's. And by Comic-Con 08 Live. Comics, movies, and stars. Starts next Thursday night at 7. Only on G4.
We should try to put in the Konami code on this thing.
We're having a lot of fun on X-Play set.
Come on, give us 30 lives.
I feel like this universe.
Welcome back to E308 Live, presented by Wendy's. We've still got tons of games and more reports from the floor.
Woo! Plus, you can look forward to some hands-on demos and face-to-face action.
In this hour, we'll check out Madden 09. We'll see how this year's big football game differs from the others and what you can look forward to on the field.
Then Tom Clancy returns to battle with N-War. We'll take you inside the Ubisoft game that takes place during World War III, which, by the way, according to the game, takes place in 2011.
Plus, hold on to your hats if you're wearing one because we'll look at the long-awaited Spore. Morgan will go hands-on with a mythical game that's already a legend. Let's get right into it. Not only are Tom Clancy games taking to the skies with Hawks, but they're also exploring the combat zone RTS style with End War.
Here's Morgan to tell us so much more.
Tom Clancy's End War doesn't just put you in the middle of the battle, it puts you in charge of World War III. In this non-traditional real-time strategy game, players can use innovative voice commands to order troops on the battlefield without even having to use the controller. Besides the single-player story, you can also wage war online in an ever-changing battlefield. Russia, Europe, and the US are set to fight, and it's up to you to decide the fate of the world.
Joining us to talk about Tom Clancy's End War is creative director Michael DePlatter and editorial content director Julian Garrity. Welcome. Now you're Julian. We have Michael over there. He's actually playing the game because the game has a little interesting command scheme. Can we talk about that a little bit?
Well, one thing that everybody talks about when they talk about End War is that it's entirely voice command controllable. So just like a real general, you'll be barking out orders and your troops will follow exactly what you're saying.
And then do you see the skeptical look on my face?
Yes, I know. We get that a lot.
I bet you do.
People going from, I'll believe it when I see it, to I'll believe it when I try it. And then when they try it, they're convinced.
Now, we've seen a lot of RTSs on consoles lately. The control schemes haven't 100% worked. How are you guys addressing that?
Well, previous RTS games on console have always been ports from PC, great PC games. But the PC games are based on a keyboard and mouse control scheme. That simply doesn't work when you're talking about a living room experience with a controller. So we really thought about it and built the game ground up for a controller experience and for that living room experience. So of course you're bound to make changes. First change we made was of course the controls. The camera came afterwards, but the controls were very important to streamline. So you're going to control everything just with 2 or 3 buttons, and it's a very similar control scheme to a tactical shooter, to an FPS, and everybody's played one of those.
So how do the voice commands come in? I want to hear some of the voice commands that he's giving.
So here's Michael zapping from his units to his units on the battlefield.
He's scrolling between viewpoints from the different units that he has scattered across the battlefield.
Yeah.
So if he wants to look at a different point of the battlefield where he has a unit positioned, he can just scroll the camera with the analog stick over to the camera position from that unit.
Or simply say, Unit 2 camera, and he'll zap right to it.
So if he says Unit 2 camera, Unit 5 camera, then the camera is automatically going to refocus on that unit.
That's right.
Okay, so then what other commands does he have to control the units?
Attack, move to anywhere on the battlefield, attack any enemy, any building, everything's destructible. Everything is controllable with your voice.
So can you identify a certain building with your voice, or do you have to target it with the cursor, with the analog stick?
You target it just like a first-person shooter.
Okay.
With the camera, you point the cursor at it, attack target.
Okay, I want to take a little listen to some of the commands he's using. I mean, how did you get the voice engine to recognize people's commands and people's voices?
It's actually, when you start off a game, you have to design it around all the actions in the game. So we decided on a certain number of actions that covered everything that we wanted to do. And then we refined every single word in terms of the voice recognition, so we have upwards of 95% recognition rate.
I mean, were you scared doing a voice recognition title? It seems the user would be incredibly frustrated if it missed, 1 out of 100 commands.
Absolutely. When we show it to the head office, their major concern is people have to use this perfectly. It's just like if you're playing Guitar Hero and it didn't work, if the guitar was faulty, you'd never touch it again.
Right.
So this has to be perfect, and that's what we're aiming for.
So let's talk a little bit about the multiplayer options.
Yes. So, of course, real-time strategy game. Multiplayer is a big, big part of it. So the game's split into 3. You've got the single-player story campaign, where you play the missions leading up to World War III, and then the denouement of World War III, if you will. Then you've got the deathmatch mode, which is a 20-minute gameplay blast.
It's like a skirmish.
That's right, the skirmish mode.
Right.
And then you have the theater of war. Now, the theater of war is the persistent world that we built for this. The persistent world where you choose a faction, Russia, Europe, or the States, and you fight alongside all of the other commanders in that faction for the domination of the world.
And you can come into this game at any time.
Absolutely. come into this game at any time, choose your commander, choose your specialty. Let's say you're going to be a tank specialist or a gunship specialist. Upgrade those units, gaining experience and money from different battles, and use those units to battle alongside other commanders. So not only is it multiplayer, but it's also cooperative. So for example, Mike is playing with another AI commander cooperatively against 2 AI commanders as well on the map.
All right, what platforms is this going to be available on?
So this is coming out on PS3, Xbox 360, DS, and PSP, with possibly a PC version in October.
So you've got everybody covered.
Absolutely.
Well, this is a huge undertaking, very ambitious. We wish you all the best of luck. I cannot wait to play. Thank you so much for coming by, you guys.
Thank you.
Let's send it back over to the studio.
Thank you for showing us what makes N-War tick. Curious to see how voice command works with everybody's griefing each other, on Xbox Live. But in the meantime, there's a new Banjo-Kazooie game making its way to the Xbox 360, and Olivia has an exclusive look for you.
This year, Rare is back with sequels for 2 of its most loved franchises. After being in hibernation since the N64 days, Banjo-Kazooie is back with Nuts and Bolts, a vehicle-based platformer where you customize your vehicle with over 1,600 parts. Everyone's favorite exploding animals are set to return in Viva Pinata, Trouble in Paradise. This time, there's full drop-in, drop-out co-op play and around 100 pinatas to track down. Now you just have to find a place to put all this stuff.
Joining us for this hands-on exclusive, creative director from Microsoft Game Studios, Mr. Ken Lobb. Thank you so much for dropping by and bringing us Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. Now, I want to, you're going to be playing while I ask you some questions, but I know it's been a while since the last Banjo title came out. Now, what's it been up to? Where does this pick up from the last time?
So, Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts takes place 10 years after the original Banjo-Kazooie game. The idea now, though, is that you come at the beginning of the game, and your evil nemesis is a witch named Grunty. In the original 2 games, you fought against Grunty. She was the big bad boss. She kind of set up the whole idea of where you were going and what you were doing. This game, you've been sitting around lazy for a while and falling over, no problem. Let me get going back and then I'll tell you.
There you go.
So, beginning of the game, you're kind of chubby and lazy. Your character decides that he's going to go after Grunty one more time. So you're getting ready to have a big fight, and along comes this big character named Log. He's the Lord of Games.
And he's the new character.
He's the new big boss.
Yeah.
So this character has designed every game ever made. At least that's what he claims. And so he's decided that he's sick of watching Banjo and Grunty always fighting with each other. So what he's going to do is he's going to set you into his world where you and Grunty get to fight it out once and for all to determine who is the overall ruler of Spiral Mountain.
I know that this has changed things quite a bit since the 64 platformer came out. So I want to ask you about the control scheme. What's that like?
Okay, so just on the gameplay in general, it's pretty much the same as it's always been. Interestingly, what Rare decided to do when they started the game was, how can we build a platformer that encompasses the power of the next generation system? I mean, you can see the world that I'm flying around is absolutely massive.
Yeah.
If you go back into time to the N64, when you played the original Banjo game, the worlds were big for the time, but realistically they were small enough so that you could traverse them as an individual character. With this game, what they found was the worlds they could create were so big that they needed to come up with a way to get your character to move through the world more quickly. So what they did was they started this idea of, hey, what if Banjo was driving a bunch of vehicles around?
That makes sense, because I was talking to Adam Sessler earlier, who, by the way, said this is one of his most favorite games of all time, and he was really excited about how massive the environments and worlds really are. And as you can see, we started off and there was these vehicles, and Nuts and Bolts actually lets you customize your own vehicles, and Adam was talking about how excited he was about that as well. So how many vehicles can we make in this game?
So virtually infinite amount of vehicles. You have over 1,000 different parts that you collect during the game. That's the kind of collectability aspect. So just to jump on that for half a second, one of the things that Banjo fans from the past remember is that Banjo was one of the first true collectathon games where the goal is to move through the world and collect stuff.
Yeah.
This game they decided, what if we take and make collection something that really builds on the overall player's experience? So by making the parts, the things that you collect, now I can take all these parts and I can literally build the moves for my character. Yes, there are some games out there where you can level design, and level design is a cool way to be creative.
Definitely.
This game, they took that another direction though and said, well, what if you could move design?
Yeah.
What if instead of unlocking moves for the bird in your backpack, which was the original Banjo-Kazooie, what if you could unlock new moves for your character? And to do that in the form of parts. So you move through the game, you collect all these parts, and then using the parts, you put them together and you build all kinds of crazy vehicles that you use to play the various challenges in the game. So in this case, I went over and I talked to Mumbo. He wants me to do something. He wants me to go run this little obstacle course.
So you go and create a vehicle for that?
So he gives you, there's default vehicles for every, if I can drive and talk at the same time. Excuse me, viewers.
So
there's a default vehicle.
He gives you a vehicle.
He gives you a default vehicle for every one of the challenges in the game. And then what you find, though, as you play through it is, well, heck, this vehicle's good, but I could make it go faster maybe by throwing on some rockets, or I could make it jump higher. So this vehicle already jumps. What if I could make it jump higher by adding a few more springs, or I could make it go faster by putting a bigger engine on? This allows the users to take user creativity into the idea of a platform game.
Now I want to ask you about, which is really big for games nowadays, is will the game feature co-op or multiplayer?
Yeah, so we're obviously big fans of multiplayer at Microsoft. Most of the games that we work on are either versus co-op multiplayer, some form of thing you can do over live with your friends. So in Banjo, they've come up with an interesting idea. You don't co-op through the whole quest, but many of the challenges that are available in the game can be played multiplayer with your friends in a either a cooperative or a competitive mode, so you can go up against your friends, or you can go on some of the other modes you have. I'm sitting in the water here, obviously. Other forms of races, other forms of challenges, like you can get together with 5 friends and play five-a-side soccer with vehicles. There's loot chases, there's collection quests that you can do, again, either competitively or cooperatively.
Well, that's what's so great about there's so many different worlds and environments, and so many different, obviously an infinite amount of vehicles that you can create, and so much you can do with this. But I just want to thank you so much for dropping by and giving us this exclusive look at the new Banjo-Kazooie. Now, when can we expect this game to hit store shelves?
This game is coming out this fall.
Now, am I correct in saying that the original comes out on Xbox Live soon?
Yes, very good. Thank you for catching
that.
Yeah, so we're shipping the Xbox Live version of the original Banjo-Kazooie within the launch window. So sometime right around when we ship the game.
All right, so you guys can get both at the same time. We cannot wait, but right now we're going to head back over to Kevin.
Thanks, Mon. Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts is on its way to a 360 near you very soon. Now, here's an X poll, everybody, so make your opinion count. The big question is, who won E3? Is it Microsoft, Sony, or Nintendo? Just head on over to g4tv.com/E3 to vote, or you can text E3 to 44898. We'll total up your responses and bring you the results later on in the show.
All right, everybody, time to pay some bills, but once we're done, we'll be back with a look at some football action with Madden 09.
After that, gaming evolves into Spore. We're going to put the organism creation game under the old microscope.
Watch the best of our E3 08 coverage whenever you want. Look for G4 TV on demand on my channel lineup, and check out g4tv.com/VOD for more info.
I'm going to look on your lineup.
E308 Live is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero. Real Coke tastes.
This year and last year seemed to be all about software. Do you think maybe in E309 there'd be more focus on hardware?
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing hints of next generation consoles pretty soon. I don't think next year, but definitely we're going to hear hints of it and rumblings following year.
Well, as developers get to know the hardware they're working on, the software will get better. So, here's, hoping for more software driven in the future.
Yeah, look, when the PlayStation first came out, everybody said, where are the games? What are they going to look like? Look, they were definitely first-gen style games. You give the developers a little time, they figure out how to program for the processors, the games start looking better. So there's no incentive for them to focus on the hardware right now. The software is really just starting to reach its full potential on these systems.
So you think next year or the year after?
I think by next year we're going to see rumblings. I mean, Sony probably wouldn't want that. Microsoft has every reason to start kind of dropping hints about a new console. They're in the lead right now.
Do you think even back off? You think just back off and let them do what they're going to?
No, look, I understand why, because now they're trying to. When these consoles were shipped and announced, they're now trying to cram all these features, like watching the movies online, and now you can sing and dance, and there's cameras built in. There's all this stuff, and so you're buying all these other peripherals and stuff. Give them another year, give them another 2 years. They'll really figure out where they want to go with the future of that kind of like all-in-one living room box full of entertainment, and then they'll start announcing it. So probably 2 years, Microsoft will announce something.
All right, well, we'll be here.
All right, this is E308 Live, presented by Wendy's. Thanks for putting down the controller to watch, guys.
We've been busy all week peering into your gaming future, and right now the action continues.
We're sending it out to the show floor again to check in with our G4 troublemakers who are mixing it up down there.
Blair is having no trouble getting his hands on the new Command & Conquer Red Alert 3.
All right, guys, I'm hanging out with Chris Corey, executive producer of Command & Conquer Red Alert 3. Now, Chris, the Command & Conquer series, the franchise, it's long, it's storied, it's been around forever. It seems like as long as there have been games, there's been a Command & Conquer game. What separates this from the other ones?
Well, first of all,
this is a spiritual successor to the first two. There hasn't been a Red Alert game in 7 years, so we're back in style. We have those live-action cinematics that people are used to with mainstream Hollywood talent, all in HD. So that fast, fun, humorous tone is definitely there. But in Red Alert 3 this time, we're bringing a co-op campaign, so still a tightly scripted campaign experience, but now you can go online and pull in one of your buddies and play through that. And we're bringing Navy into the heart of the game design. Okay. So a lot of RTSs kind of keep Navy at arm's length, but we're with the amphibious units and base building on water and resources on water, we're bringing Navy into the center as well. So a lot of exciting things coming together there.
Very nice, and like you said, it's been 7 years since the last Red Alert. However, this time around, consoles are powerful enough and people are interested enough to bring an RTS to a console. How cool is it to develop for the 360?
So it's awesome. I mean, Red Alert 3 will actually be our 4th console RTS, and we feel like we get a little better at it every time, and I think Red Alert 3 is going to be our best one next. So PC, 360, coming late this fall.
Awesome, man. We'll look forward to seeing it. Back to you.
Stay classy.
Now, if you're ready for some football, Madden 09 is actually ready for you.
Adam and Morgan are on the floor, and they've got a look at the newest player in the long-running Madden series.
Over the years, EA's Madden franchise has reshaped and redefined the way football is played by gamers. What started out as a simple sprite-based football game has evolved into the ultimate football experience, with realistic player models, dynamic camera angles, and features that recreate every aspect of gridiron conflict, from the coaching to the commentary. With Brett Favre leading the way, Madden 09.
Joining us today is Madden 09 senior producer Phil Frazier. Thank you so much for bringing us the game.
No problem. Now, Phil, obviously every year we expect to have a new roster, but you really have done a lot of changes with this. And I think one of the big ones is the virtual trainer. How does that work?
Well, Madden NFL 09 is the first sports game that actually adapts to you as a player, and the way we do that is through the virtual trainer. And Tyrone's playing the game here, and he's showing us a brand new way of actually playing Madden. And this is a virtual holographic environment where you get to run through drills, and we actually assess how good you are at the game, from the best to the worst. So if you're great, we're going to make the game even harder, and if you're not so great, we're actually going to tune the game so it's a little bit easier for you, but so you still have a lot of fun.
So what kind of plays can you run? Is it just the quarterback plays?
We have 12 different drills available, and, and the key is you get to play from the running back to the quarterback to the defense as well, and we really assess you on all aspects of football gameplay.
Now, how does that work exactly, that it figures out how good you are and it changes the game? But then assuming that you're getting good playing the game, how does it then adjust to that?
Well, as you play Madden, as you leave the virtual trainer and go to a regular play now experience, we're constantly reevaluating through statistics and through how you're playing the game. So, if you lose a game, your actual level of ability will probably go down, and if you're doing well, it'll probably continue to go up.
So there's a lot of pressure now with every game.
It is. There's more pressure now, and the nice thing is you actually get to play people that are probably higher than your level, because it's a great handicapping feature. As a new user, we'll adapt the game to you, and then on the flip side, we'll have an experience on the other end where you can play a hardcore guy that's very good at the game that'll provide a very balanced experience.
All right, well, let's load up the game now, because I know people are going to want to take a look at the actual sort of graphics improvements and the visuals that they're going to see. Now, there is going to be a 20th anniversary version of this game.
It is the 20th anniversary
which I know
of Madden,
just made all of our viewers feel really old.
Me as well.
I already feel old. I'm just older now.
Me as well.
Okay. Yeah. And there's a special version of Madden that's inside of it.
There is. Madden this year, it is the 20th anniversary. We're shipping at $89.99. It ships with NFL Head Coach, which is a brand new product for us. It's a fantastic game for those that like to coach football instead of just playing the game. It also comes with bonus video content. So you actually get to watch old videos, some bloopers, highlights of Brett Favre, who's our cover guy. It comes with a version of Madden 93, so if you like the Genesis version of Madden, you get to relive that experience as
A little nostalgia, people like that.
A little bit for you.
All right, so what are we looking at right now?
So this is in game now, and as you can see, the game from top to bottom looks fantastic graphically. You notice right away that the grass is brand new this year, and since the grass is almost like the ocean for our game, it takes up 75% of our screen. We wanted to make sure it looks fantastic. On top of that, you're seeing some new presentation elements, new banners that are actually going to flip on the screen. We have Tom Hammond and Chris Collinsworth as play-by-play in color for the game. This here is an all-new EA Sports Backtrack, which is a great new feature for us.
So how does that work?
Backtrack is about showing you opportunities you may have missed. So, we've always shown you replays. And in this case, we're showing EA Sports Backtrack, which is a case where you took a sack and there was a wide open receiver on the field. So you'll notice on the screen here, we're actually going to highlight the receiver that was open and that you should have thrown the ball to instead of taking a sack. And the cool thing about EA Sports Backtrack, and you'll see it here in a moment once Backtrack is done, is that we have a great new feature called EA Sports Rewind that actually allows you to go in and instead of just relying on your memory to kind of relive the situation and get it right the next time, you can actually rewind that play just like you are right here and try that situation again and try to hit that open receiver.
So who is this feature really aimed at? Is this aimed at people who are just learning how to play Madden and is it helping them get into the series, or is it helping add new depth for the more experienced player?
It's actually for both. You know, the great thing about Backtrack is designed really to help the casual guys. But if you have a high Madden IQ in the game, we actually add another level of detail to the back end where we show you what plays you called, who was hot routed on that play, and what percentage chance success you should have had in that situation.
Now, I don't know if our viewers at home caught it, so if Tyrone screws up again, which I hope he does, because I like to see it when he screws up. But, I mean, you have dynamic commentary explaining to the player what they did wrong, which is, I mean, that's quite incredible given the amount of voice work that must have gone into that.
It is, and Chris Collinsworth is the guy that did Backtrack for us, and Chris was fantastic this year in our game. In addition to Backtrack, I mean, he's got tens of thousands of lines of commentary. He ad-libbed almost every line in the game. You know, we gave him a situation, you know, in that case, it was a quarterback took a sack and there was an open receiver on the play. And instead of reading from a script, which, you know, sometimes it can sound like it's being read from a script, he actually ad-libbed the line, which sounds great in the game. And like I said, Backtrack, all those situations, we have great commentary to really break down what you missed on that play.
So what versions of the game are we going to be seeing?
You're going to see it on pretty much every platform known to man. We've got Madden. Yeah, I mean,
right, but is the Wii version going to be any different, or how's the Wii version going to?
The Wii version is very different. So we've announced a new all-play brand for Madden and for EA Sports in general. And the great thing about Madden All Play is that it's designed for everybody. You know, we went to a lot of Wii customers out there and really asked them what they wanted to see in a sports game. So we've got all new experiences in the game from a 5-on-5 mode, and they're all designed to kind of get you up and off the couch, let you experience Madden through using gestures, and just have more fun playing the game.
So let's talk about the online real quick, because we're running out of time. So let's talk about some of the new online options.
You know, the biggest thing in online, you know, online for Madden is huge. We have online leagues this year. So for the first time ever in Madden, you and up to 31 of your friends can get together and play in a major league, play for a championship game. We've got trades, we've got a draft system in place. It's a really cool way to play Madden with your friends online and not just have to worry about your online record.
Wow, the draft system, that sounds kind of interesting.
Yes, I mean, these are some phenomenal changes from the last Madden. Are we going to see this level of change in next year's version, or?
That's the hope. I mean, you know, we're already working on Madden 2010 now, and, you know, I'd love to start talking about it, but we've got a great product here that comes out next month on August 12th, and I mean, I think it shows itself, quite frankly. I mean, it looks fantastic. It plays great. It's more responsive than ever. And with the 20th anniversary collector's edition, you actually get a second product. You get a lot of cool retro features as well. It's a great year for us.
No, it is.
Cool. Thank you so much for coming by.
No,
we really appreciate it. Let's step back to the GeForce Studios. Thanks for showing us Madden 09. That's so excited. I will get it in stores on August 12th.
You get it early. It's Olivia Munn. That's what you say. And then step on someone at GameStop. Adam will be back in our studio in just a little bit for some final thoughts on the old E3. But right now, let's check in with Flitz for his third and final day in the middle of the action. Of course, Flitz, as GeForce duly elected superfan, what have you learned, buddy?
Hey, it's Flitz, and I am at the end of my E3 adventure. I'm on the first floor, and there's a ton of games going on around here. I've played them all. Rock Band was absolutely amazing. I had probably the most fun with that. It's constantly surrounded. There's going to be a whole slew of new games to play when Rock Band 2 comes out. I played Killzone, though I could barely get to it. It has to be the most beautiful game at the show, and I really look forward to it as a gamer. I've been upstairs, I've been downstairs, and I've been upstairs again. Upstairs, full of conference rooms, full of different companies, each room having their own soul, giving some of their soul and their newest products to you. I had a great time. I've had an exciting time, and I would just like to thank G4 for bringing me out. I hope you guys keep me, honestly. I mean, really. What's keeping you from keeping me? So, I guess I should go now. But I'll be back! I'll be back!
Thank you, Flitz. He'll be back! You're one of the few civilians that made it into E3 that wasn't arrested, and I hope you enjoyed the experience and the T-shirts and the E3 flu. And he will be back. We'll see you next week at Nerd Prom, and they have their own flu there as well, so be careful.
That's the Comic-Con. We will see you there. Now, earlier in our Expo, we asked you who won E3, Microsoft, Sony, or Nintendo, and 57% of you think that Microsoft was the best in show. Very impressive. Now, later on, you will find out if Adam, Kevin, and I agree with you. But it's not over till it's over, and I'm telling you, it's not over.
That's right. Still ahead, Morgan will give us a look at Will Wright's Spore, so stay tuned, everybody.
That's exciting.
Love that.
E308 Live is brought to you by Wendy's. It's way better than fast food. It's Wendy's.
Welcome back, everybody, to E308 Live, presented by Wendy's. We've seen some amazing new games debut this year, and there's still even more to come.
Plus, we'll reveal who we think the big winner of E3 is, E3 2008.
E3 2008, yes. But first, there's also some pretty weird stuff out there as well.
There is. Right now, let's go to the show floor with Chris, who has E3's oddest games.
Okay.
The most innovative stuff obviously comes from thinking outside the box, so it is appropriate that Indiecade is actually outside the main box of the show floor. This is kind of buried in the corner, but over here is where I think you find the most awesome artistic punk kind of games. Let's check it out. All right, so I'm here at JoJo's Fashion Show. Greg, you designed this game. What was on your brain?
Well, we were trying to make a fashion game where it allowed people to be creative and dress people how they wanted, kind of allow them to express themselves a little bit.
Is it weird if I just stare at these models in their underwear?
Well, eventually you'll lose if you do that.
I want to dress these sluts. Matt, I don't know why I would not stop at a dastardly looking game entitled The Misadventures of PB Winterbottom. You tell us a little bit about it?
Well, basically the game is about two things. Stealing delicious pie and breaking the time-space continuum to steal more pie.
So it's a time travel pie game?
Absolutely, again.
Holy crap, this is awesome! Whee! Darkroom sex game. Yeah. What's that all about?
Well, it's a game where you emulate sex using your Wiimote. You play it in the dark, and if you can find a partner, you can have a great time.
No graphics. Don't need them. No. Hey! I have totally dug my time here at the Indiecade display, so check out their website if you get a chance.
Dark sex game for the Wii, sold. Pie game.
Pie, is it? Does that mean I can search for virtual pie and not get fat?
Misadventures of Oman.
Oh my gosh.
Come to a Wii soon.
I will totally do that. All right, guys, first of all, let's thank Chris and just stay on for a little bit.
Well done, Hardwick.
You're doing a good job. Now, our next game isn't even out yet, and it's already inspired a new word, sporn. Morgan's back at the Convention Center with a look at Will Wright's Sporn.
Will Wright, the genius who brought us The Sims, is about to debut another revolutionary game, Spore. This time, you'll be overseeing an entire universe. Players start by creating a single-celled organism. With some development and exploration, your simple design can evolve into a highly intelligent, super-advanced space-traveling species. The uniqueness of Spore and its ever-expanding gameplay has generated a ton of excitement. Thanks to the just-released Creature Creator program, you can start playing God today.
Joining us today from Electronic Arts is executive producer Lucy Bradshaw. Thank you so much for joining us today and bringing us Spore, which is very high concept. Yeah. So maybe you could compress the concept into a few short sentences for our viewers.
Sure. Really, as the player, you get to create this little cell, and you start as a single cell in this tide pool, surviving and evolving your species every step of the way through a cell, creature, tribal, civilized, and then out into the cosmos where you explore space.
So how's my little cellular friend going to survive in this crazy soup of a world?
Well, as you can see, I mean, there's competition. People are coming after him. You've got to eat to grow and earn DNA points, which allows you to get into the Creature Creator where you can put on parts that you've found that give you new abilities and help you compete.
So how do you make your creature be able to compete in this world?
Well, as you evolve, what you're doing is you're earning DNA points, whether you're in the cell or creature stage, and then you can spend those on parts that you've found. Parts have abilities, things like sneak or attack or bite.
Looks like we got a little armor.
Well, here you are in the tribal editor where you're giving him an outfit that enhances his abilities like armor so that he can compete with other tribes that might develop during the tribal stage of the game.
Okay, so there are 5 unique stages of the game. Which stage are we looking at
Right
here?
now we're looking at the tribe stage where you have to sort of dominate your continent, and there are going to be other species, tribes that develop around you, and hopefully you can either take them out or befriend them.
Now, gamers have actually, we've been following Spore for a while. Gamers are incredibly excited about Spore, as I'm sure you know. Whenever anybody talks about the release date, gamers start to go into a little bit of a panic. What have we what's sort of new that we can tell gamers that we haven't really seen that much of before?
Well, some of the stuff that you might not have seen or heard about. You know, the 2 stages that are RTS stages, Tribe and Civ, they really have quite a bit to go with. For instance, the religious civilizations where you kind of drive up and these large, sort of preaching, creations and holograms come out to take over other cities. The other big thing is really this concept of consequence. The decisions that you make early in the game really do have ramifications and give you unique abilities. So if you decided to be a carnivore in the Cell stage, that's going to make you a more aggressive creature, and you have a unique creature ability in the creature stage, and again later in space.
So, I mean, how complicated is the game going to be once you get out of the cellular stage? I mean, is it going to challenge RTS fans, or is it going to be available to everybody?
One of the things that we did is we wanted to balance it for a lot of different player types. So we gave 3 levels of difficulty. You can play in easy, medium, or hard mode.
And you choose that when you start?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So the planet that you choose, you decide that right when you make it, to the first planet.
And is that going to affect the different creatures that are going to populate your planet?
Yeah, and a little bit as to how they challenge you. So it'll be a little bit more forgiving if you're playing in easy mode, and if you're playing in hard, I can tell you that even some of the best players on our team are really kind of challenged with it.
So when I have my creature, because it's sort of massively single player, and we should explain that a little bit to people who don't understand that.
Well, that's a little phrase that Will coined himself.
Yeah.
And what that means is, while you have your own galaxy that you're controlling everything, and then everything you encounter is controlled by the computer, the thing that's interesting, massive about it is that every creation that you see, all the other content, is content that's been made by other players. So like, we released the Creature Creator, and already we have like 1.7 million creatures on our Sportpedia. These are going to be the creatures that populate your first planet.
Right.
So when you get the game and you emerge onto land as a creature, you're going to see the creations that other players have made.
And the bad creations are going to die off, aren't they?
In fact, they will. You can extinct them. And that'll send a message back to their creator saying you've been extincted. Yep.
That's kind of sad.
Well, it's funny, but it may go on to live and survive in another player's galaxy, so you never know what's going to happen in Spore.
But so would you be able to know if your creature's been incredibly successful within the game, or you just have to send your children out and let them fare as they will?
Well, that's one of the things that we're doing to make it that massively experience.
Yeah.
We've got this thing called the Sportpedia. It's almost like a social net built right into the game. You can kind of check on events that have happened with some of your creations, achievements that you have made or your buddies have made, or you can even restrict the content that you get to just your buddies.
All right, thank you so much for dropping by. We're very excited to play. That's all for me today. I'm going to hit the show floor. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Morgan. Now go home and rest. You deserve it. But first, try to sneak a copy of Spore back for us.
Little thumb drive and
waiting for a long
get out of there,
time.
Sly Cooper style. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll weigh in on who we think was the king of the hill at this year's E3.
Probably has something to do with pie.
It might.
And don't forget, you can get up to the second E308 news, exclusive videos, screenshots, and more at g4tv.com/E3. You guys stick around. We're ending the show. You don't want to miss it.
Right.
E308 Live is brought to you by...
Welcome back to E308 Live, presented by Wendy's, where all week we've been fighting the crowds and geeking out over all the huge gaming announcements.
That's right, but before we pull up our tents and wander off to prepare ourselves for the new releases, it's time to decide who this year's big winner was.
The news and announcements are over. Let's see who won. Time to go head to head.
Today marks the end of E3 2008, and over the last few days we've brought you coverage of everything. Of course, it's not a competition, but people always want to know who won. Was it Microsoft with their upcoming system update? Or the hardcore gamers who have countless new titles to look forward to?
Adam Sessler, glad you made it back in one piece.
Safe but not sound.
And by the way, for those who don't know, Adam was really the reason half of this E3 coverage even happened. So huge thank you to Adam for making sure the demos made it there. It was awesome.
Thank you so much.
We have seen a lot this past week, but Kevin, who do you think won the show?
Yeah, I want to know.
I mean, the cheesy answer is that the gamers won, because we really do. I mean, there was something for everybody, whether you're casual, hardcore, or you just want a box in your living room where you can watch TV. But if I had to pick a company, I'm going to say Microsoft, because they had the most for all those gamers. The hardcore gamers had Gears 2 and Fallout 3, which looked amazing. There's plenty for the casual gamers between the lips and we're in the movies, or you're in the movies, or my grandma's in the movies, and I got to set up my live camera for her. And of course, the major system update. I mean, now with Netflix integration and avatars, love them or hate them, at least they're there.
Well, speaking of avatars, I mean, some people seem to be
kind of unhappy that Microsoft is going the Avatar route, but with Netflix and everything else, I mean, doesn't their upcoming system update seem to have something for everyone, Adam?
I would definitely say so. I mean, I've always said, having the Avatar will not affect how good Fallout 3 is. So why not just serve both needs? And I think that's the important thing. And that what I do want to reiterate, without sounding cheesy, is that the winner is the hardcore gamer. And that, a lot of the hardcore gamers somehow think that when things go casual, that they're somehow being abandoned in the process, and that's not the case. Everything that we had up there on that stage is a good, solid game. Not all of them are the same quality. But those, 35 games?
Right.
They're going to be coming out in the next
30
year.
were for the hardcore gamer as well, so it was all service to them.
I mean, really, I think the biggest issue is you need to actually have a pretty good job to play as many of the good quality games that are going to be coming out.
I'm going to be looking on Craigslist for one very soon. I can't wait.
Well, I think that the casual games really stood out, like Lips, Rock Band 2, Wii Music, because they had those new features like being able to import your own songs, create your own tracks, which I think really gave those diehard gamers what they've been craving. But also, with this these kind of games, people really want just a great party experience.
A toy. Yeah, you know what? It might be a toy, and you might have a lot of fun with it. So give it a try. It doesn't mean that there aren't more hardcore games out there.
But what about you? What made your head explode?
What made my head explode? I think Fallout 3. I think definitely way back on Monday. That was just kind of giddy fun. It was better.
It really was absolutely amazing. And Little Big Planet for me was just also
that was a great game.
The fact that it's not just about a game, it's about creating a community that can actually create for the games. That to me is like the new trend in gaming. And I love that co-op is coming back around. So glad to see more games going co-op.
All right, you guys, this year's E3 has definitely been one to remember. That is it for E3's head-to-head.
All right, we've done our best. We've given you 4 awesome days of E3 access. It's still not over.
No, it's not. G4 Stay Out of the Sun Summer continues as our week-long coverage of E3 concludes tomorrow night at 8 with X-Play's Best of E3 awards.
Check out g4tv.com/E3 for additional E3 content.
And do not forget, we will be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. for an all-new live attack of the show. We've had some time with the iPhone 3G. We're going to run down our favorite apps and let you guys know exactly how to get them.
And then it's Batman. We'll talk about the Dark Knight. And get you wrapped up for a weekend chock full of the Pit Crusader. Starting now, up next, the Dark Knight, a G4 special is next. We're very excited to see that one.
Why so serious?
Why so serious?
I just realized the movie's coming out.
Yes,
it's coming out. E3.
I completely forgot about
Mamma Mia is also coming out.
Oh, really?